Su Lin also stretched out his hand to hold Zhou Hao with a friendly smile on his face. Hello, my name is Su Lin. I am a classmate of Rulin High School for 3 years. The hands of the two of them were only released with a light squeeze. In front of Li Rulin, a high school classmate who had been away for several years, Zhou Hao was very polite. Coupled with his handsome looks and decent manners, it was easier to make life feel good. Su Lin hooked Li Rulin's jade arm and smiled. Rulin, why did you find such an outstanding boyfriend and didn't tell us a word? If you thought so many boys pursued you in school back then, you just ignored it. Li Rulin's jade face was slightly red, but she couldn't hide the pride and sweetness in her eyes. At this time, the three of people walked into the hall. Because they were old classmates who didn't meet new people often, the family members didn't know Li Rulin and Su Lin, and Zhou Hao signed their names with them at the entrance of the hall. Zhou Hao and Su Lin also gave gifts wrapped in red to their families. Su Lin saw that the red envelopes given by Zhou Hao were relatively large and looked heavy, so he couldn't help but curiously asked, Zhou Hao, how much money did you give them? 9,999. I wish them a long time. Zhou Hao smiled. Wow, 10,000 yuan. Su Lin whispered. The gift money she gave to the newcomer was only 500 yuan, which is not a small amount. But Zhou Hao was so generous and sealed them 10,000 yuan in gift money. Could not help but say to Li Rulin next to him, Rulin, your boyfriend is so generous. Of course, this kind of generosity must be built on sufficient strength. Li Rulin glanced at Zhou Hao and smiled at Su Lin. He is a big spender, and he doesn't know how to live a life. Although she was blaming, she didn't mean to be angry at all. Many guests have already arrived in the hall. In addition to relatives, colleagues, and friends of both men and women, there are also a few tables with high school classmates like Li Rulin and Su Lin. Su Lin's memory is very good. Although the appearance of these high school classmates has changed a lot, she can still recognize it at a glance. Pulling Li Rulin and walking to those tables, Zhou Hao naturally followed. Everyone, look quickly. Our squad leader is here. Su Lin pulled Li Rulin to the tables and shouted to everyone with a smile. Everyone didn't recognize Li Rulin and Su Lin at first, but hearing Su Lin's words, they picked up all their memories of high school and gathered around them one after another. Sir, haha, it's really the squad leader. The squad leader is still so beautiful. Huh? Isn't this our study committee? Ha 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 ha, the study committee is here too. One of them pointed to Su Lin and smiled, thinking that Li Rulin and Su Lin were the two biggest officials in their class when they were in high school. No matter how high school life is, how much joy and bitterness it contains, many years later they will still miss that period of youthful years. Especially when I see old classmates who are different from those of the past. This taste like mellow wine will fill my heart even more. I haven't contacted for a long time. I didn't expect you all to come. It seems that Yuan Xingwen's face is really big enough. Su Lin smiled to everyone. One female classmate said, You didn't contact us. We organize classmates' reunions every 2 years, but you never show up. We all guess if you don't recognize our classmates. Su Lin smiled apologetically. No way. I was busy studying when I was in school, and I was busy with work after graduation. I haven't been back to Yangzhou for 3 years. This time it happened that the company sent me over here on a business trip. Yuan Xingwen's call came in hastily. Looking at Su Lin's outfit as a professional white-collar worker, everyone knows that this is another hard-working woman. The female classmate laughed and said, I guess so. In high school, our sister Su was the most diligent one in the class. How could she be like their boys? All of them had no intention of learning. A group of old classmates gathered there to chat about the past in high school, and it was very interesting. Zhou Hao stood quietly to the side to be a loyal listener, without disturbing them at all. At the same time, watching Li Rulin smilingly reminiscing about her high school life among her classmates was also a pleasing thing for the eye. However, Zhou Hao discovered that several men were always around Li Rulin, all teasing her to talk. But at this moment, Li Rulin and one of Su Lin's female classmates saw Zhou Hao standing there, and was surprised by Zhou Hao in a decent suit, and asked him, You are also in our class? You? What's your name? I remember that no man in our class seems to have grown up so beautifully. Everyone's eyes were attracted by her words, and they also saw the tall and handsome Zhou Hao. Su Lin covered his mouth and smiled. You only saw people now. That's the boyfriend of our squad leader, specially brought to meet our old classmates. These people looked at Li Ruolin in surprise. What? The monitor has a boyfriend. Su Lin glared at them. Is it weird? Can't we Ruolin have a boyfriend? In fact, many of their high school classmates came with their boy and girl friends, and some of them were already married. However, when she was in high school, Li Ruolin was like a snow lotus in the Tian Shan Mountains and was never contaminated by other boys, so everyone did not expect that she would also make a boyfriend. Zhou Hao walked over at the right time, stood behind Li Ruolin's chair, put his hands on Li Ruolin's shoulders, smiled, and nodded to everyone. Hello, my name is Zhou Hao. This is regarded as admitting the identity of Li Ruolin's boyfriend. Li Ruolin looked up at him, but only smiled. Under the eyes of everyone, her cheeks were a little drunk. Everyone joked, and a male classmate said, I had a secret crush for the squad leader for 3 years. I didn't expect the squad leader to be famous now. It's really sad. I want to fall in love with Li Ruolin and dare not say it. Now that he has grown up, he has no more throbbing and shyness. The woman next to him immediately pinched his ears and said angrily, What is your sadness? What can happen to you if someone has a boyfriend? It seems that this is his real girlfriend. I heard myself the man said in public that he had a crush on others, and every woman would not be happy if he wanted to come. It was the liveliness of the two of them that made everyone laugh. But here, Zhou Hao found that the men who had been around Li Ruolin just now looked at him very unfriendly. But when you think about it, you can understand that Li Ruolin is naturally beautiful since she was a child, and she should have been a pretty girl in high school, and she would naturally be chased by boys. At that time, Li Ruolin was focused on studying and her family was tightly controlled. She didn't even have the thought of falling in love, so she didn't accept them. Now that Zhou Hao has taken away the goddess in their hearts, they naturally wouldn't have a good impression of Zhou Hao. Brother, if you can let us agree, you must have a great talent. I don't know what job you do now. A man in a black suit came to Zhou Hao and asked, but the smile on his face showed kind of gloomy. Looking at this man, Zhou Hao thought that he should have been Li Ruolin's most passionate suitor back then, so he smiled and said, Where is there any talent? I am not afraid of everyone's jokes when I say it. I don't have any formal work yet, and I usually just speculate in stocks. Earn some money as a living allowance. Another man who was obviously a group of men deliberately laughed and said, Stocks? Didn't it mean that the domestic stock market plummeted some time ago? Many people have suffered heavy losses. My friend, you won't be affected too. Fortunately I got out in time at that time, and now I am no longer in the domestic stock market, mainly investing in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao calmly dealt with the difficulties of these men. Li Ruolin, who was sitting over there, was amused by Zhou Hao's inaccurate and false remarks. Obviously, these men didn't know what Zhou Hao's so-called stock market was and how big it was. When Li Ruolin first learned that Zhou Hao was speculating in stocks, he had already made tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and now he has billions of funds under his control. And Su Lin next to her looked at those men with disdain. A group of stingy men. Fortunately, Ruolin, you didn't accept them back then. Haha, you still have a good vision. I think your boyfriend is very good, neither humble nor overbearing. It's polite, and I think he has accomplished his career. Her eyes circled among the men, and she lingered on Zhou Hao. Not bad. Li Ruolin smiled. What's the name is not bad. Even your classmate's gift money can be sealed 10,000 yuan. His career must be very remarkable. Su Lin nodded Li Ruolin's nose and smiled. The two of them were relatively good friends in high school, but after they were in high school, Li Ruolin was admitted to South China Normal University, and Su Lin went to Renmin University of China to study business, so they have never contacted much. I heard that after graduating from college, you went to a high school in Xiangqing to teach. Su Lin said to Li Ruolin, Well, the job is okay. Well, it's okay. What about you? I heard you just now. It seems like work is very busy. Li Ruolin also asked. Su Lin sighed. Yeah, my senior year in high school was not as hard as it is now. I am now doing sales in an import and export company. Alas, the boss of our company is a vampire. I want to absorb all the blood of our employees. I'm happy. By the way, our company will move its headquarters to Xiangqing sometime later. Then, can we meet frequently? Su Lin, are you telling the truth? Li Ruolin was also very happy to hear that. Su Lin also showed a bright smile. As long as you are not afraid of me disturbing your two-person world at that time. What are you talking about? Li Ruolin gave her a bit of shame. At this time, the newlyweds walked to the stage in the lobby under the leadership of the hotel attendant and welcomed all the guests. When Li Ruolin saw her old classmate in white wedding dress, her eyes not only showed a trace of envy, but she couldn't help but imagine herself and Zhou Hao standing there. Su Lin next to him smiled and said, "Hee hee, Yuan Qingwen has also changed a lot. I remember that she used to wear those big-rimmed glasses, but she didn't expect to be so beautiful now. In fact, the bride's appearance is also very good, but compared to the two of them, they are much inferior. Yeah, she would blush before talking to boys. I didn't expect to get married before us now." Li Ruolin also said. Now that a pair of newcomers are on the stage, everyone is immediately seated. Zhou Hao sat next to Li Ruolin and Su Lin on the other side. He said to Li Ruolin, "Your classmates said that they will go to karaoke later. Are you going?" He already knew the names of the men just now. The head Xue Xiao was the one who pursued Li Ruolin the most in high school. "Okay," Li Ruolin readily responded. "I will leave Yangzhou tomorrow, and there will be fewer opportunities to see these classmates in the future, so she also wants to gather with them more." Zhou Hao turned his head and asked Su Lin, "Su Lin, how about you? Are you going?" "It's okay for me. Since you are all going, I'll go and join in the fun too." Su Lin shrugged. Soon, the waiter brought a plate of dishes, which were all top grade and tasted good. But for Zhou Hao, the things in these big hotels are not as delicious as Li Ruolin's homemade dishes. During the banquet, the new couple toasted the guests at a table, and Li Ruolin and Su Lin could only have a hurried conversation with their old classmates. After the banquet, Li Ruolin and Su Lin's old classmates left the lobby and came to the front of the hotel, preparing to take a taxi to the famous karaoke in downtown Yangzhou. And just now, Xue Xiao drove over in a black Honda car, put his hand on the window edge, and smiled at Li Ruolin and Su Lin. "Two big beauties. Do you want to take a ride?" His face was full of show-off. The proud color. He was really proud, because he was the only one of these classmates who had his own car. Moreover, he only looked at Li Ruolin and Su Lin, but turned a blind eye to Zhou Hao around them, and deliberately ignored his existence. Li Ruolin and Su Lin both looked at Zhou Hao at the same time and gave him the decision-making power. Zhou Hao spread his hands. "It's rare to have a ride." "Hee. Thank you, Mr. Xue." After saying that, he didn't wait for Xue Xiao to speak, opened the back seat of the car, and let Li Ruolin and Su Lin both sit in. He sat in the passenger seat and smiled at Xue Xiao. "Mr. Xue, you can drive." Xue Xiao originally only wanted to carry the two women Li Ruolin and Su Lin, but unexpectedly Zhou Hao was so abrupt, and it was difficult to face Zhou Hao in front of the two women, so he hummed lightly and started the car. As for the other students, they took a taxi arranged by the hotel to follow. Carrying Zhou Hao and the others, Xue Xiao came to a karaoke house called Hui in Yangzhou. In the car, Xue Xiao also deliberately said to Zhou Hao and the others, "This karaoke shop is opened by Zhang Hu, the most popular boss in Yangzhou. You may not know that. I have some friendship with this boss, and I have fun in it. I'll have discounts." Seeing the triumphant look on Xue Xiao's face, Li Ruolin, who was sitting behind, felt amused. The so-called Yangzhou Tiger had left abroad because he did not dare to get involved in the struggle between Zhou Hao and Liang Fengshan. But Xue Xiao also proud to know him. All the high school classmates, plus their partners, totaled 30 or 40 people. Xue Xiao deliberately opened a large room. After everyone entered the hall, he took the microphone and said to everyone, "I will pay for the consumption tonight. Don't grab anyone with me." Sitting on the sofa, Su Lin said to Li Ruolin, "I really can't stand his shameless face." "Forget it. Anyway, I don't know when we can meet in the future, so let's just get in." Li Ruolin patted her hand and persuaded. At this time, Zhou Hao said to Li Ruolin and Su Lin, "I'm going to the toilet." After that, he stood up and walked out of the room to the toilet. After getting out of the toilet, when Zhou Hao passed the utility room, he heard the sound of Xue Xiao coming from it. Zhou Hao's ears are so good that even in this noisy environment, he can hear the sounds in the sundry's room clearly. "This stuff is okay. Don't lie to me. I know your boss." It was Xue Xiao's voice. The other is a young male voice. "Brother Xue, don't worry. When did I give you fakes? This thing came from Colombia." After eating, the custodial girl turned into a girl. "Brother Xue, wait for the happy fairy tonight." Xue Qiao also let out an obscene laugh. Okay, after everything is done, your benefits will naturally be indispensable. Thank you, Brother Xue. Thank you, Brother Xue. The man said busy. Zhou Hao, who was outside the door, narrowed his eyes and listened to the conversation between the two. It was obvious that the man gave Xue Qiao something like aphrodisiac. As for the person Xue Qiao wanted to target, Zhou Hao thought of Li Ruolin for the first time. As soon as he wanted to leave, Zhou Hao suddenly heard a faint female voice coming from the women's toilet over there, and he sounded familiar. He quickly left the door of the utility room and walked towards the women's toilet, and the female voice from there was clearer, but it sounded like Su Lin's. Just listen to Su Lin shouting inside. Is anyone outside? Can you come in and help? I sprained my foot and can't walk anymore. Zhou Hao looked around and saw Xue Qiao over there and a man wearing a waiter's costume walking out of the utility room. Because they were facing Zhou Hao, neither of them saw Zhou Hao over here. After they left, there was no one else in this corridor. Zhou Hao hesitated for a while, then heard Su Lin's voice asking for help in the women's bathroom, and stepped into the women's bathroom. Su Lin, are you injured? Walking into the women's toilet, Zhou Hao saw Su Lin sitting on the ground in front of the sink, rubbing his swollen left ankle. Moreover, from Zhou Hao's perspective, from between Su Lin's slightly spread legs, she could faintly see the spring light in her skirt. Hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Su Lin looked up in shock. Zhou Hao. I heard your voice outside, and there were no other people around, so I came in. Zhou Hao explained. Oh. Su Lin's face was slightly red. After all, this situation is indeed a bit embarrassing, she said. The ground was too slippery just now. I accidentally fell and sprained my foot. I can't even stand up. Zhou Hao hurried over, took her wrists with one hand, held her waist with the other, and slowly helped her up. I'll help you go back. The waist was put on Zhou Hao's hand, which made Su Lin a little unnatural and subconsciously moved further away from Zhou Hao. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhou Hao smiled. Although his face was calm, he could feel Su Lin's slender waist as thin as a willow, and his heart could not help but jump twice. Originally, he could quickly eliminate the bruises on Su Lin's ankle with his true energy, but the two were not familiar with each other. It would be a bit wrong to massage people so hastily, so Zhou Hao didn't do that. Supporting Su Lin back to the room, Zhou Hao saw Xue Qiao advising Li Ruolin for a drink, while Li Ruolin was tactfully turning down. Zhou Hao was angry. He knew that Xue Qiao must have medicine in that glass of wine. He helped Suning walk over. Seeing the two of them coming, Li Ruolin asked in surprise, Su Lin, what's the matter with you? Su Lin was a little embarrassed to be helped back by his boyfriend. I accidentally slipped in the toilet, thanks to Zhou Hao's help. It's okay, sit down. Li Ruolin quickly let Su Lin sit down. Xue Qiao also said to Su Lin, the toilets here are relatively slippery. You are wearing high heels. Be careful. He pretended to be concerned, but his eyes lingered on the slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored silk stockings under Su Lin's skirt. There is a trace of greed in his eyes. Then, he picked up the glass of beer and smiled at Li Ruolin. Ruolin, it's hard to get together. Why don't you want to enjoy your face? Anyway, it's just a glass of beer. It's not easy to get drunk. The glass went to Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin waved her hand and declined. I'm sorry. I really don't know how to drink. She really doesn't know how to drink, or I will drink this glass for her, said Zhou Hao, who was next to Li Ruolin, and then took the glass of beer without Xue Qiao's refusal. All the other classmates applauded Zhou Hao's boldness, and Xue Qiao watched Zhou Hao handing the empty cup back to him. His face changed color, but he couldn't say anything. After the beer was eaten, Zhou Hao immediately felt a rush of heat in his body, thinking that the glass of wine really took his hands and feet. However, his body is different from ordinary people, and he is not even afraid of the poison of yin wang shao, not to mention this mere aphrodisiac. There is no need to run the true qi. Just between exhalation and inhalation, the medicinal power is eliminated. Turning his eyes, Xue Qiao picked up another glass of beer and handed it to Su Lin. Hee. If Lan has a boyfriend blocking him, Su Lin, you have no more. This glass of wine. Hee. Don't you enjoy your face? But Zhou Hao, who was next to him, smiled lightly. Su Lin just sprained her foot and can't drink. I'll take this cup. After saying that, He took the glass in Xue Xiao's hand and drank it. Everyone applauded Zhou Hao again, and Su Lin also looked at Zhou Hao in a daze. As for Xue Xiao's eyes were a bit fierce, because he only bought 2 aphrodisiacs from the man just now and put them in 2 glasses of beer. Now they were all drunk by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said to Xue Xiao, "Mr. Xue, don't you look down on me and think that I am not qualified to drink your respected bar? If it weren't for Li Rulin and Su Lin, it would be because Xue Xiao dared to treat Li Rulin's intentions. Well, Zhou Hao wanted to break his neck. No. Xue Xiao could only press his anger into his heart at this time. I'm sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. After that, he walked out of the room with an ugly look. What's wrong with him? Su Lin looked at Xue Xiao, who closed the door in a puzzled way. Zhou Hao smiled. Maybe it's because you've drunk too much and you feel anxious. Don't worry about him. At this time, someone next to him put the microphone in the hands of Zhou Hao and Li Rulin and asked them to sing a song together. But because of everyone's enthusiasm, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin had no choice but to cooperate. What everyone gave them was Lin Zixiang and Yi Qianwen's classic song, Dash Choice. As soon as the 2 songs came out, everyone clapped their hands. Li Rulin's voice is a little slenderer than Yi Qianwen, and although she is not very good at singing, but her voice originally has the gentle and smooth voice of a Jiangnan woman, so it is also very nice. As for Zhou Hao, everyone was a little surprised and gorgeous. Although his voice didn't have the special mellowness and vicissitudes of Lin Zixiang, it also appeared extremely magnetic and had its own flavor. Moreover, he is very accurate in the rhythm of the song and the grasp of the heavy bass. Especially when he sings, he still looks at Li Rulin affectionately, and everyone can't help but be infected by his emotional singing. Su Lin over there watched Zhou Hao and Li Rulin sing affectionately, and somehow a feeling of envy was quietly growing in his heart. Especially for Zhou Hao, that slender figure, handsome and resolute face, and nice voice are indeed too powerful for women. Many women present were unknowingly immersed in Zhou Hao's singing. Here, I hope that Zhou Hao choose himself. Not to mention the lively people in the room. After Xue Xiao came out, he violently kicked the wall in the corridor over there, making the people around who were going to the bathroom looked at him. Huh? Isn't this Brother Xue? What's wrong? Who made our Brother Xue angry? A man walked over there, followed by a few men behind him. Xue Xiao looked up and saw a man in a black suit with her hair combed greasy and shiny, like the new bosses in Hong Kong underworld movies, a dog. Isn't it me? Haha, it has been a long time since I saw you. The man named Agu stepped forward and put on Xue Xiao's shoulders and smiled. However, no one calls me Agu now. They all call me the boss. Xue Xiao frowned. Boss? Didn't you mess with Boss Zhang Hu? Why? Don't mention that, tiger. Agu waved his hand. He took his wife and son and ran away, leaving such a mess. My brothers can think of me, so I can clean it up. Boss Zhang ran away? Xue Xiao said in astonishment. What's the matter? In his eyes, Zhang Hu is a character who is calling for trouble in Yangzhou. Who can force him to run away as a tiger? Agu shrugged. Forget it, it's not a glorious thing anyway. You just need to know that Yangzhou will be my side in the future. You were pretty good to me before. If you have anything in the future, just ask me, just help. Xue Xiao did not expect that this little, who used to be just running errands behind Zhang Hu, now replaced Zhang Hu and became the new boss on the underworld in Yangzhou. He is also considered a person of interest and immediately said, Boss Tong, I will be taken care of by you in the future. Ha 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 ha. Don't say these kind words. Who are we with whom? Agu patted Xue Xiao on the shoulder and laughed. By the way, why come to me in such a good mood today to be happy? Come, help me. I withdrew Brother Xue's order. Tonight, I'll treat you as brother. Thinking of what happened in the room just now, Xue Xiao said angrily. Don't mention it. Today I wanted to give a class flower that I hadn't been able to pursue in high school, but was hindered by a bastard. That little dared to do something good about Brother Xue. Brother Xue, I'll take care of this for you. Agu is now a newcomer and naturally wants to show off his power to his former friends. Moreover, Xue Xiao's family is considered to be a relatively well-known rich man in Yangzhou. Agu will have a firm foothold in the underworld in the future and cannot do without Xue Xiao's help, so he wants to give him a favor now. Seeing Agukin's help, Xue Xiao immediately beamed his eyebrows. This is great. You will let the brothers help me teach that. Later, hey boy, besides those flowers, there is another very beautiful you'll leave that to Tong go. Okay, then I'm not polite. Ha ha ha. Aga laughed heartily. Zhou Hao and the others stayed until after 11 o'clock in the evening. Because Su Lin sprained her ankle, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin planned to send her back. And Su Lin's home is near here, so they don't bother to take a taxi. However, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin supported Su Lin alone, but their actions were very slow. After 2 steps, Li Rulin said to Zhou Hao, you should just carry Su Lin on your back. This is more convenient. Su Lin immediately embarrassed and said, This is not right. Why Zhou Hao is also yours? Li Rulin stretched out you and pointed Su Lin's head. Then what do you want? Do you want me to carry you? You are so heavy, I can't carry it. What? I'm only less than 90 caddies. Su Lin obviously cares about his weight. In the end, Su Lin accepted Li Rulin's kindness and asked Zhou Hao to carry it on his back, but only temporarily discovered that because she was wearing a skirt, it would be very inconvenient to carry it on. Zhou Hao was also decisive and simply took Su Lin across. Hold up, a person of 90 caddies is not a problem at all for Zhou Hao. However, Su Lin, being held by someone else's boyfriend like this, had no trouble reaching out and hooking Zhou Hao's neck, so he had to shrink in embarrassment on his chest and pretended to be free and easy to joke to Li Rulin. Sorry. Now, let your Zhou Hao serve me like this. You just have fun. Li Rulin had no other thoughts. If you are not my good friend, I can't bear to let Zhou Hao serve you. Zhou Hao, who was the person involved, smiled and said, Dare you all treat me as a maid in the old society. You should feel honored to be a maid for 2 beauties. Su Lin smiled. But at this moment, a few men flashed out from the side alley, blocking Zhou Hao's path, and these men were holding steel pipes in their hands, and they looked at Zhou Hao and Li Rulin. Li Rulin immediately grabbed Zhou Hao's arm, and Su Lin shrank in Zhou Hao's arms. Everyone, what's the matter? Zhou Hao asked these men calmly. You have offended someone who shouldn't offend, said the leading man, raising the steel pipe in his hand and waving it towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao put down Su Lin in his arms and raised his right hand, steadily blocking the man's steel pipe and protecting Su Lin. Su Lin, you and Sister Lan stay behind me. He asked Li Rulin to help. Su Lin stood behind him, while he lifted his left foot and kicked the man in front of him on the lower abdomen. The man was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up. The other men looked at each other and immediately raised the weapon in their hands and rushed towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head. In his eyes, these ordinary people who don't understand martial arts are no different from 3-year-old children who have no resistance. I saw him move a few times, not only blocked all attacks, but also knocked down these men. And Su Lin behind watched Zhou Hao's gesture and knocked several big guys to the ground. His posture was really mighty, and there was a strong sense of security in his heart. However, there were more than a dozen men with sticks and knives walking out of the alley, but one of the 2 men headed by them was Xue Qiao. Seeing the men who were knocked to the ground by Zhou Hao, Xue Qiao sneered at Zhou Hao. It's quite a bit of trouble, hum. You don't look at whose side is here. Dare to offend my Xue Qiao people, none of them will end well. So it was you. Zhou Hao smiled, not at Xue Qiao, but at the dog beside Xue Qiao. Yes, is you. Ago saw Zhou Hao's face clearly when he came out. This time, it was like a bolt from the blue sky, and the whole person was shaken. Zhou Hao looked at him and smiled. Didn't you go outside to avoid the limelight after taking Zhang, who's 100,000 yuan? Why did you come back again? It turned out that this Ago was one of the 2 subordinates who drove Zhang Hu to Liang Fengshan's villa. At that time, Zhang Hu knew that Liang Fengshan would not let him and them go, so he gave them 100,000 yuan each and let them leave Yangzhou overnight. Therefore, Ago naturally recognized Zhou Hao. At that time, Zhou Hao showed great power in Zhang Hu's casino. He was also there. Lucky to save his life, he was very afraid of Zhou Hao, who was unpredictable. In front of Zhou Hao, Ago felt his feet tremble and his back was cold. This guy in front of him, but even his boss Zhang Hu was afraid of him. Moreover, Ago knew that even Liang Fengshan couldn't beat Zhou Hao. Liang Xuantong has now been captured by Liang Xuantong and returned to the provincial capital. It was because of this that he dared to stay in Yangzhou. Brother Tong, do you know this guy? Xue Qiao obviously didn't expect Zhou Hao to meet Ago, and asked involuntarily. Zhou Hao looked at Agu and the dozen or so subordinates holding sticks behind him with interest and said with a smile, "Why? Want to ambush me?" Xue Xiao snorted. "So what? Who made you get in the way? I fell in love with Rulin when I was in high school. Do you dare to get in the way of my good deeds? It's your impatient life." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Agu raised his hand and slapped Xue Xiao with a slap. The clear and loud voice spread far away in the quiet streets of the night, making Li Rulin and Su Lin over there stared. Not to mention Li Rulin and Su Lin, even Xue Xiao himself was inexplicable. He opened his mouth and spit out a piece of blood and 2 teeth. He was angry at Agu but didn't dare to attack him. "Tong brother, how are you?" Before he could finish speaking, Agu gave him another slap and knocked him to the ground. Just listen to Agu scolding him. "You dare to say that you killed him this time?" He immediately looked at Zhou Hao and respectfully said, "Zhou, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I don't know this. They is going to deal with you. If you have a large number of adults, please forgive me." It is the young man in front of him, not only letting the Yangzhou tiger escape abroad, but also the governor's son. Zhou Hao himself didn't expect such a change in the situation. He pointed to Xue Xiao on the ground and said to Agu, "This guy wants to treat my girlfriend unruly, so you send someone to ambush me. No, let him have a long memory, and I don't know what he will cause in the future." Yes, Agu said hurriedly. "What do you want to do with him, Mr. Zhou?" Even if Zhou Hao said to kill Xue Xiao, Agu would not hesitate to do it. Anyway, they are in the underworld. It's not that those who walked up didn't hurt lives. Interrupt his hands and let him remember the lesson this time. Zhou Hao said lightly, "It's getting late. I want to go back with my girlfriend." Agu immediately bowed and said, "Mr. Zhou, please go slowly." So Zhou Hao picked up Su Lin again and left with Li Rulin. And Xue Xiao was dragged back to the karaoke by Agu's people. Agu said to Xue Xiao, "I'm sorry, brother Xue. Who made you offend someone you shouldn't offend? Let alone me. That's my former boss Zhang Hu and young master Liang can't provoke me." Xue Xiao knew that he had kicked the iron plate, but Agu's men had already pressed his body and pulled both his arms up. The person next to him was still holding an iron rod high, obviously. It's about to interrupt his hand. Xue Xiao hurriedly yelled to Agu, "Tong brother, don't. Tong brother, don't. That guy has already left. Just let me go." Agu shook his head. "I'm so sorry. I don't dare not listen to that person's words. I just want to save my life. Brother, don't blame me." After that, he nodded to the person next to Xue Xiao. The man slammed down the iron rod, and when he heard "Gule," Xue Xiao's left arm was interrupted. Under Xue Xiao's scream, the man broke his other arm again with a club. Agu is not ruthless, because after being interrupted by Xue Xiao's hands, he was sent to the hospital, which was worthy of him. On the other side, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin also sent Su Lin back to her home. Because Su Lin's parents do not live in Yangzhou, there is only Su Lin in this family. "I am inconvenient, so I can't pour tea for you. You two can do it yourself." Su Lin smiled at Zhou Hao and the two. What kind of words to say? Li Rulin smiled and asked Zhou Hao, "What happened just now?" Zhou Hao told them about Xue Xiao buying aphrodisiacs to start with the two of them. Li Rulin and Su Lin even said that they were risky, and at the same time, they despised Xue Xiao even more. At this time, Su Lin looked at Zhou Hao with a strange expression on her face. "You drank the 2 glasses of medicated wine. Then, are you okay?" She thought, since those are aphrodisiacs, man, it should have an effect after eating it. If Zhou Hao took the aphrodisiac and animalism became severe, what should I do? Li Rulin is his girlfriend, but she is not afraid. She is still a girl. However, she quietly glanced at Zhou Hao, and suddenly an inexplicable thought came up in her heart. If he really does happen, then will I resist? Zhou Hao seemed to see Su Lin's worry, and said with a smile, "Because my body is relatively special, I am not afraid of those things. You can rest assured about this. Besides, isn't there a sister lawn? Me, what am I doing?" Li Rulin blushed and screamed Zhou Hao. She said to Su Lin, "It's late, you have a good rest. Tomorrow we are going to Xianqing. Let's call. Don't forget to find me after you arrive in Xianqing." "Well, definitely," Su Lin said. After Zhou Hao and Li Rulin left, Su Lin still had Zhou Hao's shadow in his mind. I remembered that Zhou Hao was young and golden, handsome and tall. Not only could he sing well, but he could also protect his women from danger. Even the underworld people were afraid of him. Such a man is really a dream object for women. She's really blessed, if Ruolin. Su Lin muttered to herself. After saying that Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin returned home, Li Chufan and his wife were already asleep. After taking a shower, the two of them slept in the same bed. Zhou Hao hugged Li Ruolin and smiled. Sister Lan, it's awful. The aphrodisiacs I just drank are about to have an attack. You have to save me. Liar, you little pervert, Don't touch it. Li Ruolin twisted her body in Zhou Hao's arms, and the two began a night of madness again. The next day, Li Ruolin's family bid farewell to their neighbors in the neighborhood that they had been with for many years, and left Xufeng Street with Zhou Hao and left Yangzhou. They took a plane from Nanjing to Guangzhou, arrived in Guangzhou within a day, and then took a car to Xianqing. Hee, I will live here in the future. Through the car window, Li Chufan looked at the scenery of Xianqing outside. Compared with Yangzhou, the development of Xianqing is not so deep, nor is it full of beautiful scenery like Yangzhou. However, the standard of living in Xianqing is pretty good. The infrastructure in the city is relatively complete, and Li Chufan and his wife are not the kind of people who are keen to pursue material life, so they are very satisfied with Xianqing. Zhou Hao took them to the house he bought for the two elders in the Wanluo community. This community was built only 2 years ago, although it is still far from the mansion designed for the rich, like the Guanhu Villa. But it is also a very high-end residential area in Xianqing. The house is on the 18th floor and is also a high-rise unit, with most of the view of Xianqing from above. The decoration in the house is mainly simple and comfortable, and its style is traditional Chinese style, giving people a quaint taste. As soon as they walked into this room, Li Chufan and his wife were very satisfied. Especially the books on various academic subjects in the study were specially collected by Zhou Hao, and they were the favorite of technical people like Li Chufan. After putting the luggage of Li Chufan and his wife, Zhou Hao said to them, Uncle and Auntie, I have transferred this house to your name. You can live in peace of mind. Downstairs here is Beiqing Market, and there is a bus over there. The station is very convenient. Hearing Zhou Hao said that the house had been transferred to the two names, Li Chufan just wanted to refuse, but when he thought that Zhou Hao would be his son-in-law in the future, he didn't say it, and he admired Zhou Hao even more. By the way, Xiao Zhou, you are going to Beijing in a few days. Then when shall we meet your mother? Xiaoruqiu asked Zhou Hao, and Li Ruolin next to him also looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Tomorrow, I will take you to see her tomorrow. Later, Zhou Hao sent Li Ruolin to Yuning Middle School because she had asked the school for a 2-month-long vacation. But now that the problem has been resolved, she naturally has to cancel her leave. On the way, Li Ruolin asked Zhou Hao, You really want to take my parents to see your mom tomorrow? Of course it is true. Would I still lie to you? Zhou Hao smiled. But your mother still doesn't know about us. Li Ruolin said with concern. If she knew about me and you, would she disagree? The two have a real teacher-student relationship. In these days, teacher-student love is not popular, and few people in society would agree with this kind of relationship. Zhou Hao kissed Li Ruolin's forehead. I'm ready to tell my mom. Don't worry, my mom has always been tolerant and shouldn't oppose us. In fact, Zhou Hao himself was not sure Yintong knew. How would he react after the matter with Li Ruolin? Because in Yintong's eyes, he regarded Wang Shijuan as his future wife. But Zhou Hao didn't want Li Ruolin to be wronged. After all, she was not inferior to Wang Shijuan in Zhou Hao's heart. Back at school, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin naturally restored the relationship between teachers and students. The other teachers were very concerned about Li Ruolin and asked her if something happened at home and if she needed help. While Li Ruolin thanked them for their concern, she also officially sold her leave to the principal. The English teacher at Yuning Middle School was just enough to cope with the teaching task. In order to replace Li Ruolin's class, the entire grade English class was overwhelmed. Now Li Ruolin is back. The school naturally canceled her vacation. As for Zhou Hao, he also returned to the home of Guanhu Villa. He had made up his mind and told Yintong about himself and Li Ruolin tonight. But Zhou Hao is indeed a little nervous. After all, the relationship between himself and Li Ruolin violated the ethical relationship. Having not returned home for more than half a month, Zhou Hao took a hot bath after returning, and then lay down on the soft sofa comfortably, and turned on the stereo to let the melodious singing flow in the hall. This is a record of the famous singer Mariah Carey. Zhao Yuqi knew that Zhou Hao liked to listen to English songs, so she specially brought it back from Hong Kong to Zhou Hao. While admiring Mariah Carey's shrill but not piercing dolphin sound, the sound of the key came from the door. Zhou Hao immediately jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the door to open it. He thought it was Yin Tong who had returned, but it was Yin Qingqing who was standing at the door. Today's Yin Qing is very different from when he just came out of Huayu village. I saw that she was wearing a black lotus leaf collar coat at this time, and her lower body was slender women's trousers, and her face became more confident, but the gentleness and kindness that came out of her eyes remained unchanged. Cousin gently. Zhou Hao called out joyfully. Xiao Hao, are you back? Yin Qing said in surprise, then couldn't help but stretched out his hand to hug Zhou Hao and wanted to touch the back of his head. However, Zhou Hao is much taller than her now, so she can no longer carelessly touch the back of Zhou Hao's head like before, so she patted him on the back instead. Welcoming Yin gently into the house and helping her put her bag away, Zhou Hao smiled and said, Cousin gently, are you still used to living in Xiangqing during this time? Well, Auntie and Aunt Ping are very good to me. Yin lightly nodded and smiled. Listen to my mother. You are now learning to manage accounts with Aunt Lu. How about it? Okay. Yin Qing said. I didn't understand anything since the beginning. Fortunately, Aunt Ping and Aunt Ping were very patient in teaching me. Now I know the operating conditions of Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic house, Aunt Ping and Aunt Ping. It's amazing. The accounts of so many branches can be managed in a neat and orderly manner. I still have a lot to learn from them. Why did you come back so early? Zhou Hao asked. It is still more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Generally speaking, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping came back at 4 or 5 o'clock. However, red clouds rose on both sides of Yin Qing's cheeks. I secretly glanced at Zhou Hao, and then she pressed her lips and said, I'm not well, so Aunt Ping asked me to come back and rest first. Uncomfortable? Zhou Hao asked, but he understood immediately. When he opened the door just now, he saw Yin Qing's hand covering his abdomen. Now that she is acting so shy again, she should be the one that women usually encounter. Problem? He asked Yin Qingqing. Cousin Qingqing, are you dysmenorrhea? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Yin Qing's face became hotter and redder, but she nodded slightly without being shy. Now I have to take a good rest. Come, I'll accompany you back to the room. Zhou Hao quickly helped Yin Qing walk to her room. After entering the room, Zhou Hao saw that there were several books on economic management and accounting on the desk, all with bookmarks. Yin Qing was obviously studying this knowledge very hard. Zhou Hao was very pleased. With Yin Qingming's dexterity, and with Lu Shiping, a veteran accountant, to guide him, it shouldn't be too difficult for Yin Qingming to learn this knowledge, especially when she is learning and practicing. It is much better than those students who are purely studying theory in school. Asking Yin to take off his jacket and lie down on the bed, Zhou Hao found a warm water bag. After charging and heating, he gave it to Yin Qingming. Come on, cousin gently, put this on your stomach, it will relieve it hurts. I'll get you some medicine back. Xiao Hao, no need to be so troublesome. Me, I'll be all right in a while. Yin said with a blush. She had had dysmenorrhea before, but in the village, it was difficult for these women to tell others about their illnesses, so Yin Qing had just endured this situation silently in the past. This is not okay. This kind of thing cannot be ignored. You have to go to the hospital for a detailed examination, because some dysmenorrhea is caused by the disease of the reproductive organs. If it is serious, it may affect fertility. Zhou Hao said, hearing that this matter may affect fertility, and the matter of inheritance is especially valued in rural areas. It is difficult for women who cannot bear to raise their heads, and every woman hopes to have children for her beloved man. So Yin Qingqing immediately became nervous. No, I can't give birth. What should I do? You don't need to worry so much. Zhou Hao comforted her. I think your condition should belong to primary dysmenorrhea. It is also common among adolescent girls, not necessarily genital lesions. Cousin gently, you have a good rest here. I'll get you some medicine. After saying that, he left Yin Qingqing's room. Zhou Hao didn't look for the Western medicine for pain relief, but drove directly to the nearby Chinese pharmacy and grabbed 2 patches. Because in Chinese medicine, Dysmenorrhea is usually caused by stagnation of qi and blood stasis, the most fundamental point of view of Chinese medicine. And there is a prescription in Shun known by Chao that is specially used to regulate blood qi to achieve the effect of curing dysmenorrhea. This is also one of the health products that Zhou Hao wants to launch on the market in the future because dysmenorrhea is common among women and it makes people the problem of trouble, so the market for this prescription is very broad. After grabbing the medicine and returning, Zhou Hao gently boiled the medicine for Yin himself. Walking into Yin Qingqing's room again, Zhou Hao saw that she was already asleep on the bed. The warm water bag played a significant role. With the pain relieved, Yin Qingming slept peacefully. Looking at Yin Qing, who was lying on the bed, like a sleeping princess, Zhou Hao felt soft in his heart. He sat on the edge of the bed, gently smoothing Yin Yan's hair on his forehead, and tucked her quilt. The expression on Yin Qing's face was very peaceful, calming Zhou Hao's heart. Watching the beautiful and charming Yin Qing close at hand, Zhou Hao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Involuntarily, he slowly leaned down and slowly approached Yin Qing's cherry-like red lips. Zhou Hao was very nervous, for fear that Yin Qing would wake up suddenly. The distance between the two slowly narrowed, and Zhou Hao's mouth was getting closer and closer to Yin Qing's cherry lips. Zhou Hao could even smell the delicate fragrance that Yin Qing exhaled. Finally, Zhou Hao felt a piece of softness on his lips, like cotton candy, soft and sweet. Although this beautiful feeling is very lingering, Zhou Hao still just tasted it, because he was afraid that Yin Qing would suddenly wake up. After leaving Yin Qing's soft lips and seeing Yin Qing's beautiful face, Zhou Hao couldn't help but kiss her forehead before leaving the room to take care of the medicine. However, Zhou Hao didn't know that when he left the room, Yin Gung on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and his face was instantly red like an apple. She reached out and touched her lips, and then touched her forehead. Her beautiful eyes were covered with mist like spring water. After a long while, she hid her head with a quilt, her face still hot. When Zhou Hao finished the medicine and came in, Yin Qingqing pretended to have just woke up and asked Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, have I slept for a long time?" Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. "No, it's just a while. Cousin gently, I helped you boil the medicine for you. You can drink it." "Thank you, Xiao Hao." Yin Qingqing looked at Zhou Hao deeply. After Yin gently drank the medicine, Zhou Hao said to her, "Cousin gently, take a good rest, and I will call you again during dinner." "Yeah." Yin lightly nodded and lay down again, and Zhou Hao also went out carrying the bowl. As soon as she left Yin Qingqing's room, Yin Tong opened the door and came in. Seeing Zhou Hao, she was pleasantly surprised. "Xiao Hao, you are back? Why don't you tell me in advance? Want to surprise you." Zhou Hao smiled. Yin Tong came over and touched Zhou Hao's face. "Let's let Mom see if Xiao Hao has lost weight. By the way, didn't you go with Jimming to find medicinal materials? Why did you come back suddenly? Where's Jimming? He is with you too." "No, Jimming is still looking for it. I came back first." So Zhou Hao went to Jiangsu to find Li Ruolin in person after hearing that Li Ruolin had taken a long vacation from the school. Later, he encountered a series of things such as Liang Fengshan. Tell Yin Tong. After Yin Tong heard this, she was stunned. It turned out to be like this. At that time, I wondered if something happened to Teacher Li's house. I didn't expect it to happen to her family. What about Teacher Li's parents? Their house was going to be demolished. What do they do now? I took them all to Xianqing because I want to ask Uncle Li to work in my beverage company. Zhou Hao said. Yin Tong nodded. That's good. They can have a place to stay. Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong. By the way, Ms. Li and her parents want to see you tomorrow. See me? Why do you want to see me? Yin Tong asked suspiciously. Zhou Hao hesitated, then pulled Yin Tong to sit on the sofa. He took a deep breath, then looked at Yin Tong seriously and slowly said, Mom, there is actually something I want to tell you. Seeing Zhou Hao's seriousness, Yin Tong couldn't help but smile. What's the matter? You rarely see you being so serious. Zhou Hao opened his mouth and wanted to tell Yin Tong what happened to him and Li Ruolin, but after another thought, she didn't know how she would react if she told Yin Tong that way. So he asked Yin Tong, Mom, didn't we watch TVB's The Legend of Condor Heroes before? What do you think of Yang Guo and Xialong Nu in The Legend of Condor Heroes? Yang Guo and Little Dragon Girl. Yin Tong smiled and said, Very good. Gu Tianla is very handsome, and Li Ruodong is also pretty. Zhou Hao quickly said, No. Mother, I didn't ask you Gu Tianla and Li Ruado. I mean Yang Gua and Xilong are the relationship between the master and the apprentice, but they dare to fall in love with the world. Do you agree with this too? I can't say that I don't agree for the time being. I'm just touched by the love between the two of them. Yin Tong said his true feelings. Although they are a teacher-student relationship, they have encountered so many ups and downs, but they are still inseparable. Abandoned. In the end, lovers will eventually become married, which is very gratifying. Then what if a teacher and a student fell in love in reality? What do you think? Zhou Hao asked immediately. Yin Tong tilted her head. Well, there are many factors. First of all, it depends on whether they truly love each other. I think if two people truly love each other, those worldly shackles and pressures will be able to withstand. Oh, Mom, you are quite open-minded too. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. In fact, Yin Tong's enlightenment, on the one hand, is her tolerant attitude towards others. On the other hand, it is also greatly influenced by TV dramas. This year is when romantic dramas such as Qiong Yao become popular, and most of the love stories are suffering. Love is particularly easy to infect women like Yin Tong who have a lot of experience, so that they have a more tolerant attitude towards love. Wait, why are you asking about these things all of a sudden? Yin Tong tapped Zhou Hao's forehead. What are the children's stewards and apprentices doing when they are in love? What did Yanghua and Xilong do to you? In fact, my sister Lan and I are the modern version of Yanghua and Xilong. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Yin Tong wondered, what? What about Yanghua and Xilong? Mom, do you remember? When I fell to Qiuning Mountain with Teacher Li, I was trapped in a cave, and we also met a hidden stranger in it. Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong. Yeah. Yin Tong nodded. You are the martial artist who taught you this martial arts. You told us before. Actually, on the way to practice, I have had the experience of getting into trouble. Zhou Hao said. Going crazy? Yin Tong said in surprise. So there really is such a thing as going crazy? Then are you in a serious problem? Will there be any sequelae? I heard Zhou Hao say that he had gone crazy before. Yin Tong immediately became nervous. Zhou Hao shook his head. No, don't worry, Mom. However, what I want to say is that when I got into a frenzy, I did a very big mistake. At this time, Yin Tong felt something wrong instinctively, but she still asked, what's wrong? Zhou Hao looked up at his mother, then lowered his head and said, at that time, I was unconscious, and my whole person lost my mind, so I bullied Teacher Li who was with me. After a long time, and Li Ruolin became a happy little woman beside him. But now that this matter is mentioned, Zhou Hao still feels deep guilt in his heart. Bullying. Yin Tong's heart was raised by Zhou Hao's words. What do you mean by bullying? That's what it meant. Just as Yin Tong found out when he was a child, Zhou Hao gave her a guilty look. Of that meaning, Yin Tong certainly knew what it meant. What else could it mean to bully a girl? Didn't she also think Zhou Hao bullied Yang Jiabao? Although Zhou Hao really put it into practice later. Then you and Teacher Li. Yin Tong was still not sure. We are the modern version of Yanghua and Xilong. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Yin Tong knocked on Zhou Hao's head fiercely. You can still laugh? Why Yanghua and Xilong? You are still pretentious now? This. Oh, how can this work, you and Teacher Li? No. Zhou Hao grabbed her arm. Mom, you just said that you were moved by the love between Yanghua and Xilong. How can it be the same? Yin Tong said, those are TV shows. It doesn't matter how touched the love between Yanghua and Xilong is. It doesn't matter how much she feels. The so-called affair only knows the pain. And now his son and his teacher after getting involved, Yin Tong's feeling is naturally different. But didn't you just say that? As long as two people truly love each other, they are not afraid of the shackles and pressure of the world. Yin Tong was really upset. It turned out that Zhou Hao had been talking about himself since just now, but now he has shot himself in the foot. But she still said, but you and Teacher Li. You have a teacher-student relationship, and Teacher Li is older than you. Zhou Hao said, Sister Lan is only 19 years old this year, and she is only 3 years older than me. Didn't it mean that the junior girl holds gold bricks? What do you call Teacher Li? Sister Lan. Yin Tong noticed that Zhou Hao's name for Li Ruolin had changed. Could it be that Teacher Li also accepted the relationship with you? At the beginning, Sister Lan was unwilling to forgive me, but something happened later, and it took me a lot of effort to finally get forgiveness from Sister Lon. Mom, Uncle Lee, and Auntie, they all I'm a son-in-law. You kid, how can you do this kind of thing when you are so young? Yin Tong said annoyed. Zhou Hao immediately stood up and turned around in front of Yin Tong. Mom, look at how I look like a child. Since practicing martial arts, my body has become like an adult. Looking at Zhou Hao's taller body than an average adult, Yin Tong shook his head and said, You are not an adult after all. The laws of many countries expressly stipulate that having with a minor is a crime of rape. Although Zhou Hao is a boy, there is nothing to lose, but it is not appropriate after all. At this time, I saw Zhou Hao sitting down and looking at Yin Tong seriously. Mom, don't you want to be like Huang Rong? And I'm happy to separate Sister Lon and me. Yin Tong suddenly became speechless, thinking about it. She was a bit like Huang Rong, who prevented Yang Guo from being with Zilong Nu. But when she saw Zhou Hao, she became angry again. If you are with Teacher Li, what about Shijuan? Don't think we don't know. You also have bad thoughts about Shijuan, hum. Aunt Lu can see it all. You are like Teacher Li now. What do you do with Shijuan? This. Zhou Hao scratched his head and looked at Yin Tong with some fear, but he still bit the bullet and said, Mom, actually, I will not let go of Shijuan. Don't let it go? How can you not let it go? You are still in the old society. You can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yin Tong was completely irritated by Zhou Hao, because the most recognized candidate for daughter-in-law in her mind is Wang Shijuan, and now Zhou Hao's behavior can be said to be disloyal to Wang Shijuan. But Zhou Hao said to himself, it's not that no one has 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's just a different form. Yin Tong immediately reached out and pinched Zhou Hao's ear. What did you kids say? Mom, didn't you teach me to be responsible for what I did since I was a child, and to be a responsible person? Now I'm doing this with Sister Lon. Are you going to make me irresponsible? Zhou Hao said. Also, if I give up cherishing your prince, are you willing? Do you bear it? Yin Tong was suffocated by Zhou Hao's words, and then twisted his ears with anger. You guy, how old you are to understand Qin Muchu's ambiguity. That's okay when you grow up. I ask you, even if you don't give up cherishing your prince, what can you do? China is monogamous. Who do you want to get a marriage certificate with? Actually, the marriage certificate is just a form, so don't worry about it. Zhou Hao whispered. Don't care. Yin Tong asked Zhou Hao, annoyed. Are you going to let them follow you namelessly? Zhou Hao said. At best, I should go to a country that allows polygamy and get the marriage certificate. Yin Tong also knows that there are still some countries in the world that allow polygamy and do not need to be their citizens formally. They only need to spend some money to get their legally recognized marriage certificate. But she still said, Then Shijuan. Does Shijuan know about you and Li Rulan? Since Zhou Hao and Li Rulan are both like this, she naturally shouldn't call Li Rulan a teacher. She doesn't know yet, so I don't think you should tell her mom. When the time is right in the future, I will naturally confess to her. Zhou Hao said, Aren't you hurting Shijuan even more? You alas. Your child. If something like this happened to other men, Yin Tong would definitely scold him unscrupulously, but this is his own son. Tong is in a dilemma. She said bitterly. Xiao Hao, Shijuan is a good girl. I hope you can cherish her and protect her well. Alas, I hope she won't blame us after knowing it. We are sorry for her. Knowing Mom, I will treat Shijuan well. Zhou Hao said. By the way, when you go to see Uncle Lee and the others tomorrow, remember to help me cooperate. They don't know that I am a student of Sister Lon. You? Yin Tong glared at Zhou Hao. If you got into trouble outside, let me wipe your ass. He said that, but after all it was his son. After Yin Tong got angry, he would still cooperate with Zhou Hao to cover up. When Wang Shijuan came back from school and saw Zhou Hao, she was also very surprised. If Yin Tong were not present, she could not help but plunge into Zhou Hao's arms to enjoy Zhou Hao's long-term warmth and breath. After learning about Zhou Hao and Li Rulan's affairs, Yin Tong became more kind and gentle towards Wang Shijuan because of his guilt towards her, and made Wang Shijuan's favorite steamed sea bass and Kyoto bone for dinner. After dinner, Wang Shijuan went back there to do her homework. She had said before that she would study hard, and she would help Zhou Hao manage the company after graduation. She has been working hard for this, making Yin Tong feel even more distressed about her prospective daughter-in-law. Wang Shijuan was doing homework in her room, but Zhou Hao's figure always appeared in her mind, which made her uneasy. Involuntarily, she repeated Zhou Hao's name on the draft paper and then stared at the full page of Zhou Hao in a daze. Suddenly, the sound of dong dong came from the front window. When I looked up, I saw Zhou Hao, who I was missing, standing outside, smiling at himself. Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan walked over and opened the window immediately. Blindly studying in the room, the effect will not be good. Come out and smell the flowers and look at the stars. Zhou Hao smiled. Wang Shijuan could not refuse Zhou Hao's request. She smiled and nodded, then opened the door and walked to the outside garden. And Zhou Hao also came over and took her hand and strolled in the sky garden like in the clouds. In the quiet night, there is a strong fragrance of flowers. Below is the night view of Xiangqing. The TV tower on the mountain in the distance is emitting soft yellow lights, reflecting the stars in the sky. Wang Shijuan felt that as long as he was with Zhou Hao, he was happy and sweet no matter where he was. The two were sitting on the swing in the middle of the garden, and Wang Shijuan naturally leaned the head on Zhou Hao's shoulder. The two embraced each other silently. No one spoke, and neither wanted to spoil this peaceful and romantic moment. Zhou Hao, it's nice to be with you. Wang Shijuan said sincerely. Well, I will never leave you for the rest of my life, and neither will you. You will never leave me for the rest of my life. Zhou Hao put his face on Wang Shijuan's head and gently rubbed her hair. Yin Tong's previous words also made him a little worried. He was afraid that Wang Shijuan would be injured after learning about himself and Li Ruolin. Moreover, the women around Zhou Hao are far more than Li Ruolin alone, as well as Zhao Yuqin, Yang Jiabao, Situ Jinying, and Yin Qingtian. Even Zhou Hao, who is in the same class, Mrs. Gao Jingyi. Among these women, only Zhao Yuqin and Situ Jinying knew that there were other women beside Zhou Hao. Zhao Yuqin was very generous from the beginning, exuding a kind of elderly bearing invisibly, and Situ Jinying was more obedient to Zhou Hao, even deliberately befriending Wang Shijuan for Zhou Hao. As for the rest of the people, Gao Jingyi left aside. Zhou Hao felt that Li Ruolin seemed to be faintly aware of the existence of other women, but Li Ruolin never said it through. So Zhou Hao felt that even if his own affairs were finally revealed, Li Ruolin would not be too hard to accept. And it is Wang Shijuan and Yang Jiabao that make Zhou Hao feel the most headache. Yang Jiabao is a spoiled eldest lady who has a relatively strong possessive desire for things he likes. If he knows the existence of other women, Zhou Hao believes that she will be the one who reacts most violently. As for Wang Shijuan, Zhou Hao believed that even if Wang Shijuan knew that he had other women, he would not leave him, just as he would not leave her. However, Wang Shijuan's character is the weakest among the women. Even strangers who see her will unconsciously show pity and love for her, not to mention Zhou Hao loves her so deeply. It is not that Wang Shijuan will have any fierce behavior. On the contrary, she may be the quietest among the girls, but it is precisely this. She makes Zhou Hao feel the strongest guilt. Thinking of Wang Shijuan's various benefits in his heart, Zhou Hao couldn't help hugging her harder and muttering to himself, Shijuan, no one can let you leave me. We will be together forever. It's impossible for Wang Shijuan to know what Zhou Hao is thinking. Only when he has a deep and righteous affection for him. He sticks to his arms more closely and smiles sweetly. No one can let me leave you. We will live forever, together. While the two were embracing affectionately, Zhou Hao suddenly felt that a gentle and graceful gaze was watching him too. He looked up, but only saw the corners of the clothes left when the figure turned away. But even this fleeting moment of clothing can already be recognized by Zhou Hao. He remembered that this corner was the shirt he had bought for Yin Qingqing before. So he was almost certain that the person just now was Yin Qing. In fact, I didn't say anything about it. Given that Wang Shijuan and Yin Qingqing had a close relationship now, Yin Qingqing must have learned of her relationship with him from Wang Shijuan's mouth. At this time, Zhou Hao finally realized in his heart that sometimes it is an annoyance to have more women. The next day, in order to avoid Wang Shijuan, Yin Qing, and the others, Zhou Hao decided not to receive Li Chufan and the others at home. Instead, he booked a room at Tianbin Hotel and asked Li Ruolin's family there. In order to meet Li Chufan and his wife, Yin Tong also bought some health products such as chicken essence and bird's nest. At noon, Li Ruolin, Li Chufan, and Xie Ruqiu came to the Tianbin Hotel, and Zhou Hao and Yin Tong were already there waiting for them. Seeing Yin Tong, Li Ruolin's heart immediately hung up. After all, she was her son's teacher, and this relationship was a bit difficult to sort out. Yin Tong smiled and greeted Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu. These two are brotherly and sisterly. I am Xiaohao's mother, Yin Tong, and I am very happy to meet you. She was enthusiastic. Let Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu welcome them into the banquet. Actually, I have long wanted to see brotherly and sisterly. Li Chufan originally worried that Zhou Hao's family was so rich that Yin Tong would dislike Li's family, but now that Yin Tong was so warm and affectionate, he was relieved. Xie Ruqiu also handed a laughing jar to Yin Tong. Mrs. Zhou, this is our own pickle. It tastes very good. Take it back and try it. Thank you, thank you. Yin Tong took over the little jar happily. Here, Li Ruolin quietly pulled Zhou Hao away and asked in a small, worried voice, Xiaohao, your mother. Zhou Hao did not speak, but smiled and made an okay gesture to Li Ruolin. Seeing Zhou Hao's gesture and seeing Yin Tong so harmoniously with his parents, Li Ruolin was slightly relieved. At this time, I saw Yin Tong beckoning to Li Ruolin and Zhou Hao. What are you two still doing? Come and sit down. Zhou Hao took Li Ruolin over and sat beside Yin Tong. Li Ruolin timidly called to Yin Tong, Aunt Yin. Yin Tong responded with a smile, and then smiled to Li Chufan and his wife. Actually, Ruolin and I have met several times. Ruolin is really a good girl. I used to want who could marry Ruolin. Girl, that's really a good blessing. In fact, what Yin Tong said was not all lies. She did meet Li Ruolin at previous parent meetings. Many parents have a good impression of the beautiful and generous Li Ruolin, and Yin Tong at that time. I was really thinking that if someone could marry a good girl like Li Ruolin, it would be a blessing from her previous life, but she didn't expect that Li Ruolin would be captured back by her son. Li Chufan and his wife mean that Yin Tong meant that Li Ruolin had previously commented on her parents. Li Chufan also smiled and said, your Xiao Zhou is also a rare talent. If Lan can be with him, it should be Ruolin's blessing is right. After chatting for a while, Zhou Hao ordered the waiter to serve the dishes. Since he was not an entertainment guest, he did not order the flashy and expensive dishes, but chose some distinctive Cantonese dishes. Yin Tong was not the kind of domineering nouveau riche, so he got along well with Li Chufan and his wife. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were very pleased to watch. By the way, Madame Zhou, look at Xiao Zhou and Ruolan's marriage. When will it be done? Li Chufan asked suddenly. Zhou Hao was startled by Li Chufan's words, and the vegetable he had just ate got stuck in his throat. Li Ruolin, who was next to him, quickly patted his back when he saw it, and thoughtfully asked him to swallow the vegetable, and at the same time said in a strange tone, why are you eating in such a hurry? Take your time. Yin Tong naturally knew that Zhou Hao was frightened by Li Chufan's words, so he glanced at him lightly, thinking that he knew the trouble was now. However, when she saw that Li Ruolin was so nervous about her son, she felt very comforted. In fact, Li Ruolin was also a rare candidate for daughter-in-law, and she would like any in-laws when they met. She smiled at Li Chufan. Actually, I have thought about getting them married. However, they are still young, and Ruolin has only taught in school for a year or two. There is no need to be so anxious. Children will have a certain impact on their career and life. Ms. Zhou is right. In fact, there is no need to be so eager. Li Chufan smiled. In fact, he didn't really want to urge Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin to marry. He said that just to test whether Yin Tong would object to the two getting married. Now that Yin Tong does not object to Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin, he can feel relieved. When leaving the Tianbin Hotel after dinner, Zhou Hao brought Li Chufan and Xie Ruqiu in front, while Li Ruolin deliberately slowed down and walked beside Yin Tong. Auntie Yin, I'm sorry. Yin Tong smiled gently. Actually, I should have told you I'm sorry for Xiao Hao. He has already told me everything about Xiaoning Mountain. Hearing Yin Tong said that Zhou Hao had told her about Xiaoning Shan, Li Ruolin was immediately surprised, and at the same time, her face was slightly red to defend Zhou Hao. Aunt Yin, don't blame Xiao Hao. At that time he couldn't control it. He could only do such a thing when he lost his reason. It was not his fault. Yin Tong grabbed Li Ruolin's hand. It's his blessing that he did something like this to you, and you still defend him like this. Li Ruolin happily asked, Aunt Yin, don't you object to me being with Xiao Hao? Children and grandchildren have their own children and grandchildren, and I can't control that much. Yin Tong shook his head and smiled. However, it is better not to have others in your business. After all, people are still not used to such things. It's not good for you and Xiaohao. Auntie Yin, don't worry, we are reasonable. When Li Ruolin heard that Yin Tong did not object to being with Zhou Hao, all the frustrations and worries in her heart were wiped out. Yin Tong also noticed Li Ruolin's changes, and after thinking about it, he really felt that the world was like a chess. Li Ruolin was her head teacher before, and she was always cautious with her at parent conferences, but she did not expect that she would now become her son's woman. Zhou Hao finally returned to Xiangqing, and in a few days he was going to Beijing to meet Zhao Rixin. Yuning Middle School planned to let Zhou Hao take the entrance examination arranged for him by the school tomorrow. Originally, based on Zhou Hao's relationship with the city government and his increasing wealth, Yuning Middle School had already prepared a degree for him in the high school department. But Yin Tong and Li Ruolin disagreed that Zhou Hao should be promoted to high school. It is very unfair to other students taking the high school entrance examination. Although with Zhou Hao's current energy, it is no longer fair or unfair. Therefore, the school's subject group teachers specially gave Zhou Hao a test question. Because Zhou Hao was originally a student in the class, and Yin Tong asked the school not to release water, this test question is more difficult than previous years. The test questions are even more difficult. The exams in this school are scheduled for tomorrow, so Zhou Hao wants to go back to Yuning Middle School today. Since Zhou Hao had taken a long vacation from the school like Li Ruolin before, and since the beginning of school, he has not been back to school, so when he appeared in the classroom at this time, the classmates were surprised. Lu Shichao, who is best with Zhou Hao on weekdays, disregarded the contempt of the classmates around him, hugged Zhou Hao and wailed in his arms. Zhou Hao, you finally showed up, I want you to die. Hey, don't do this, everyone else is watching. Zhou Hao quickly pushed Lu Shichao away and looked at Gao Jingyi, who was still beautiful in the front seat. Gao Jingyi pulled her hair by her temples and smiled gently at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, it's been a long time. I heard that you have been outside for more than 2 months to enjoy the mountains and rivers. Where is traveling in mountains and rivers? I went to find medicinal materials with my fellow students to contribute to the Chinese medical profession in our country. Zhou Hao jokingly said, you don't know, the Chinese medical profession will be taught by us in the future. People came to support it. Just brag, and don't write drafts. Gao Jingyi was amused by Zhou Hao and smiled. His appearance was as charming as he was, and Lu Shichao next to Zhou Hao was stunned. Lu Shichao leaned into Zhou Hao's ear and whispered, Zhou Hao, only can we make our tall beauties laugh so easily, those boys in the class. Even if you memorize Zhou Xingqi's classic dialogue and show her the mouth is also motionless. Although Gao Jingyi couldn't hear Lu Shichao's words, under Zhou Hao's gaze, a faint pink petal appeared on her cheeks. In order to eliminate the embarrassment, she said to Zhou Hao, it seems that the school will arrange the entrance examination for you tomorrow. Are you ready? In fact, I don't need to prepare anything. All the knowledge is in my head. Zhou Hao smiled and clicked on his temple. Indeed, perhaps it was the effect of ambergris, or perhaps it was the effect of nourishing Qi Lu. Zhou Hao felt that his memory was much stronger than before. Even if he hadn't read the textbook for a few months, his knowledge of the opposite was still clear. And he was a high-achieving student in his previous life. The foundation is not bad. To cope with this personal exam is more than enough. He said to Gao Jingyi, in fact, you can let the school arrange personal exams like me. Even if you don't need an exam, the school will reserve your degree for you. Her father is the mayor of Xiangqing, and she wants to do this. It would be much more convenient than Zhou Hao. Gao Jingyi smiled at Zhou Hao. I don't want to get something for nothing like some people do. I have to rely on my own strength to pass the exam. Yes. Lu Shichao, who was beside him, also deliberately glanced at Zhou Hao. What we look down on most is the kind of people who get something for nothing. Zhou Hao hurriedly shouted injustice. Hey, I didn't get something for nothing. I also want to take an exam, and my knowledge is a bit ahead of you. Although Lu Shichao is not as good as Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi, he is usually more playful, but his grades are in the class. It is also at the upper middle level, and there is no problem in entering the high school of Yuning Middle School. Moreover, in Zhou Hao's previous life, Lu Shichao finally passed the entrance examination of the famous Jinan University, and he won the honor for his family. At this moment, Gao Jingyi suddenly said with a lonely expression. By the way, even if we can be in the same class again after high school, I might not be able to be classmates with you for too long. What? What's going on? Zhou Hao and Lu Shichao both asked in a surprise. Gao Jingyi's deskmate Luo Hui also said with a sad expression. Jingyi's father wants to arrange her to study abroad. Study abroad? Zhou Hao was surprised. Gao Jingyi glanced at Zhou Hao lightly, then nodded slightly. My dad wants me to study in the United States. Jingyi's father originally asked her to go to the United States after graduating from junior high school. Luo Hui said. But Jingyi said that she didn't want to be so fast. She still wanted to stay here for a while. When she said this, she deliberately looked at Zhou Hao. It may be the second semester of high school or the first semester of high school. I am going to the United States. Gao Jingyi said. After hearing Gao Jingyi's words, Zhou Hao felt a little tangled in his heart. Of course, he himself did not want to see Gao Jingyi leave, but he had no reason to stop them. Because this was originally their own family affair, and the teaching level in the United States is indeed better than that in China. If they can be admitted to a more prestigious university in the United States, their future will be brighter after returning to China. Not to mention Gao Jingyi has a market maker. The long father is not a problem at all in this regard. Seeing Gao Jingyi's light but nostalgic gaze, Zhou Hao suddenly wanted to tell her not to leave. But thinking about the few women next to me, I'm in a mess, and I really don't have the right to ask them to do anything. So he smiled and said, in fact, going abroad is also a good choice. After all, it is good for you to see more people and things outside. It's not because you used to say that your ideal is to become a lawyer. I know the law school of Princeton University is very famous, where you can study law-related majors as much as you want. Gao Jingyi listened to Zhou Hao's words. Her eyes showed a little disappointment, and Luo Hui next to him also stared at Zhou Hao with hatred for iron and steel, and then pulled Gao Jingyi around and said angrily, Jingyi, let's leave this wood alone. Seeing the reactions of Gao Jingyi and Luo Hui, Zhou Hao scratched his head and asked Lu Shichao beside him, did I say something wrong? However, seeing Lu Shichao also looking at him with half-dripped eyelids, he lazily said, don't ask me. It's you who are not up to you. After that, he turned his head and ignored Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. In fact, why didn't he know Gao Jingyi's mind? But, at least at this stage, he thought it was better not to provoke Gao Jingyi. Seeing Gao Jingyi's quiet back with long hair, Zhou Hao held his cheeks in deep thought. He remembered that in her previous life, Gao Jingyi had the experience of studying abroad, but she went to Princeton University in the United States after graduating from high school, instead of just going to high school. Is it because of her own rebirth that Gao Jingyi's life has also changed? Zhou Hao thought in his heart. But he was not afraid of this, because the lives of himself and the women around him had long since been changed because of his rebirth, and there is no surprise now. Moreover, when he rescued Gao Jingyi from the hands of the two construction workers, it had already changed Gao Jingyi's life. Gazing silently at Gao Jingyi's back, Zhou Hao recalled his previous life in high school. At that time, Gao Jingyi was always the school flower of Yuning Middle School and was sought after by many boys inside and outside the school. At that time, Zhou Hao was just a hard-working and obscure student. In the end, what Zhou Hao had said to Gao Jingyi in his previous life was not as good as the short time spent together after rebirth. As he recalled, the teacher on stage suddenly called Zhou Hao's name. Zhou Hao, someone is looking for you outside. The chemistry teacher on the stage cupped the glasses on his face. Zhou Hao looked outside the classroom and was surprised to see a familiar figure, Situ Jianying. I saw Situ Jianying wave to herself with a smile, and she was still wearing a school uniform from Yuning Middle School. Situ Jianying was already very beautiful, and she still had a mature aura that people of her same age didn't possess. At first glance, she thought she was a high school senior. When the classmates saw such a beautiful senior sister outside, they all turned their attention to Zhou Hao. Gao Jingyi also looked at Zhou Hao, with doubts, anxiety, and sadness in her dim eyes. Seeing Gao Jingyi's sad eyes, Zhou Hao really wanted to explain something to her, but after thinking about it, he found that he couldn't explain anything at all, because Situ Jianying was originally his woman. And Luo Hui, who was next to Gao Jingyi, saw Situ Jianying outside the classroom, looked at Zhou Hao, and screamed fiercely, faithful. After that, he gave Lu Shichao a glance. Lu Shichao said innocently. Why are you staring at me? It's not me. The chemistry teacher on the stage said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, if you have something to do, you should go out first, it's okay. If he changes to other classmates, he won't be so easy to talk, but he knows that Zhou Hao is different. He had prepared for the entrance exam alone, so he didn't want to but dare not embarrass Zhou Hao. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Hao stood up, glanced at Gao Jingyi's back, and then turned and walked out of the classroom. As soon as Situ Jianying saw Zhou Hao coming out, he greeted him happily and took Zhou Hao's arm. Many students in the class, as well as Gao Jingyi, who had been paying attention to Zhou Hao, also saw this scene. Gao Jingyi lowered his head, tears in his eyes slightly. Luo Hui next to him lightly patted Gao Jingyi's shoulder and whispered, "Then, don't bother with him anymore. He is so woody that he can't see your intentions, and now he hooks up with other women. What's worthy of your liking?" Gao Jingyi turned her head and looked outside, and saw that Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying were no longer there. She shook her head and said in a astringent voice, "You don't understand." She also secretly hurt herself. On Zhou Hao's side, when Situ Jianying took his arm, he quickly pulled Situ Jianying away from the teacher and said to Situ Jianying, "Why are you so messy? Many people have seen it." Situ Jianying pouted, "I see it when I see it. What I'm afraid of, I just want them to see, so that they know that you have a girlfriend, so as not to pester you." But seeing Zhou Hao's face straightened, she lowered her head. "Well, I was wrong. I know it was wrong. Don't blame me, okay?" Seeing her appearance, Zhou Hao couldn't get angry. He looked around and saw that no one else had slapped Situ Jianying's upturned buttocks. "You woman, you really don't fight for 3 days. Just go to the house and break the roof." After being beaten by Zhou Hao, Situ Jianying's face was like pink and red, and Danfeng's eyes were full of spring. She almost put her whole person in Zhou Hao's arms, and her voice was soft and soft. "Master, it's been a long time since I taught my servants." Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief. The girl Situ Jianying always had a bit of abuse, which made him involuntarily breed the urge to commit crimes. But he still suppressed the urge in his heart, and said to Situ Jianying, "Be serious. It won't be good for other students and teachers to see it." Then he took her to the outside of the school building. "How are you? Here comes. And this school uniform, how did you get it?" This school uniform was brought from a friend who graduated from Yuning Middle School. Situ Jianying answered honestly. "As for me, didn't I mean to go to high school here? So I came to visit in advance. It's that simple." Zhou Hao glanced at her lightly. "You can also wait for the holiday to visit. You shouldn't be in the second middle school now. I miss you," Situ Jianying said with a big smile. "You finally came back, and you are leaving again in a few days. Why should I hurry up to see you?" In response to this, Zhou Hao just gave a wry smile and shook his head. With Situ Jianying's character, if he wanted to see himself, let alone absenteeism, he could do it even if he ran away from home. However, since she wanted to visit here, Zhou Hao, as she wished, took her around in Yuning Middle School. Finally, Zhou Hao took her to the laboratory building south of the school. Since Yuning Middle School usually cleans the laboratory building on Thursdays, there are no classes here today, and the laboratory building was cleaned in the morning, so now there is no one in the whole building. Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying went to a physics laboratory on the second floor. Situ Jianying saw Zhou Hao taking her to this unmanned laboratory. He also guessed what he wanted to do, so his face blushed again. It is excitement and anticipation. And the facts were as she expected. After entering the laboratory, Zhou Hao sat on the chair of the podium and asked Situ Jianying to sit on his lap. Without a word, he kissed Situ Jianying softly. Soft full lips. Situ Jianying and Zhou Hao hadn't seen each other for almost 2 months, and they missed him very much. Now he can't help but get up because of his relatives and actively stretch out his lilac uvula for him to taste. And Zhou Hao's hands were not free, constantly stroking her body, which was much more mature than the same year. Then, Zhou Hao simply asked Situ Jianying to straddle his lap. He unzipped the zipper of Situ Jianying's school uniform and opened the thin sweater inside, and saw Situ Jianying's pair of pink-blue quilts, foam tightly wrapped in the bra, in harmony. Just when the two were in love, Zhou Hao keenly heard the footsteps of leather shoes outside. So he immediately picked up Situ Jianying and rushed to the small room at the back of the laboratory where he placed experimental equipment. Situ Jianying was confused by Zhou Hao just now. Where did he hear the sound of footsteps? See Zhou Hao. I carried him here and thought Zhou Hao was going to do with him. However, Zhou Hao put his finger on his lips and made a shu mouth shape and looked out through the crack of the small room door. Sure enough, someone came from outside, but it was Jian Dawei, the principal of Yuning Middle School, and He Xiangping, the leader of the political section. Jian Dawei is in his 40s and is married with 2 children, while He Xiangping is in his 30s. Her husband is a section chief of the Municipal Finance Bureau. What surprised Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying was that as soon as Jian Dawei and He Xiangping entered the laboratory, they sat on the podium chair, just like Zhou Hao and others, while He Xiangping straddled Jian Dawei's lap, and they kissed fiercely. Stand up. In fact, although Jian Dawei is more than 40 years old, his appearance is pretty good, and he is usually stable and serious in front of teachers and students. He Xiangping is also a moderately attractive person, but he does not laugh at work. Zhou Hao didn't expect that the two of them were also decent and hooked up together. However, Jian Dawei and the others were fighting more intensely than Zhou Hao's previous fight with Situ Jianying. After only kissing each other for a while, Jian Dawei put on He Xiangping's skirts in harmony. Moreover, because Jian Dawei and the two thought there was no one else in the laboratory building, He Xiangping's groan became a little brazen. 2 spectators, Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, could not help but become hot. Watching the fierce battle between Jian Dawei and Jian Dawei outside, Zhou Hao couldn't help letting out his evil dragon, and Situ Jianying was already weak. Kneeling, in harmony. In harmony. If you feel uncomfortable, just throw up. Zhou Hao felt sorry for Situ Jianying. Situ Jianying raised her head to look at Zhou Hao, silently swallowed it, and said softly, "As long as it is yours, I like it." Zhou Hao gave her a kiss on her forehead. A woman like Situ Jianying can most satisfy Zhou Hao as a man. He smiled and said to Situ Jianying, "Girl, know the goods. When I came out of the laboratory, it happened to be time for school." Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying walked out of the school gate together. Seeing the many students rushing out of the school gate, Zhou Hao suddenly had an ominous premonition. Zhou Hao didn't doubt his instincts anymore. Even the special prize of the welfare lottery can be guessed directly by oneself. Do we need to doubt its accuracy? Moreover, Zhou Hao was able to survive many crises by relying on his superhuman intuition. So now as soon as this premonition appeared, Zhou Hao knew that the danger was coming, and he immediately embraced Situ Jianying beside him, and at the same time looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, Situ Jianying was hugged by Zhou Hao, and he smiled and said, "Didn't you just be afraid that others would see it? What's wrong now?" Even though he said that, he saw that all the students around were looking here. Situ Jianying is still very proud. Before Zhou Hao had time to explain to Situ Jianying, he suddenly heard a male voice blast in the open space in front of the school gate. "They won't let me live. They've driven me crazy, and I won't let everyone live." I saw a man there took a 30-centimeter long knife from his arms, grabbed a little girl in the 1st grade next to him, and wiped it on her neck. The blade was very sharp, and the man was deliberately committing a crime again, with great force, and immediately cut the little girl's carotid artery. Blood was also spurted out, and the little girl fell on the spot. The little girl's blood splashed on the man's face, and after seeing the blood, his eyes became more cruel and ferocious, and he reached out his hand to grab the unreacted boy in front and stabbed him in the stomach. It wasn't until the boy was stabbed to the ground that the surrounding students reacted and fled around. Those who had just walked out of the school gate immediately turned around and rushed into the school. Zhou Hao was right at the school gate. He knew it was wrong when he saw the man outside took out the knife. He wanted to rush out, but was blocked by the students in front. After such a delay, the man had already stabbed the boy down. At this time, the students who fled frantically here pushed Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying back again and again. "Damn, let me out." Zhou Hao wanted to go out and stop the man, but the students who kept coming in blocked his way. He shouted to Situ Jianying in his arms, "Go to the police, I'll stop that guy." For fear that Situ Jianying would be knocked down by the influx of students and trampled on, Zhou Hao also protected Situ Jianying. He reached under a banyan tree not far away, and then performed his light work, jumping 2 or 3 meters high in one leap, stepping on the shoulders of the students who rushed into the school to escape to the school gate. At this time, the man had already chopped down the 4th student, and was holding a knife to jump forward a girl who fell to the ground with fright. Just when his knife was about to hit the girl, Zhou Hao swept out from behind and kicked him in the face. Zhou Hao's kick was very powerful. He kicked the man out on the spot and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away. He also fainted. At this time, he came from not far away. A sanitation worker and the doorman of Yuning Middle School pressed the man tightly and kicked the knife away from him at the same time. Zhou Hao immediately ran to the little girl who was attacked first and saw that blood was still flowing out of her neck, and there was already a pool of blood under her body. He squatted down and pressed the little girl's neck, and at the same time tapped a few big holes on her body to stop the blood, but due to a lot of blood loss, the little girl was already dying. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and pressed it on her chest, slowly injecting true energy into her body to protect her heart. The passers-by also hurried over to help at this time. Seeing Zhou Hao holding the little girl's chest, but the unusual cardiopulmonary resuscitation, they were all puzzled, but Zhou Hao raised his head and shouted at them, "Go to the ambulance." After that, he ran to the other 3 victims. 2 of them had many knives in their bodies, and some of them were even more bone-thinning, and the blood was terrible. Zhou Hao immediately sealed the acupuncture points on their bodies to stop the bleeding, and at the same time infused them with true energy to keep them alive. However, the second boy who was attacked was stabbed with more than 10 knives, and his internal organs were severely damaged. He died on the spot, and the Daluo could not be saved. But his eyes were still wide open, still retaining the surprise, fear, and unwillingness before his death. Zhou Hao sighed secretly, stretched out his hand to close his eyelids, and murmured, "Sorry, I am late." The police and ambulance arrived quickly. Although the 3 victims were seriously injured, because Zhou Hao helped them stop the bleeding in time and protected their lives with infuriating energy, as long as they were sent to the hospital in time, there should be no life-threatening. The paramedics quickly carried the injured to the ambulance to the hospital, and the police also captured the assailant who had passed out. When such a big event happened, the mayor of Xiangqing Gao Holu and Situ Li from the Municipal Public Security Bureau both came to the scene in person. Situ Jinying also came to Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao look sad, she asked with concern, "Zhou Hao, are you okay? Are you injured?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "I'm fine, but I can't save that person." Seeing Zhou Hao's self-blaming look, Situ Jinying softly comforted, "Don't blame yourself. You have tried your best. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid more people will be attacked." Although Situ Jinying said so, Zhou Hao was still very sad. Gao Holu and Situ Li walked over with heavy faces. Suddenly, this vicious case occurred. They were also very sad and distressed, but they were very grateful to Zhou Hao, because if Zhou Hao hadn't stopped the man early, the victim would have been there will be more. The leaders and teachers of the school hurried over when they learned that something like this had happened at the school gate. Li Ruolin saw that Zhou Hao was also there, so she walked over immediately. Seeing Zhou Hao's body stained with the victim's blood, I thought Zhou Hao was injured and said very nervously, "Xiao Hao, are you also injured?" "Sister Lan." Zhou Hao saw Li Ruolin. "No, I was not injured. The blood was stained when I rescued them." At this moment, the police had sealed off the small open space outside the school gate, and the students who had fled into the school just came out one after another. Thinking of the thrilling scene just now, they still have lingering fears, especially when they see the whole floor. Many students cried out of blood. Director Situ, the murderer, must be severely punished. Also, find out his motives. Gao Holu said to Situ Li, "I'll go to the hospital to see the injured students. Zhou Hao, are you going?" In fact, Gao Holu felt that way too. After a while, I was afraid. Fortunately, Gao Jingyi used to study at school for half an hour before going home. Otherwise, if he caught up with the time when the murderer appeared, he might also be attacked. Now Gao Jingyi is still studying in the classroom, and because of this incident, Gao Holu is also very concerned about his daughter's safety and hastened to ask Gao Jingyi to protect her and go home. Hearing Gao Holu's words, Zhou Hao nodded, and Li Ruolin and Situ Jinying beside him said in unison, "I will go too." Li Ruolin and Situ Jinying couldn't help looking at each other. Intuitively, they both faintly felt that the relationship between each other and Zhou Hao was unusual. But at this time, they have no time to eat each other's jealousy. So Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin, and Situ Jinying got in Gao Holu's car and went to the Municipal People's Hospital. The parents of the victims have rushed to the hospital. The 3 injured are now rescued in the emergency room. An old doctor is explaining the injuries to their parents. Fortunately, they stopped the blood in time, and someone else saved their breath, otherwise it would be difficult to save it. Especially the little girl, whose carotid arteries were severed, and if she shed some more blood, it would be difficult to save the gods. This old doctor has done some research on Qigong, so he can see the heart of each injured person was strengthened with real Qi, but Qigong is a bit more mysterious to ordinary people, so he didn't tell these parents in detail. Gao Holu and several city leaders expressed condolences to the parents of these victims one by one, and at the same time promised that the city would subsidize their treatment costs to a certain extent. At this time, I heard Zhou Hao say, "Mayor Gao, I will make up for the treatment costs and the difference." Everyone, he stopped the murderer in time and saved your child. Gao Holu introduced Zhou Hao to several parents. After hearing Gao Holu's words, the parents saw that Zhou Hao not only saved their children, but were also willing to bear the cost of their treatment. They were all very grateful to Zhou Hao. At this moment, I saw a woman stepping up on Zhou Hao, beating him on the chest with both hands, crying in tears, "Why don't you save my child? Why don't you save him? Why don't you save him?" This woman is the mother of the boy who tragically died. Other children's children can be saved, but her son can't be saved. The pain of losing his son is so uncomfortable. Knowing that Zhou Hao did not do anything wrong, she can only treat herself this sadness vented to him. Zhou Hao helped this poor mother without rebutting, just bowed his head and said lonely, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Auntie, don't blame Zhou Hao, he has done his best. Situ Jianying retorted for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is her beloved man. This time it is righteous and courageous. How can she allow Zhou Hao to be wronged? And Li Ruolin also helped the mother to persuade. Yes, Auntie, this can't be blamed on him. Seeing this mother's heartbroken appearance, Li Ruolin was also very sad, and the tragic death was also a student of their school. Li Ruolin couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, a policeman hurried over and said to Gao Holu, Mayor Gao, the prisoner is already awake. So Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin, and Situ Jianying went to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. When the man committed the murder, Zhou Hao, who was filled with righteous indignation, wanted to kill him with one blow, but he considered that the police would still investigate this man. That's why he restrained his strength and changed to kick him fainted. After police interrogation, everyone knew that the man was named Zheng Mingxing. He was originally a surgeon in a hospital, but he has been unemployed since he was fired last year. As for the motive of his attack this time, it was because he had lost love many times due to the embarrassment of his family environment. He has not been married until he is more than 40 years old. The blow of such an industry's broken love, plus the stimulation of some gossip, so he gave birth to a pessimistic mood and decided to retaliate to the society to express his dissatisfaction. When Situ Li brought Zhou Hao and Gao Holu to the detention center and saw Zheng Mingxing, he was sitting in a corner of the ground, muttering to himself expressionlessly. Zhou Hao heard him repeating, I am right social dissatisfaction. This sentence, like a curse, not only made the 4 victims, but also plunged him into the vortex of disaster. Zhou Hao grabbed the steel pipe on the iron gate with both hands, and Zheng Mingxing on the opposite side shouted, If you are dissatisfied with society, can you bet against others? Those students who were murdered by you did something wrong. Shouldn't they deserve it? Because of the anger that he couldn't suppress, the 2 steel pipes he had grasped were also sunken and deformed under his tremendous strength. Situ Li and Gao Holu were shocked when they saw them. Zhou Hao's cursing sound contained a bit of innocence, and Zheng Mingxing in the facade was also shocked. He slowly turned his head and glanced at Zhou Hao, but his face was numb and insensitive. He smiled slightly, and then said to himself, They won't let me live. They have driven me crazy, and I won't let everyone live. FCKU. Zhou Hao put his foot on the iron gate, and there was a loud noise, and some lime was shaken off the wall. Feeling Zhou Hao's violent anger, Situ Li and Gao Holu took 2 steps back subconsciously, and Li Ruolin stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and comforted him. Don't do this. He will naturally be punished by law if he did such a thing. Don't be angry with your body. Situ Jianying also came over and said, That's right. Such a person who is inferior to a beast is not worth your anger for him. Situ Li and Gao Holu looked at each other, thinking that only the woman next to Zhou Hao would dare to persuade him at this time. Looking at the iron gate, 2 steel pipes had already been broken by Zhou Hao's kick just now. Finally, when Zhou Hao left the Public Security Bureau, Situ Li told him that what Zheng Mingxing had done would be life imprisonment even if it was not a death sentence. In short, he would never want to see the sun again in his life. Situ Jining just wanted to leave with Zhou Hao, but was pulled by Situ Li. Situ Li said to her, "I have been crazy outside for a whole day. Don't go out anymore, and come home with me later." "No, I want to go with Zhou Hao." Situ Jining pursed his mouth. Situ Li was very helpless. Her daughter was completely fascinated by Zhou Hao. Not only did she obey Zhou Hao, but for Zhou Hao, she, who used to hate studying the most, is now determined to study. Said to be admitted to Yuning Middle School. Let Situ Li hate and love Zhou Hao. She has raised Situ Jining for more than 10 years. She is not so obedient to herself. Seeing that Situ Jining was going with Zhou Hao at this time, Situ Li had no choice but to cast his eyes on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said to Situ Jining, "Jining, you should go back with Uncle Situ first. Annie heard what happened today, and she is probably worried about you too." He walked over and touched Situ Jining's forehead, being a child. "Yes, you have to be considerate and filial to your parents." "Oh, I see," Situ Jining obediently said, but she still peeked at Li Ruolin, who was like water behind Zhou Hao, and wondered about the relationship between Li Ruolin and Zhou Hao, and the anger in the heart of Situ Li next to him. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to teach his daughter to be filial to his parents. Situ Jining grabbed his hand and said, "Dad, let's go back. Don't worry about Mom." As for Li Ruolin, she didn't ask Zhou Hao. She thought that if Zhou Hao wanted to tell herself, she would tell herself that Zhou Hao is in a low mood now, and she doesn't want to add Zhou Hao's worries. Being pulled away by Situ Jining and passing by Zhou Hao, Situ Li also whispered to Zhou Hao, "You are really amazing." Regarding this incident, the media reports are extremely limited. Since the internet today is far from being as developed as in the future, and the government still has a lot of control over various news media, the Xiangqing city government did not let this cause too much as a result. The news was blocked to a large extent, so the news of this matter was only spread in a small area. At this time, Yintong also called. Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic house, cake shop were just across from the gate of Yuning Middle School. The employees there naturally saw what happened. After learning the news, Yintong immediately called and asked Zhou Hao about Zhou Hao's condition. Although he knew that Zhou Hao's martial arts was extraordinary, he still feared that his son would be injured. "Mom, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. By the way, I will stay overnight with Sister Lan tonight, so I won't go back," Zhou Hao said on the phone. Regarding Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin, Yintong didn't intervene much and just said, "You have to take an exam tomorrow, and Ruolin has to go to class. Don't be so crazy." Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin returned to Yuning Middle School together. The bloodstains in front of the school had been washed away. The school posted a notice stating that classes would be suspended for 1 day. Jian Dawei and several school leaders went to the hospital to condolences the injured student. Back to Li Ruolin's dormitory, because Zhou Hao was still stained with blood from those students, he took a bath in the bathroom. However, Li Ruolin outside only heard the rushing water in the bathroom. It was a long time since Zhou Hao came out, opened the door of the bathroom and walked in, and saw Zhou Hao sitting on the ground, letting the patter of the shower wash on the body. After Li Ruolin came in, he slightly raised his head to look at her. Although Zhou Hao's face was flowing with water from the shower, Li Ruolin was sensitive to see that his tears were mixed in the water on his face, and the sadness in his eyes made Li Ruolin feel heartbroken. This man who has always been strong in front of him seems to be able to hold up the entire sky. This man who has a cruel heart when facing the enemy and does not blink his eyes even when he kills, but at this time he left tears in front of him, revealing his most vulnerable side. Li Ruolin knew that Zhou Hao was sorry for the student who died. Although the manly man bleeds and does not shed tears, Zhou Hao at this moment can make Li Ruolin feel his truthfulness and kindness even more. If you are indifferent and insensitive to those innocent dead, this makes people feel terrible. Li Ruolin immediately stepped forward and hugged Zhou Hao into her arms and cried, "Xiao Hao, Don't blame yourself. You have done your best. No one will blame you. No one will blame you. Zhou Hao pressed his face to Li Rulin's chest and said with a sore throat, "But when I think of the student's eyes when he died, and when I think of his mother's distressed cry, I feel uncomfortable. He could indeed do it. It doesn't blink to kill people, but they are all wicked people, and they are definitely more than deadly." In front of the enemy, Zhou Hao was cold enough. But all the innocent students were hurt this time, especially the boy who died. When the tragedy happened, he didn't even know what happened, so he died so tragically. And that mother, the helplessness and grief on her face, shook Zhou Hao's soul. Zhou Hao sat on the ground with his head bowed, while Li Rulin stood behind him, rolled up his sleeves, and thoughtfully washed his hair and body. After taking a bath, Zhou Hao lay on Li Rulin's bed, and Li Rulin also leaned in his arms, quietly sharing his downfall. After telling Li Rulin his sadness, Zhou Hao was already feeling much better. After all, he is a person with a strong character, and the weakness just now is only temporary, and he quickly cheered up. "Sister Lan, I'm going to Beijing in a few days. If there are any difficulties in the deceased's home, you can help them as much as you can. Just take money from my account," Zhou Hao said to Li Rulin. "Well, I will," Li Rulin said softly. Zhou Hao has a strong family, but he is not the kind of unscrupulous person. When he meets people in need, he will always lend a helping hand. This is something that Li Rulin admires very much. That night, the two did not do that ecstasy, but hugged each other quietly to sleep. Although this happened in Yuning Middle School, the personal entrance examination originally arranged for Zhou Hao has not been changed. The next day, Zhou Hao, who had cheered up, greeted the exam arranged for him by the school as scheduled. There are a total of 5 subjects: language, mathematics, English plus physical chemistry. Due to the suspension of classes, the classrooms in the school were all empty. The school allowed Zhou Hao to take the test in a classroom alone and only arranged a teacher, but not for invigilating the exam, but to prepare to meet Zhou Hao's needs to him. Although these exam questions from Yuning Middle School are more difficult than the average middle school exam questions, Zhou Hao can't help it. The teacher saw that Zhou Hao wrote that if there was a God, except for the Chinese subject with writing questions, it would not take an average of half an hour for each subject, and all 5 subjects were completed in just one morning. The teacher looked at Zhou Hao's test paper and was surprised to find that Zhou Hao not only did the questions quickly, but also had an accuracy rate of over 90%. He raised his head and said to Zhou Hao, "It's okay. We will do the other procedures. It's done for you. You just have to come back to attend the military training for high school entrance at the end of August." In the lobby of the capital airport, a beautiful figure attracts the attention of passengers. I saw her sitting on a chair with her legs curled up very gracefully. Her black silky hair was rolled into a simple and generous bun. With her beautiful face and plump body, she was full of maturity, charm. At this moment, she looked at the passenger exit in the distance ahead, with a bit of expectation and excitement on her face, obviously waiting for someone very important to her. However, her face was still a bit impatient, because there was a young man beside her who was talking to her tirelessly. "Yuqin, why haven't you been here for so long? Is his flight delayed?" The man said to her. "This beauty is amazingly Zhao Yuqin," but her gaze stays at the passenger exit over there, without looking at the man next to her. "You insisted on following me. If you don't like to wait, you can leave now. No one will keep you." Hearing Zhao Yuqin's indifferent words, the man choked a little and then smiled again. "How can this be? Since it's your brother, Yuqin, I have to see it. Maybe he will be my brother-in-law in the future." Zhao Yuqin glanced at him and said blankly, "Dong Qishan, I have told you so many times. I don't have this possibility with you. You will die? Don't think you can make my dad happy. Give in to you. As long as I don't like it, my dad will never force me." The smile on the face of the man named Dong Qishan did not change. He still smiled. "Yuqin, I never thought to force you through Mr. Zhao. I believe that my sincerity for you will be able to move you sooner or later. I believe that one day you will willingly agree to me, and I will wait until that day comes." "Then you wait slowly." Zhao Yuqin snorted softly, and when she looked back at the passenger exit, there was an unstoppable joy on her face. She suddenly stood up from the chair and walked quickly in the direction of the passenger exit. The 2 bodyguards in plain clothes behind her also quickly followed to ensure Zhao Yuqin's safety. Seeing Zhao Yuqin's slender figure, The smile on Dong Qishan's face suddenly became gloomy, and he muttered to himself, "One day, I will ask you to lick my dick. Hell, I think how long you can stiffen your mouth." Zhao Yuqin quickly walked into the passenger exit, and there was also a slender figure walking towards her. It was Zhou Hao, who had come from Xiangqing from thousands of miles away. "Sister." Zhou Hao was also very happy to see Zhao Yuqin. He couldn't help but stretched out his arms to hug Zhao Yuqin. However, seeing the travelers coming and going around, and knowing that Zhao Yuqin's identity is sensitive, this may cause her bad luck. As a result, he stopped his movements, and his hands were also in the air. But when he saw Zhao Yuqin step forward and hugged him actively, he pressed his face tightly to his chest and said affectionately, "Sister, I want to die." Zhou Hao was stunned and smiled bitterly in his heart. A big man himself is not as brave as Zhao Yuqin. He hugged Zhao Yuqin's back with his hands in the air, smelling the fragrance from her hair. He felt that his whole heart was filled. "Yuqin, is he your younger brother?" A male voice suddenly rang out, destroying the warm atmosphere of Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin's reunion. I saw that Dong Qishan looked at Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, who were hugging each other with unkind expressions, and looked at Zhou Hao with intense jealousy and resentment. Zhou Hao looked at him and was also stunned, frowning involuntarily. "Is it you?" "It's me." Dong Qishan sneered. "You two know each other?" Zhao Yuqin asked suspiciously, who was still leaning in Zhou Hao's arms. It was Zhou Hao who was really puzzled. Now it seems that this man and Zhao Yuqin came together. And the man with a bad face was exactly the man surnamed Dong he met in Guilin before, and Zhou Hao still remembered the seductive Japanese woman who was with him at the time. "Sister, this is?" Zhou Hao looked at Zhao Yuqin. "His name is Dong Qishan. It's just a trivial person. You don't care about him." Zhao Yuqin doesn't have a good impression of Dong Qishan, especially in front of Zhou Hao, for fear that Zhou Hao will misunderstand what he has with Dong Qishan. Hearing what Zhao Yuqin said, Zhou Hao turned his attention to Dong Qishan again, and Dong Qishan has stretched out his right hand to him and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be Yuqin's younger brother. Haha, we really don't know each other. We are so familiar with the misunderstanding last time. I hope you don't keep it in mind." Zhou Hao was not that uninterested either. He reached out his hand to hold Dong Qishan, and a smile appeared on his face. No, I have forgotten everything about the last time. What about the girl next to you last time? Why didn't you go with you? Such a beautiful girl is rarely seen." Dong Qishan deliberately smiled. Zhao Yuqin glanced at Zhou Hao lightly, and heard Zhou Hao smile and say to Dong Qishan, "She is still in Guangxi, so you don't care about it anymore." He knew that Dong Qishan had deliberately mentioned Yang Jiabao. Zhao Yuqin was angry. But looking at Zhao Yuqin's appearance, she was not at all angry at Dong Qishan's words, but it made Dong Qishan disappointed. As the group walked out of the airport, Dong Qishan smiled and invited Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin to ride in his car, but Zhou Hao politely refused. Dong Qishan didn't care about it either. After Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin got in their own car, they followed closely behind. Zhao Yuqin's car is different from her Benz in Xiangqing. It is a domestically produced Hongqi sedan, and the body is equipped with bulletproof specifications. The rear seat is very spacious and separated from the front, so the two fronts of bodyguard could not hear Zhou Hao's conversation with Zhao Yuqin. Moreover, Zhou Hao noticed the license plate of this car. According to his research in the previous life, such a number was specially used by the leaders of the country. No traffic police in the country dared to stop when driving such a car out. "Sister, you don't deserve a bodyguard in Xiangqing. Why have you improved your specifications here?" Zhou Hao asked Zhao Yuqin with a smile. Zhao Yuqin said helplessly, "My father matched me. They are all members of the Central Guard Corps. They are different from ordinary bodyguards." Zhou Hao suddenly knew that the Central Guard Corps was actually the modern Imperial Forest Army, dedicated to defending important national leaders and their families, which is generally regarded as the Zhong Nanhai bodyguard. The members of these guards are strictly selected by the elites in the military, and their skills are top-notch. "By the way, that Dong Qishan just now, is your sister your friend?" Zhou Hao asked. "Hey, I hate that guy." Zhao Yuqin sighed deeply, turned to look at Zhou Hao. "You have to work harder if you don't hold fast. I'm afraid my dad will let me marry that nasty guy." Up. Zhou Hao's expression changed as soon as he heard the words. he saw Zhao Yuqin suddenly giggling, only to realize that Zhao Yuqin was joking himself. Looking at the front, seeing that the two Zongnanhai bodyguards didn't look here, Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and scratched Zhao Yuqin's itching. Okay, dare to scare me so, and see how I teach you. Chuck chuck. No more. Dare not, I dare not. Zhao Yuqin shrank in Zhou Hao's arms and begged for mercy. Actually, it's not all joking. That guy is so hypocritical. Like a gentleman, my dad likes him very much. According to my dad, he wants me to be with him. This can't work. I won't let my sister leave me. Zhou Hao hugged Zhao Yuqin's soft body and said. Zhao Yuqin reached out and clicked on the tip of his nose. That's why I asked you to hurry up. Then, she introduced Dong Qishan's background to Zhou Hao. Dong Qishan's background is similar to mine, and his father is a member of the Politburo. They have a lot of power, and their family roots are very deep. Dong Qishan's grandfather followed him during the chairman's uprising, and he was also the father of a prominent occasion. Although he has passed away for a long time, his influence is still very large. Also, just like me, Dong Qishan was his father's middle-aged son, so the Dong family was very obedient to him, fearing that he was unhappy. He had studied in Australia before and only came back 2 years ago. Only then did Zhou Hao know that Dong Qishan had such a big background. After the founding father, his father was a member of the Politburo. This is a real princeling. However, thinking of Dong Qishan and the Japanese woman walking together, although I don't know what the relationship is between them, Zhou Hao always feels that mixing the son of such a national leader with the Japanese is always a good thing. And what Zhou Hao cared the most was that Mr. Zhao wanted Zhao Yuqin to be with Dong Qishan. Compared to Dong Qishan's background, he seems too ordinary. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, this rival's background is too big. What kind of rival is yours if I am interested in him? I don't like him. What kind of rival is he in you? Zhao Yuqin glanced at Zhou Hao. Furthermore, Dong Qishan is just relying on his family. Well, if it weren't for the Dong's family, he would be just a mediocre person with no talents. How could he be compared with you? Because of Zhao Yuqin's distinguished family background, those who went out of the family of proud nobles would not be able to see her. But Zhou Hao is the one who is truly talented and truly tempted her, who can make extraordinary achievements from a commoner background. By the way, Dong Qishan just said what happened to the girl next to you. Suddenly, Zhao Yuqin pinched the soft flesh on Zhou Hao's waist. Zhou Hao told Zhao Yuqin about everything in Guangxi and his relationship with Yang Jiabao. Zhao Yuqin was the only woman Zhou Hao would not hide. Long before Zhou Hao went to Guangxi, Zhao Yuqin had warned him not to provoke Yang Jiabao, but in fact, Zhao Yuqin herself did not have any confidence in this matter. She knew that with Zhou Hao's charm, Yang Jiabao would fall sooner or later. I didn't expect it to be so fast. The rapid development of Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao was largely due to the incident of Park Changshu. The so-called adversity seized the truth, and Zhou Hao stepped forward when the Yang family suffered misfortune, which made Yang Jiabao secretive to him. Su, I don't care. You hooked up with that Yang Jiabao. Then I will go to Dong Qishan too. Zhao Yuqin said angrily. Zhou Hao quickly hugged Zhao Yuqin and coaxed, Sister, don't do this. I know it's wrong. He naturally knew that Zhao Yuqin was only angry, but in this case, Zhou Hao could only make a low profile to get Jade. Human forgiveness. Besides being jealous, Zhao Yuqin was not really angry. She pinched Zhou Hao's nose and groaned. You tell yourself that you are so young and you haven't graduated from junior high school. There are so many women around you. Count it by yourself. And your teacher lover, I beg Brother Zhu for her. I haven't asked him for help like this since I was a kid, just for your annoying little friend. I know my sister is good to me, so I will be good to my sister too. Zhou Hao smiled to Zhao Yuqin. The Zhao family has a house on Fuxing Road. On weekdays, in order to facilitate the security work, Zhao Rixin and his wife live in Zongnanhai like leaders of other countries. And because Zhao Yuqin can't enter and leave Zongnanhai casually, when Zhao Yuqin came to Beijing, the couple stayed with their daughter in the house on Fuxing Road. This house was where Zhao Rixin lived when he was not a member of the Standing Committee. After serving as a member of the Standing Committee, the state has also reserved this house for him. It is an antique house. You can feel the taste of elegance just by standing in front of the door. Shall I go to see Mr. Zhao now? Standing in front of the house, Zhou Hao asked Zhao Yuqin nervously. Zhao Yuqin smiled. My dad is still working in Zongnanhai. He usually comes back at night, and now my mom is at home. And Dong Qishan also got out of the car behind and smiled at Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao. Yuqin, Xiao Zhou, there is a private reception at my house this afternoon. Would you like to go? There will be no irrelevant people. They are people in our circle. Their circle refers to those princelings, or those with extraordinary wealth. Zhao Yuqin did not immediately respond to Dong Qishan, but looked at Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao smiled. Then go and have a look. Seeing that Zhao Yuqin gave Zhou Hao the decision-making power, Dong Qishan was jealous, but he didn't show it on his face. He still smiled as usual. The location is in my villa in Xishan. I will wait. The two are here. After saying goodbye, the two returned to their car and left slowly. I didn't even go to those receptions or parties when he invited me before. Zhao Yuqin smiled to Zhou Hao. But this time I have you with me, so I can't help it. And there are many leaders in the business world. It's good to get acquainted. This is the so-called socializing. Stepping into the door of the house, a middle-aged woman nodded to Zhao Yuqin. Miss, are you back? Yes, Mother Su. This is the Xiao Hao I told you before. This middle-aged woman is the babysitter of the Zhao family, and she has a very good relationship with Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao greeted her quickly. Mum Su, hello. She looks so handsome. Suma looked at Zhou Hao with a smile, and then said to Zhao Yuqin, Madam is in the house, preparing lunch. Zhao Yuqin walked in with Zhou Hao and smiled at him. My mom rarely cooks by herself. This time it's for you. Zhou Hao was a little embarrassed. Sister, the first time I came to your house, I just came here empty-handed. Is there really no problem? It's not an outsider. If you bring a gift, you will see it outside. What's more, my parents hate it most because other people give gifts. If you bring a gift, they really don't like it. The house is indeed very antique. The walls are all elegant ink paintings. The house is full of rosewood furniture. There are also many chrysanthemums and orchids. The faint fragrance of flowers makes people feel refreshed. In addition to the two guards who followed Zhao Yuqin, there were 4 members of the Central Guard Court around the house. Zhou Hao found that these people had the kind of slaughter aura that had been killing them for a long time. Zhou Hao knew that even though these masters were incomparable with him, to ordinary people, they were real killing machines. Zhou Hao was deeply impressed by one thing that had been circulated on the internet in his previous life. It was a Sanda champion in a certain area who challenged a special soldier, but the Sanda champion was kicked to the ground by the special soldier as soon as he entered the ring. And these members of the Central Guard Corps are even more skilled than those of soldiers. Even if they don't have weapons in their hands, it is usually difficult for 20 or 30 people to get close. Even if Zhou Hao was brought back by Zhao Yuqin himself, they still look at Zhou Hao now like a falcon, both sharp and full of vigilance. Perhaps Zhou Hao changed a little. They would not hesitate to pull out their guns and shoot Zhou Hao. Entering the house, Zhou Hao saw an old woman who was nearly 60 years old wearing an apron and was busy cooking in the kitchen. Although she was old, she could still see that she was very similar to Zhao Yuqin. She is also a well-known beauty. This old woman is obviously Zhao Rixin's wife and Zhao Yuqin's mother, Yan Xinling. Because I am an elderly childbirth, my mother worked very hard when giving birth to me, so I have listened to her since childhood. Zhao Yuqin whispered to Zhou Hao, then walked into the kitchen and embraced Yan Xinling from behind. Mom, I'm back. The boss is not young anymore, and he still acted like a baby to his mother. Yan Xinling smiled, and then turned around and saw Zhou Hao in the hall. Zhou Hao immediately nodded slightly to Yan Xinling. Hello, Aunt Yan. This must be Xiao Hao. Yan Xinling wiped her hands on her apron and walked out of the kitchen. Come on, let me see. What kind of hero is the little hero who saved our Yuqin twice? Spirit, Aunt Yan joked. Zhou Hao quickly laughed. It has to be said that Zhou Hao can always give people a good first impression with his excellent appearance and modest temperament. In addition, Yan Xinling was always amiable, and this first meeting with Zhou Hao seemed very harmonious. Zhao Yuqin was happy in his eyes. Like her kind elders, Yan Xinling and Zhou Hao talked about family affairs that are usually warm and affectionate, and she asked about Zhou Hao's achievements in school. Just listen to her smiling at Zhou Hao. Don't think that Yuqin is older than you. She was naughty when she was a child. The boys around the neighbors were all very afraid of her. Haha, Whoever asked her to talk when she was young people's pants, so when I was young, those kids called her a hooligan. Zhao Yuqin blushed immediately and said, Mom, when is the matter? You still come up and say, well, that's not because people are young and ignorant. Yan Xinlin caressed Zhao Yuqin's hair lovingly. In the blink of an eye, our little baby has grown so old, and your dad and I are also getting older, especially your dad, whose health is much worse than before. She said to Zhao Yuqin, your brother got married and started a business early, and his son is almost as old as you. Now my biggest wish and your dad are to see you get married soon. Look, those who grew up with you, now everyone is married, and fortunately, even the children are born. If you don't hurry up, you will become an old girl, and no one wants it. Mom, even if your daughter becomes an old girl, a lot of people will be rushing for it. Zhao Yuqin hugged Yan Xinlin's arm and smiled, while quietly glanced at Zhou Hao. But Yan Xinlin turned her head and said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao, you can persuade this girl too. It's not good to always hang around outside. Women, always be a good wife and mother. Zhou Hao was entangled in his heart when he heard it, thinking, Aunt Yan, I can't persuade my sister to marry someone else. How can there be any reason to push my own woman out? So he scratched his head and smiled. Auntie Yan, I don't dare to mess around with this. It's up to my sister to take care of it. Yan Xinlin shook her head with a wry smile and said to Zhao Yuqin, look, even Xiao Hao is afraid of you. After that, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin accompanied Yan Xinlin to lunch. Yan Xinlin continued to eat Zhou Hao's bowl with great enthusiasm. Zhou Hao couldn't give up and had to accept it all. Xiao Hao, I heard people say that current students like puppy love. Some people fall in love in junior high school. Is that true? Xiao Hao, do you have a sweetheart? Yan Xinlin's unexpected sentence made Zhou Hao almost squirted the food out of her mouth, swallowed it in her stomach, and blocked her throat. Zhao Yuqin next to him hurriedly caressed his back and looked at Yan Xinlin angrily. Mom, how can you ask people like this? I think they are scared. In my heart, this little enemy not only has a sweetheart, but also more than one. Seeing that she scared Zhou Hao into this, Yan Xinlin hurriedly asked Su Ma to bring Zhou Hao a glass of water and apologized. Sorry, Xiao Hao, I scared you. Auntie is just curious for a while. Yan Xinlin is not a leisurely person at home. She also has a career. She is the director of the Department of Gynecology at Beijing Air Force Hospital. She commutes to get off work on time every day. The Central Guard Corps also specially arranged for her a female guard for this purpose, responsible for her security work during work. Although Zhao Rixin was a member of the Politburo Standing Committee and Yan Xinlin was a veritable wife of Yiping in ancient times, she did not have any pretensions. As long as she went to the hospital to seek medical treatment, she would do her best to treat her. After Yan Xinlin went to work, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were going to Dong Qishan's private reception. To this end, Zhao Yuqin deliberately put on a set of white long skirts, which looked very noble and beautiful, and Zhou Hao also put on his self-cultivating suits. The two looked like a match made in heaven. Dong Qishan's villa on the West Mountain is very luxurious, standing among a patch of maple trees, looking like a miniature palace hidden in the forest from a distance. But when Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin arrived, the open space outside the villa was full of various famous cars, many of them imported from foreign countries that were not sold in China. Seeing Zhao Yuqin's car coming up from the mountain from a distance, Dong Qishan went out to greet him. The old man named Shilong was also behind him at this time. After the wealthy children heard that Miss Zhao, who rarely attended this kind of reception party, came, they followed Dong Qishan out to see the Princess Zhao, who did not like to show her face. Seeing the red flag car parked on the open space in front of the villa, the guard in the driver's seat got down to the car and opened the door of the back seat. Zhou Hao, in a decent suit, walked out of the car generously, and then came to the other side and opened the door of the car, only to see Zhao Yuqin stepping out of the car holding his hand. Zhao Yuqin, who was originally outstanding and unparalleled, was more beautiful as a heavenly fairy against the backdrop of this noble and elegant white coat, which made all the male guests dumbfounded. And Zhou Hao beside Zhao Yuqin was not inferior to those women. The eyes of the guests were all attracted. Seeing Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin coming together, everyone couldn't help but praised in their hearts. A good pair. A young man in a white suit next to Dong Qishan also looked at Zhao Yuqin intently, but asked Dong Qishan, Master Dong, isn't Ms. Zhao Jia the woman you are after? Who is the guy next to her? Although Dong Qishan still had a smile on his face, there was deep hatred in his eyes. He stared at Zhou Hao, who was accompanied by Zhao Yuqin with a smile on his face, and said without a smile, that is her brother. But as far as I know, Zhao's family seems to have only two siblings, Zhao Dingzhou and Zhao Yuqin. Where does she have a younger brother? The man asked in confusion. FCK brother. Dong Qishan snorted softly. On the other side, a young woman wearing a low-cut short skirt gently shook the wine glass in her hand and said a little gloating, FCK brother? I think it's a love brother. There is such a good-looking boy who is a love brother. I will also agree. Dong Qishan squinted at the woman. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. You still care about your Zhao Yuqin. I think your head is glowing green. The woman giggled. The corners of Dong Qishan's mouth twitched slightly. The background of this woman's home is not lower than that of him, so he will not really tear his face with her. However, the expression he looked at Zhou Hao was even more gloomy. At this time, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin had already arrived at the door. Dong Qishan immediately regained his smile and responded, enthusiastically holding Zhou Hao's hand. The two who can appreciate the way in front of me really make me shine. The young masters and ladies around also greeted Zhao Yuqin one after another. Among these people, Zhao Yuqin's family is the most prominent. After all, Zhao Rixin's position as a member of the standing committee is difficult to compare. And even if the family relationship is aside, Zhao Yuqin is a rare man of both talents and appearance. It is also that Zhao Yuqin doesn't like to participate in such occasions. Otherwise, most of the princelings in the capital will go around her. Zhao Yuqin smiled generously and politely to everyone, and at the same time introduced them to Zhou Hao beside him. Everyone, this is my brother. His name is Zhou Hao. Please give me your advice. Zhou Hao wanted everyone to smile. In fact, Zhou Hao's appearance is extremely good, and all the ladies and ladies present are attracted by him. If Zhou Hao is willing, I believe there will be many women present willing to support him as his own little white face. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin followed Dong Qishan to the lobby. They couldn't help saying that Dong Qishan's villa was really well-crafted, luxuriously decorated, and elegant. Along the way, Zhou Hao estimated that the price of this villa would not be less than 50 million including the land. Hearing what Zhao Yuqin said, Dong Qishan also opened several companies, doing import and export trading business, and also some industrial factories. With the relationship of the Dong family, Dong Qishan's companies are naturally prosperous. As long as he nods, some people give him money. Dong Qishan introduced the people present to Zhou Hao. Many of these people are after high-ranking officials, and their official positions are above the provincial and ministerial levels. Others are the children of wealthy families, and some are simply heads of large groups. None of the assets held by the family are under tens of billions. Zhou Hao sighed inwardly that the political and business power represented by Dong Qishan's private cocktail party is beyond estimation. Zhou Hao, are you really just a junior high school student? Several young rich ladies gathered around Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled at them and said, Yes, but this year I have been promoted. One of them glamorously cast a wink at Zhou Hao. I really can't tell that you are still a middle school student. If you don't say anything, we all think you are an adult. When she said the word adult, she also emphasized the tone deliberately. Yes, you middle school student, can you do adult things? Another woman took Zhou Hao's hand very actively and deliberately used her bulging chest to stick it on. Sisters, what adults are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhou Hao deliberately pretended to be stupid. The girls immediately laughed and surrounded Zhou Hao, like a group of she-wolves who suddenly saw their prey after being hungry for a long time. On the other side, Zhao Yuqin was also surrounded by a few young men, but due to Zhao Yuqin's identity, no one dared to be polite. It was just a polite, pretentious humor to make Zhao Yuqin smile, and Zhao Yuqin only offered a polite smile. Zhou Hao, let me introduce it to you. At this moment, Dong Qishan brought a man in his 40s and walked over, and at the same time smiled at the Yingyan Jianyan who surrounded Zhou Hao. Okay. No, Zhou Hao is terrified. Let's go hunting elsewhere. What kind of hunting? It sounds like we are like wild animals. The women groaned, but they walked away. Zhou Hao looked at the middle-aged man next to Dong Qishan, and for some reason he felt a bit familiar. Just listen to Dong Qishan introducing him. Zhou Hao. This is Wang Shifu, the chairman of Huangshe Group. Huangshe Group is one of the best in Shanghai, and more than half of the houses on the Shanghai market are from Huangshe Group. Hearing Dong Qishan's words, Zhou Hao's heart was shaken. No wonder this man is so familiar. It turns out that he is Huang Wang's father Huang Shifu, who is also the current head of the Huangshe Group. Mr. Zhou, hello. Huang Shifu smiled and stretched out his right hand to Zhou Hao. Looking at Huang Shifu's warm smiling face, Zhou Hao thought of his son. It was Huang Wang, Huang Shifu's son, who not only robbed his own woman, but also killed himself. However, Zhou Hao still has some gratitude to Huang Wang. It is precisely because of him that Zhou Hao was able to be reborn in this era and have the opportunity to change his life. I remembered that Huang Shifu was no longer in the company when he first worked in Huangshe Group. According to some old employees, Huang Shifu handed over Huangshe Group to Huang Wang when he was 50 years old, and he went abroad to enjoy his retirement life. Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to hold Huang Shifu with a smile on his face. Chairman Huang, hello. I heard that Chairman Huang intends to enter the real estate market in Beijing. He should have already won a few treasures by now. He remembered that Huangshe Group had taken several plots of land with great development potential in Beijing at this time, and made great preparations for future development. Huang Shifu was really taken aback when he heard Zhou Hao's words, because he had indeed taken a few plots of land, but these have not been announced to the outside world, and I don't know how Zhou Hao learned about it. But he still smiled and said, I would like to thank young Master Dong for his help. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to take down those pieces of land so smoothly. I think Huangshe Group will definitely become a leading enterprise in China's real estate industry in the future. Its success is inseparable from your efforts, Chairman Huang. Zhou Hao smiled. Everyone likes to listen to good things, and Huang Shifu is the same, and his goal is indeed to develop Huangshe Group into a leading domestic enterprise. So after listening to Zhou Hao's words, he laughed happily. Mr. Zhou, you are also a hero when you were a teenager. I believe you can definitely create a world in the business world. Mr. Zhou, you have not come to Beijing before in Beijing real estate. Our group has just developed a real estate. I will give you one of the top-level units as a gift to you. Zhou Hao knew that although the housing prices today are not as crazy as they will be in the future, what Huang Shifu offered will definitely not be ordinary goods, and the value will definitely be high. The reason why Huang Shifu met Zhou Hao so passionately was still with the Zhao family. He wanted to use Zhou Hao to win over Zhao Yuqin, so as to achieve the purpose of winning over the Zhao family. Although the Zhao family has a huge influence, the lifestyle of its members is very low-key. Zhao Rixin also doesn't like those who seek them to make a relationship. So many people who want to get on the big boat of the Zhao family have no way out. Now that Yuqin has finally come to attend Dong Qishan's reception, Huang Shifu will naturally seize the opportunity. Businessmen at the level of Huang Shifu are naturally inseparable from the support of senior political officials. The Zhao family is one of the most prominent families in the country, and of course Huang Shifu's first choice. When Zhou Hao heard that Huang Shifu wanted to give him a mansion as a meeting gift, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Because of Huang Wang's relationship, he was very repulsive to the entire Huang family. But then I think about it. If I'm having a stalemate with Huang Shifu now, it will be more troublesome to deal with the Huang Shifu in the future. It is better to have a good relationship with Huang Shifu deliberately so that their vigilance towards themselves will be reduced to a minimum and wait for the future. It's much more convenient when you want to do it yourself. Anyway, Huang Shifu and the others don't know what Zhou Hao is thinking. After all, at this time, Zhou Hao and Huang Wang were still injustices and enemies. So Zhou Hao pretended to be happy and said, Since Chairman Huang is so sincere, I will be hypocritical if I refuse it. Instead of doing this, I will respect my orders. Thank you, Chairman Huang. Huang Shifu would certainly not begrudge a small house. His greatest wish was to win over the Zhao family, and he was afraid that Zhou Hao would not accept his gift. So he put on Zhou Hao's shoulder and smiled at the moment. Although I and Zhou have been separated for many years, we really hit it off today. Or, how about we just have a New Year relationship? It's good to dare to love. I can't ask for it. Zhou Hao also laughed loudly. Dong Qishan next to him saw that Zhou Hao accepted Huang Shifu's meeting gift so easily. He was also a little happy, because he knew that greedy people were best dealt with. He even wondered if he should take a sum of money to keep Zhou Hao away from Zhao Yuqin. But think about it and gave up again, because with Zhao Yuqin's help, whether Zhou Hao wants to develop in politics or business, it can be said that there is no disadvantage. How can he give up his bright future for a little profit? Seeing that Zhao Yuqin over there was talking with others, but his eyes always looked here from time to time, always paying attention to Zhou Hao, Dong Qishan was very jealous. He casually picked up a glass of foreign wine brought by the servant and handed it to Zhou Hao, and said with a smile, "Since it is a cocktail party, it is natural that a good wine is indispensable. Zhou Hao, you are here for the first time to participate in our cocktail party. You have a cup." Zhou Hao looked at Dong Qishan, who was smiling, and took the glass of foreign wine. Since it's the wine toasted by Brother Dong, how can the younger brother have to enjoy it? After saying that, he raised his head and drank the glass of foreign wine. Okay. Dong Qishan took the lead in applauding, and the others echoed. Huang Shifu on the other side also brought a glass of wine. "Xiao Zhou, you even drank Dong Gongzi's wine, so you can't help but give me the face of this new friend. You have to drink this glass of wine." Zhou Hao took it again and said with a smile, "Of course." He also drank the foreign wine at once. Seeing Dong Qishan's winks, several family princes around also picked up their drinks and toasted Zhou Hao. The words to persuade the wine were more enthusiastic, and some simply said that not drinking the wine they toasted was to look down on them, and people simply couldn't refuse. However, Zhou Hao did not refuse at all. He had already noticed that Dong Qishan wanted to get himself drunk in public and make himself foolish. On the one hand, the men present were instructed by Dong Qishan, but on the other hand, they were jealous because of Zhou Hao's closeness with Zhao Yuqin. Many of them were previously loyal suitors of Zhao Yuqin. At the end of the round, Zhou Hao had already drunk more than 10 glasses of foreign wine and white wine. In this kind of place, naturally all kinds of famous wines were used. There was no possibility of mixing water, and the foreign wine and white wine were both strong and needed to be changed. People who can't normally drink alcohol fall down after half a drink. However, although everyone smelled the wine on Zhou Hao's body getting stronger and stronger, they saw Zhou Hao's face as usual, not a trace of drunkenness. Of course, these people would not know that Zhou Hao was transformed by ambergris. His own jinqi was very strong and very strong. That wine would be turned into a drunkenness by his energy, and it would be released from the pores on his body without a trace. The smell of alcohol on his body grew stronger, but he was not at all drunk. Seeing Zhou Hao's expression as usual, Dong Qishan was not reconciled, so he deliberately said, "It seems that Zhou Hao, you have a good drink. That would be even better. Come, we all respect him again. Pass it to Zhou Hao." At this time, Zhao Yuqin had already walked over there and stood in front of Zhou Hao and smiled at Dong Qishan. "Well, Xiao Hao doesn't drink much, so don't bully him." Although there was a gentle smile on his face, but her eyes were clearly warning Dong Qishan. However, Dong Qishan gritted his teeth in his heart, ignored the warning in Zhao Yuqin's eyes, and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, asking Yuqin to help you block alcohol is not what a man does." Zhou Hao smiled at Zhao Yuqin and said, "Sister, it doesn't matter." After that, he took Dong Qishan's wine and drank it as always. Seeing this, the male guests around also handed over the wine glasses. Zhou Hao did not refuse and swallowed them all. After another round, there were more than 10 or 20 glasses of wine, but Zhou Hao didn't even blush. "Xiao Hao, can you do it?" Zhao Yuqin asked in a low voice, with a worried expression on his face. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head and said to everyone, "You can't just drink me. Everyone has to be accompanied." Everyone also felt that after drinking so much wine from Zhou Hao, they couldn't get away without drinking some. But Dong Qishan didn't want to let Zhou Hao go, so he suggested that everyone have a drink and Zhou Hao drink 3. Even though these are the characters who have been rolling around in the festivities for many years, the amount of alcohol is not comparable to ordinary people. But until they drink so dizzy, and Zhou Hao always looks the same except for going to the bathroom occasionally. Okay, I'm so drunk, if you drink it again, I won't let you go home." Zhao Yuqin glanced at Zhou Hao angrily, and then said to Dong Qishan, "It's not early. We all go back first. I'm bothering you today." After that, He left with Zhou Hao. Dong Qishan looked at Zhou Hao, who was steadily walking and not drunk at all. His eyes were full of unwillingness. And the friend he just wore a white suit also staggered over, put it on his shoulder, and said with a knotted tongue, "Dong, young Master Dong. What is that guy's background? Why is it so powerful? Drinking is like drinking water." The Shurlong beside Dong Qishan leaned into his ear and whispered, "Master, a person with deep inner strength can drive alcohol out of his body. I think Zhou Hao must have used his inner strength to expel all the wine." Dong Qishan was taken aback. Only then did he remember that Zhou Hao was also an unfathomable master, and turned his head to anger Shurlong. "Why are you telling me now?" "Old slave." Shurlong muttered a word and didn't go on. Just now he watched Dong Qishan so vigorously persuade Zhou Hao to drink. How dare to disturb him? And Dong Qishan thought of Zhou Hao's smile just now, and he felt like he was being brushed. When there was nowhere to vent his anger, he shouted to everyone, "It's gone. It's all gone. That's it for today." After that, he went up to the second floor angrily. I wanted to go back to his room, but as soon as he came to the door, Dong Qishan paused and turned to look at the room at the end of the corridor. After thinking about it, he hurriedly walked over, without knocking, just opened the door at the end of the corridor and walked in. The area of this room is very wide, as large as half of a basketball court, and the room is luxuriously furnished and fully furnished. There was no one in the room, but the sound of running water came from the bathroom over there. Dong Qishan swallowed, and could not help taking a step towards the bathroom. But only a few meters out, the bathroom door opened. I saw a slim and slender beauty coming out of the bathroom, her wet hair casually draped on her back, and the milky white and smooth skin was still covered with crystal water drops, shining in the sun. She has a beautiful face and a thrilling beauty on that face, which is not inferior to Zhao Yuqin. Moreover, at this time, the woman was only surrounded by a bath towel, and the half-exposed towering jade peak and the slender and plump legs all gave people infinite temptation. If Zhao Yuqin is a fairy who descended from the sky, then this woman is a witch who came out of to charm the world. This woman was the charming and very charming Mrs. Tokugawa that Zhou Hao had seen in Guangxi earlier. Seeing Dong Qishan, Mrs. Tokugawa didn't look surprised. Instead, she showed a charming smile and said softly, "Dong Gongzi, you Chinese are so rude. Don't you just enter other people's rooms without knocking?" Seeing Mrs. Tokugawa, who is like a lotus in the water, Dong Qishan's heartbeat speeds up suddenly. He was already coveting Mrs. Tokugawa. He drank again just now. Under such a stimulus, regardless of any politeness and impoliteness, he moved forward, pounced at her. Seeing Mrs. Tokugawa dexterously lifted her right leg, Dong Qishan, who rushed in front of her with her jade foot, stopped him and also blocked his sight. Although Mrs. Tokugawa was a woman, she obviously had martial arts skills. Dong Qishan, an ordinary person, could not match her strength. She was immediately blocked. But he still eagerly said, "Mrs. Tokugawa, as long as you are willing to give it to me, even if you want me to do anything, I will promise you. I will give you what you want." Mrs. Tokugawa's jade feet touched Dong Qishan's forehead to block him and blocked his sight. But despite this, just smelling the fragrance from her jade feet has already made Dong Qishan crazier. "Up," he gasped and said to Mrs. Tokugawa, "Madam, please, as long as you are willing to follow me, I will give you what you want and promise you what you want me to do." He grabbed Mrs. Tokugawa. Yuzu, sticking out his tongue, wanted to lick her feet. Seeing Mrs. Tokugawa's feet hard, she kicked Dong Qishan back a few steps and fell to the ground. She also spun around in the air, sitting gracefully on the sofa next to her, propped her head to look at Dong Qishan. Her brows Qin smiled and said, "Dong Gongzi, you have to know, I am a married woman. If you let the family know that you want to treat me, I'm afraid he won't let you go." Seeing Mrs. Tokugawa's soaring, trembled with her sweet smile, the passion in Dong Qishan's heart became hot again. He got up from the ground and smiled as he walked to Mrs. Tokugawa. On the basis of what the old man can do, and that old man is at his age, how can he satisfy you, madam? But as soon as the voice fell, Dong Qishan felt a chill of coldness from his neck, and he saw a cold Japanese sword lying on his neck, and Mr. Jingu did not know when he appeared in front of him, staring at him like ice. and said in a gloomy tone, Dong Gongzi, if you insult my master so much, are you afraid that I will cut off your head? Dong Qishan immediately stopped and raised both hands, swallowed his saliva, and said to Mr. Jingu, God. Mr. Jingu, I was joking just now. You, don't take it seriously. In fact, I came to see Mrs. Things are serious. Mrs. Tokugawa, who was sitting sideways on the sofa, smiled faintly. Mr. Jingu, let go of Mr. Dong. We are still a guest house. How can we treat the host house like this? Yes, ma'am. Seeing a flash of silver light, the Japanese sword that straddled Dong Qishan's neck returned to the scabbard on Mr. Jingu's waist. He also bowed his head and stepped aside, but his eyes were still staring coldly. Lives in Dong Qishan. Mrs. Tokugawa asked Dong Qishan, Dong Gongzi, what are you serious about coming to see me? When she said the words serious things, she also gave Dong Qishan a smile and asked Dong Qi there was another jump in the kind heart. I would like to ask Madam to give me some more cherry blossoms. Dong Qishan quietly glanced at Madame Tokugawa's beautiful white legs overlapping on the sofa, and the throat nucleus rolled slightly. I told you before that cherry poison is a strange poison that is difficult to extract. Not only is the material precious, but the production process is also very complicated. It is not easy for me to get a little bit, and now there is not much left. Ms. Tokugawa said to Dong Qishan, what do you want to use Sakurapoxiang for? Has anyone offended you and needs my Sakurapoxiang? Zhou Hao's appearance immediately appeared in Dong Qishan's mind. He said, he is a person who may hinder our plan. That's Zhou Hao. The corner of Mrs. Tokugawa's mouth bends a charming curve. Dong Qishan was taken aback. Madam knows him too? I saw him below just now. Mrs. Tokugawa smiled. Moreover, I will naturally pay more attention to those who can hurt Mr. Jingu. Seeing his closeness with Zhao Yuqin may indeed hinder us. Plan. Hearing that Mrs. Tokugawa agreed with him, Dong Qishan was overjoyed and said quickly, that's why I want to use Sakura Pouchong against him. Even if his martial arts is strong, if there is no antidote, it can't help. This kind of strange poison. No, you can't use Sakura Paki. Mrs. Tokugawa shook her head. Why? All martial arts masters, especially those with high internal strength, have a certain resistance to toxins, and their vigilance is much more sensitive than ordinary people. Mrs. Tokugawa said, even if it is Mr. Jingu who poisons himself, I'm afraid it's hard not to let a master like Zhou Hao discover that if it is really exposed, we will be in trouble. So I think this risk is not worth our risk. Dong Qishan was unwilling. Could it be that we just let that guy hinder us? I have confidence in our plan. Mrs. Tokugawa looked at Dong Qishan. Dong Gongzi, don't you have confidence in me? No, naturally not. Dong Qishan said. Seeing that Mrs. Tokugawa refused to give Sakura Pakura to herself, and if she stayed here again, she was afraid that she would be tempted by her obsession, so Dong Qishan hurriedly left the room and was anxious to find a woman to vent on lust. After Dong Qishan left, Mr. Jingu showed a look of disdain. Cooperating with such a person really makes us surrender our status, and he even dared to treat his wife. Seeing the flattering man sitting on the sofa, Mrs. Tokugawa, he immediately lowered his head. Madam, that Zhou Hao, do we really care about him? If we let him discover our plan. Seeing Mr. Jingu's fear of blasphemy, Mrs. Tokugawa flashed a trace of disdain and sarcasm, and said, even if he finds out, it's okay. He can't stop it. Let's enjoy the good the play is over. Let's talk about Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. In the car, Zhou Hao's internal force forced Zhao Yuqin to hide his nose and frown, and quickly opened the window to let the wind blow away Zhou Hao's alcohol. She yelled at Zhou Hao, you are so true. Dong Qishan clearly wants to make you embarrassed. You are so obedient to him. But I didn't make a fool of myself either, with my skill. But the real one is not drunk. Zhou Hao smiled. Not drunk is not drunk, but the smell is very intoxicating. At this time, Zhou Hao asked, by the way, sister, I heard Aunt Yin said that your father is not in good health. Is there any disease? Mentioning this, Zhao Yuqin sighed, I don't know. My dad's health has always been very good for so many years. I often think that it's rare for people in their 60s to be as healthy as him. But just over half a month ago, his body suddenly deteriorated. He used to run in the morning every day, and now he panted after walking 2 steps. He was particularly prone to getting tired and had a constant cold and coughing. Those old military doctors showed him, but they all said that he was not sick. It seems that this happened because of his age. After listening to Zhao Yuqin's words, Zhou Hao didn't say anything. He knew that older people usually do this, especially the old soldiers who participated in many battles like Mr. Zhao, who always left some sequelae on the battlefield in his early years. When he returned to his home on Fuxing Road, Zhao Yuqin immediately let Zhou Hao go in for a bath, lest Zhao Rixin and Yin Xinling came back and smelled it would affect Zhou Hao's image. After taking a shower, Zhou Hao was about to talk to Zhao Yuqin when he heard the sound of a car coming outside. Zhao Yuqin said, "Maybe my dad is back." Zhou Hao immediately became nervous when he heard this. After all, that was the real leader of the country and Zhao Yuqin's father. He quickly tidied up his clothes and hair and asked Zhao Yuqin, "Sister, can I do that?" "It's okay. You need to be so nervous." Zhao Yuqin smiled. As soon as Zhao Yuqin finished speaking, Zhou Hao saw 2 guards walking in with an old man who was over 60 years old. I saw that the old man was tall, with well-defined features, and his face was filled with a dignified righteousness. He had a temperament of no anger and prestige. He was a powerful national official and Zhao Rixin of Zhao Yuqin's father. However, his face was pale at this time, and his feet were unsteady. Zhao Yuqin quickly stepped forward and helped him into the house. "Dad, what's the matter with you?" It's nothing, it's just a little tired." Zhao Rixin smiled at her, but his voice seemed weak. But the guard next to him said, "The chief suddenly fainted during a meeting in Zongnanhai just now. He just woke up from the hospital. The doctor said that the chief should stay in the hospital for observation. The chief insisted to come back and said you brought it today. When the guests are here, I can't help but come to see you." "What? Dad, you fainted?" Zhao Yuqin was frightened when he heard the guard's words. Zhao Rixin glared at the guard. Although he was ill now, he was still very majestic. When he glared at the guard, he immediately lowered his head and dared not speak. Zhao Rixin smiled at Zhao Yuqin and said, "Girl, don't listen to his nonsense. He is very exaggerated. I'm just a little tired. It's nothing serious." Then he looked at Zhou Hao and said with a smile, "You are Xiao Hao. You are really a talent. Uncle Zhao, you passed the award." Zhou Hao said quickly. Zhao Rixin, assisted by Zhao Yuqin and the guards, sat down on the Grand Master's chair in the hall, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Oh, when you are old, your body is useless, but Xiao Hao makes you laugh. But this change also it's too fast. After only half a month, my body is not as good as before." He smiled and looked at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, don't be afraid of your jokes. I was able to swim in winter last month. I didn't expect to touch it now. The body can't stand cold water." Zhou Hao frowned at this time because he noticed that Zhao Rixin's forehead was a little dark. Earlier, when Zhao Yuqin said that his body suddenly deteriorated, he thought it was because of his age. But now think about it. Zhao Rixin was able to swim in the winter last month. This shows that his body was very healthy before, and he did not have any serious illnesses. It stands to reason that his body will not suddenly become like this. "Uncle Zhao, if you don't mind, can you let me see it?" Zhou Hao said suddenly. Zhao Rixin looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. "Xiao Hao, will you see a doctor? Understand a little." Zhou Hao smiled. Zhao Yuqin also persuaded Zhao Rixin. "Dad, let Xiao Hao take a look. He knows the inner family exercises." Before, Big Brother Lu was hit by the poison of Yin Wangshao, which was also removed by Zhou Hao and his senior brother. The Big Brother Lu mentioned is General Lu Jinwu, who was previously poisoned and murdered by Park Changshu and British spies. "Ah, I remember." Zhao Rixin patted the back of his head and then stretched out his left hand to Zhou Hao. "Let's take a look. In fact, there is no serious illness. Those old military doctors have said that it will always be like this when you are older." Zhou Hao put his hand on Zhao Rixin's wrist, but instead of cutting the pulse like a common Chinese medicine practitioner, he injected a trace of real energy into Zhao Rixin's body, wandering through the meridians on his body, and checked his physical condition. Zhou Hao's brows wrinkled deeper after his own true energy wandered through Zhao Rixin's body for a week. He said, "Uncle Zhao, your physical condition is very poor. The meridians are depleted and the 6 organs are weak, and even the heart is very weak. Zhao Yuqin asked. Is it because of my old age? Zhou Hao shook his head. I see Uncle Zhao's current physical condition is the same as those in his 80s or 90s. But in fact, Uncle Zhao, you are only in your early 60s, and your previous physical condition is also very good. It should be like this. In fact, none of these were what Zhou Hao worried about the most. What he worried most was the looming blackness of Zhao Rixin before printing. According to Shin Nong Bai Chao, people with such signs are either dying of life or extremely poisonous. But Zhao Rixin's body does not seem to be poisoned. Both his meridians and viscera have become weak. It looks more like it was caused by old age. It is as if Zhao Rixin is aging rapidly in just half a month, and his physical condition suddenly changes. More than 60 years old became like 80 or 90 years old. Xiaohao, where's the problem? Zhao Rixin is also very concerned about his body. I don't know for the time being. Although Uncle Zhao, you don't seem to be poisoned or sick, but your physical condition is very poor. Zhou Hao pondered. Uncle Zhao, aren't you suffering from minor illnesses during this time? That's because your body is weak and your immunity has dropped significantly. This is a common problem among the elderly. But according to your previous physical condition, this situation shouldn't happen so early and so urgently. Zhao Yuqin glared at Zhao Rixin. My dad is a workaholic. He stays up late like young people at any age. You see, something is wrong now. Although it was a blaming tone, her eyes were very serious. Is worried. Zhou Hao smiled. Uncle Zhao has nothing to do. He is in such an important position, but he is worthy of the name for the country and the people. Zhao Rixin responded immediately. Xiao Hao was right. To serve the people, there is nothing to complain about. Even if I am dead now, I can put the national flag on my body. This is an honor. If you die, you men don't know how to taboo. Zhao Yuqin gave Zhou Hao and Zhao Rixin angrily. At this time, only Zhou Hao asked Zhao Rixin, Uncle Zhao, what are your usual living habits? Because many people get sick, the problem lies in his living habits. Me, Zhao Rixin said. Just like ordinary people, I usually go to get off work and leave work. I have morning exercises every morning. When I have time, I can swim. Interest is spent. Look at the chrysanthemums and orchids in this house. I planted it myself. But I heard Zhao Yuqin say, it's just flowers, don't you still like to drink? She said to Zhou Hao, he has to drink a glass of white wine every night. My mother and I have persuaded him for so many years. He always doesn't listen. For Baijio, as long as you don't drink too much, it's okay to have a few drinks. Zhou Hao smiled. I heard it, Xiao Hao said it's okay. Zhao Rixin gave Zhao Yuqin a demonstrative look, making Zhou Hao next to him look amused. Although Zhao Rixin is already at the peak of power, he is still very amiable at home and is more like a child in front of Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao wondered what was wrong with Zhao Rixin's body. He can be sure that Zhao Rixin's current situation is definitely not normal, and something must be wrong. But at this moment, the phone in the room rang. A guard picked up the phone and said to Zhao Rixin, the chief is Dong Qishan. Oh, is it kind? Zhao Rixin answered the phone with a smile. It's kind. Hee hee. It's me, old man. Seeing the smile on Zhao Rixin's face, Zhou Hao felt a little awkward, because Zhao Rixin obviously had a good impression of Dong Qishan. He heard Dong Qishan say to Zhao Rixin on the phone, Uncle, I heard that you were not feeling well before, and it took a lot of effort to find a Qihuang sage. I will take him over to show you now, okay? Hee hee. Qishan, you are too polite. Then come over. Yuqin happens to be at home too. Zhao Rixin said with a smile. Zhao Yuqin shook Zhao Rixin's arm and said, Dad, what did you ask that guy to do? I don't want to see him. Hey, people's kindness is so good to you. How can you do this? Zhao Rixin slightly blamed. Zhao Yuqin snorted unconvincingly, but no one asked him to treat me well. Isn't he good to me because he has an attempt? You kid. Zhao Rixin glanced at Zhou Hao. You think Xiao Hao is more sensible than you. In fact, Zhou Hao's heart is not good. Although Zhao Yuqin is not interested in Dong Qishan can actually get through Zhao Rixin's level. If Zhao Rixin really likes Dong Qishan, this is really a tricky problem. Not long after, Dong Qishan came to visit him. And he also brought an old man about 70 years old with a long white beard under his jaw, which looked a bit like a fairy-style bone. It should be the Qihuang that Dong Qishan claimed on the phone. Holy hand. As soon as he saw Zhao Rixin, Dong Qishan said affectionately. Uncle, is your health better? Today I heard my dad say that you fainted during a meeting. I don't know how worried I was. Look at that positive look. Others thought he was Zhao Rixin's son. Hee, Yuqin and Zhou Hao are here. When Dong Qishan saw Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, he immediately showed a friendly smile. Yuqin, uncle, he is not feeling well. You should pay more attention at home. Don't let him be emotional too fluctuating. Zhao Rixin laughed again and again. Look at you. Even Qishan knows that he wants to be filial to me, but you girl is inferior to others. Zhao Yuqin turned his head aside and ignored Dong Qishan and the others. And Zhou Hao watched Dong Qishan's affection for Zhao Rixin, and he secretly sighed that this person was not only a thick-skinned person, but also good at flattering. A few words made Zhao Rixin happy. At this time, Dong Qishan asked the old man to come forward. Uncle, this is the sage Qi Huang that I mentioned to you just now. He is called Lushan Jusher. I only knew him through friends. I have lived in seclusion on Huangshan for more than 10 years. It took me a lot of effort to invite him out of the mountain. This living mountain scholar looked arrogant, and when Dong Qishan introduced himself, he only gave a slight nod to Zhao Rixin. And Zhao Rixin knew that most of the strange people who lived in seclusion had strange tempers, and that this was brought by Dong Qishan, so he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. Zhao Rixin also extended his left hand to the Lushan layman, who slowly squeezed his wrist, squinted his eyes, and cut the pulse. After a while, he slowly said, Your pulse is weak, blood qi is impassable, and your internal organs are damaged and fatigued. It is a disease that has entered the body. Dong Qishan, who was next to him, quickly asked, Lei, can that be cured? The concerned look on his face was more nervous than his illness. Zhao Rixin nodded secretly in his heart, admiring Dong Qishan for caring about himself. He heard the layman stroking the long beard under his jaw and said, It's okay, it's just a small illness, and it's still hard to beat the layman. After he said that, he took out a ring box-sized red from his cloth bag. From the wooden box, he took out a little finger-sized vermilion pill. As long as I take the Bai Cao pill extracted from various precious medicinal materials by this layman, the medicine will be cured. Seeing the vermilion pill, Zhou Hao immediately became vigilant and said to Zhao Rixin quickly, Uncle Zhao, you can't take this medicine. As soon as Zhou Hao's words came out, everyone present changed their expressions. Dong Qishan stared at Zhou Hao with unkind eyes. Are you suspecting that this pill is poisonous? Zhao Rixin also said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao, there is no need to be so nervous. Since this layman in the mountain was brought by his kindness, there is absolutely no reason to harm me. Besides, my guard can also check it. As a member of the standing committee, things that must be imported and eaten will naturally go through security inspections. A guard behind him took the Bai Cao pill and took out a set of metal instruments. It took a long time to check before saying to Zhao Rixin, Head, there is no problem, there is no toxin in it. Zhao Rixin smiled at Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, look, there is no problem with this medicine. It's just, he looked at the layman. Household, can this medicine really cure my disease? The layman in the mountain stroked his long beard and looked at Zhao Rixin with a very indifferent expression, which means that if you believe in me, you will eat, and if you don't believe me, you will fall down, and I will not force it. On the contrary, his attitude makes people think that he is a little good, and Dong Qishan has already poured a glass of warm water for Zhao Rixin himself. Zhao Rixin pinched this Bai Cao pill and looked at it, then put it in his mouth and swallowed it with water. Seeing Zhao Rixin swallowing the Bai Cao pill, Zhou Hao felt more anxious than anyone else. He knew his instincts could not be wrong, but the guards had already checked the Bai Cao pill just now, and no toxin was found. Zhou Hao had no other reason to stop Zhao Rixin. On the other hand, Dong Qishan glanced at Zhou Hao with a fascinating look, and also winked with the layman Lushan, and he could see each other's smile in each other's eyes. Zhao Yuqin also believed in Zhou Hao, but he had already checked the Bai Cao pill, and it was okay. If he spoke again, he would be suspected of Dong Qishan, and Zhao Rixin would not be happy. So she looked at Zhou Hao with worry, but saw that Zhou Hao also looked at Zhao Rixin with worry. Zhao Rixin swallowed the Bai Cao pill, but didn't see any reaction. He himself asked the Lushan layman with some doubts. Layer, when will this medicine work? I don't seem to feel anything. Don't worry, it will work soon. Wolf Shanjusher laughed. As soon as his words fell, Zhou Hao suddenly saw that Zhao Rixin's pre-pressed smearing line became more obvious, and Zhao Rixin's face changed slightly, and then he covered his heart. His face also turned red from the original paleness. The lips trembled slightly. The two guards next to him hurriedly supported his arm. Chief, how are you? Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin also stepped forward. Zhao Yuqin anxiously said, Dad, what's the matter with you? At the same time, they turned to stare at Dong Qishan and the Lushan layman. What the? Did you give my dad to? How could he become like this? Dong Qishan and Lei Lushan saw Zhao Rixin's reaction like this, and their expressions changed drastically. Dong Qishan shook their heads quickly. No, it's not right. What we gave him is a clear explanation. After speaking, he reacted and stopped immediately. Did not say? The layman Lushan also took out a Baichao pill again. It's none of our business. This is the medicine he took just now. You can check it. This is not a poison at all. What they said was right, and the guards had checked the Baichao pill just now, and they could be sure that it was not poison. Zhou Hao didn't seem to be lying when he saw the reaction of the two of them. But Zhao Rixin did this only after eating the 100-grass pill. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Zhao Rixin's chest, just about to infuse his true energy into his body. Seeing Zhao Rixin opening his mouth fiercely, he vomited a piece of blood. Everyone became even more nervous seeing this. Zhao Yuqin grabbed Zhao Rixin and cried out, Dad, how are you, Dad? Don't scare me. And Zhao Rixin couldn't even speak, but looked at Zhao Yuqin intently, with nostalgia in his eyes. Zhou Hao quickly poured true qi into Zhao Rixin's body, only to find that his pulse was disordered, and there were toxins invading his internal organs. This time, Zhou Hao could conclude that Zhao Rixin was really poisoned. He used his true energy to protect Zhao Rixin's heart and resist those toxins, and at the same time shouted to the two guards, Hurry up and find a doctor. Those two guards were also martial arts practitioners, knowing that Zhou Hao used his true energy to hold Zhao Rixin's life. One of them nodded and immediately rushed out of the house to inform the doctor, and the other guards in the house had also rushed over. Zhou Hao asked Zhao Rixinping to lie on the wooden sofa in the hall and continued to use his strong, infuriating energy to save Zhao Rixin's life, while Zhao Yuqin squatted aside and held his hand tightly. Due to this incident, Dong Qishan and the Lushan layman were at a loss, standing there nervously watching Zhao Rixin. If Zhao Rixin really has two shortcomings, although Dong Qishan's father is also a member of the Politburo, he cannot be kept. The poisonous killing of national leaders is no longer just the scope of murder. It can be convicted of endangering national security or even treason. So Dong Qishan was so nervous that his lips were trembling, and the layman beside him didn't have the arrogant expression of the fairy wind roadbone just now, and his whole body was trembling, where there was the aura of a hermit. After Zhou Hao's Jinqi conditioning, although the toxins in Zhao Rixin's body had not been removed, it was much better than before. He said with a weak voice to the tearful Zhao Yuqin beside him, Girl, don't worry, your father is not so easy to die. After he said that, he looked at the Lushan layman over there, and his tone had become severe. You, who are you, and what medicine did you give me? Although his body is exhausted and weak, but Zhao Rixin has been on the battlefield for a long time and served as a member of the standing committee for many years, so his aura is naturally extraordinary. The layman Lushan said in a panic, I am a doctor, and what I eat for you is also a good medicine. You still dare to lie. It was Zhou Hao who spoke. While resisting the toxins for Zhao Rixin, he questioned the Lushan layman. Since you say you are a doctor, then tell me that a woman has a hot stomach because of her anger. How to treat menstrual pain caused by breathlessness. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's question, Lei Lushan hesitated and said, I am studying internal medicine, not gynecology. Lying. The irritation of the stomach will not cause menstrual cramps at all. I'm talking nonsense. Anyone who has some common sense of Chinese medicine can find out that you don't even know this, so you dare to claim to be Qihuang Xingshou. Immediately, a guard rushed over to subdue the Lushan layman. Zhou Hao, who had given Zhao Rixin's movement to stop the drug, wanted to stop the guard, but he had already rushed in front of the Lushan layman. Being able to become a member of the Central Guard Corps is naturally an elite among the elite, who can kill ordinary people with one shot. But the guard stretched out his right hand to Jusher Lushan, and saw Jusher Lushan avoiding his upper body to the left and simultaneously wave two palms, one on the right hand of the guard and the other on the guard. Under his ribs, the movements are so fast, he is obviously an unfathomable master. The guard was knocked back several steps and fell to the ground. When the other three guards saw the situation, they immediately surrounded him and took out their pistols and aimed them at the head of the guard. Lei Lushan slowly raised his hands, looked sharply at the guards, and said coldly, "You should know that firearms are very difficult to injure real masters. If I want to leave, none of you can stop them. The reason why I stay here is to prove that I did not poison Standing Committee Zhao." Zhou Hao had long seen that this lay layman was an unfathomable master of martial arts, and his skill was no less than that of Shilong or the man named Mr. Shingong, who had been with Dong Qishan before. However, what the Lushan layman said is the truth. If he leaves like this, no matter how high martial arts is, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in China in the future. After all, Zhao Rixin is a national leader. It is the entire state apparatus. The guards also knew that their pistols would hardly hurt such masters as Jusher Lushan, but they still did not dare to relax. "Since you said you didn't poison Uncle Zhao, why do you pretend to be a doctor?" Zhou Hao asked coldly. If it weren't for Zhao Rixin's side, he would personally deal with the traveler. Hearing Zhou Hao's question, Ulshan lay his eyes without answering. At this moment, several doctors and medical staff all rushed over. Seeing Zhao Rixin lying weakly on the wooden sofa, they hurried forward to help. As soon as the first old military doctor wanted to let Zhou Hao leave, he heard Zhou Hao say, "I am now fighting the poison for Uncle Zhao luck. You don't need to worry about me. Show Uncle Zhao if you can detoxify him." The old military doctor has practiced medicine for many years, so he naturally knows that some strange people can help others with true energy. Those Qigong masters, who are rumored to be able to cure all kinds of diseases, do not exist in reality, but most of them are people with little fame. It's not like those who pretend to be a Qigong master and slander. So they quickly checked Zhao Rixin again. The old military doctor frowned and said, "What is certain is that Standing Committee Zhao is indeed poisoned, but we still don't know what the poison is. If an antidote is to be formulated, I am afraid that it will take a long time to study. For the unknown toxins often require long-term research to crack, and it is difficult to develop an antidote even after exhausting the efforts of several generations." But now Zhao Rixin relied entirely on Zhou Hao's true qi to continue his life. Even though Zhou Hao's true qi was strong, it would be unsustainable until the antidote was released. "What should I do? Is there really no way?" Zhao Yuqin asked anxiously. The old military doctor said, "To make an antidote, you must first figure out what kind of poison it is." Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Dong Qishan and the Lushan layman. Dong Qishan immediately shook his head and said, "We really didn't think about poisoning my uncle. If you don't believe it, please go back and check with those pills." A nurse took the Baichao pill handed over by the Lushan layman. The old military doctor and several medical staff checked it out. Finally, the old military doctor ate it, but there was no sign of poisoning. This is strange. If it is said that Standing Committee member Zhao was poisoned after taking this pill, it is not poisonous either. The old military doctor frowned. Zhao Yuqin is no longer concerned about whether Dong Qishan and Lei Lushan have poisoned Zhao Rixin. She just wants Zhao Rixin to be safe. At this time, Zhou Hao said, "Sister, can you let them all go out and let me treat Uncle Zhao myself?" He was thinking, since his blood can cure the poison of Yin Wang Xiao, can't you help Zhao Rixin remove toxins from his body? And if it worked, Zhou Hao was afraid that these doctors would arrest themselves and go back to do research if they knew that their blood could detoxify. So Zhao Yuqin was asked to let all these people escape. When everyone heard Zhou Hao say this, they couldn't help but hesitate. It was not that Zhou Hao would be disadvantageous to Zhao Rixin, but they didn't know how Zhou Hao would treat Zhao Rixin. However, Zhao Yuqin had unconditional trust in Zhou Hao. She said to the guards, "You go out first, and also, take these two people out." She was referring to Dong Qishan and the Lushan layman. The old military doctor also said, "Then let's go out first. Anyway, if we stay here, It won't help the standing committee of Zhao. When he said this, his face was a little helpless and apologetic, as he had treated many important leaders. At this time, the doctor of Zhao Rixin was at a loss for the poison in Zhao Rixin's office, which made him somewhat blame himself. So, Zhao Rixin, Zhao Yuqin, and Zhou Hao were soon left in the living room. Zhao Rixin seemed very relaxed and calm, without the dying patient's anxiety at all, and smiled at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, how are you going to treat me?" Zhou Hao said to Zhao Yuqin. "Sister, you give me a knife." Hearing Zhou Hao's request for a knife, Zhao Yuqin's heart jumped, but he quickly found a military dagger. Zhou Hao's right hand was still pressed against Zhao Rixin's heart to infuse real qi, and his left hand stretched out towards Zhao Yuqin. "Sister, you cut my wrist, and use more force, otherwise it will be difficult to cut it." After saying that, he removed the bodyguard on his left hand and infuriated. "Xiao Hao, are you?" Zhao Yuqin was puzzled. "Don't ask my sister, just do what I say." Zhou Hao gave her a relieved look. Zhao Yuqin gritted her teeth and put the dagger on Zhou Hao's wrist. She had been to military academy before, so she was more familiar with the use of daggers than ordinary people. After looking at Zhou Hao, she scratched Zhou Hao's wrist. At first she thought that the dagger was so sharp that she could cut Zhou Hao's wrist with a single stroke, but saw that there were no traces on it. "Sister, try harder. I have thick skin and thick flesh, so don't worry about it." His body has been modified by ambergris, and even if there is no bodyguard, it is harder to get injured than ordinary people. As a result, Zhao Yuqin was cruel, holding the dagger and swiping hard, saw a hole in Zhou Hao's wrist, and blood leaked from it. Zhou Hao immediately put his hand to Zhao Rixin's mouth and said to him, "Uncle Zhao, open your mouth, my blood can detoxify." Zhao Rixin was unheard of, but seeing Zhou Hao's caring and sincere eyes, he still opened his mouth slightly, letting Zhou Hao's blood drip into his mouth. As Zhou Hao's body's ability to recover is very strong, the wound on his wrist healed automatically in less than 10 seconds, and he needed to cut it open again with a dagger. This was repeated several times until Zhao Rixin himself felt bloody, and Zhou Hao gave up. Zhao Yuqin immediately bandaged Zhou Hao with the prepared gauze, his eyes full of distress. She cut Zhou Hao's wrist repeatedly just now, and every cut seemed to be on her own heart. Especially Zhou Hao did not hesitate to bleed for his father, which made Zhao Yuqin feel even more sad and moved. Later, Zhou Hao tried to reduce the jinqi injected into Zhao Rixin's body, and found that even if the jinqi weakened, the toxins in Zhao Rixin's body were rapidly disappearing. This discovery made Zhou Hao very pleasantly surprised. His own blood could really detoxify Zhao Rixin's body. As the toxins dissipated, Zhao Rixin's complexion also recovered some ruddy. Although he was still weaker, it was already much better than before. After the toxins dissipated, Zhou Hao re-injected Jin Qi into Zhao Rixin's body to help his meridians and internal organs recover as soon as possible. Zhou Hao discovered that after the toxins disappeared, Zhao Rixin's Qi meridian and 8 meridians and the internal organs had regained their vitality, not as depressed as he had checked before. As a result, Zhou Hao suspected that the rapid deterioration of Zhao Rixin's body in the past half-month was related to the toxins just now. However, Zhou Hao also felt very strange. When he checked Zhao Rixin before, why didn't he find that he contained toxins in his body? "Xiao Hao, how is my dad?" Zhao Yuqin saw Zhou Hao pondering, thinking that Zhao Rixin's condition had gone back and forth. Zhou Hao then smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry, Uncle Zhao is all right now. As long as he takes a few days of recuperation, his body will get better soon. Even the previous problems will no longer exist." "Really?" Zhao Yuqin asked joyfully. Zhao Rixin was able to sit up from the sofa at this time. "I feel better too, and I don't feel as tired as before." He looked at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, how can your blood detoxify? My body is quite special." The poison of the smile of the king that was used by General Lu Jinwu before can be relieved by my blood. Zhou Hao explained. Zhao Yuqin asked, "Xiao Hao, why is my dad like this?" Including the deterioration of Uncle Zhao's body before and the situation just now, it was because Uncle Zhao was poisoned. Zhou Hao said solemnly. "But what I don't know is that when I checked Uncle Zhao before, his body obviously there is no toxin." Zhao Yuqin frowned and said, "Did Dong Qishan and the others do good things?" Zhou Hao said, It's not clear yet. He looked at Zhao Rixin. Uncle Zhao, although I am not sure if it is Dong Qishan's ghost for the time being, he can't get rid of the suspicion. I think you will go out to see them later. At that time, pretending not to blame Dong Qishan, let him relax his vigilance so that we can find things out more easily. Zhao Rixin snorted at this moment. What kind of layman he brought? I don't know who it is, and he is pretending to be a doctor in deep Tibetan martial arts. What is the intention of fighting? Dad, I have said that he had a conspiracy. You just didn't listen, and you said that he is the ideal candidate for your son-in-law. Zhao Yuqin said with his arm. Zhao Rixin was blushing when his daughter said, My father is wrong this time. It's all right. At this time, Dong Qishan's father, Dong Yi, had received the news that his son was suspected of poisoning Zhao Rixin, but he was greatly taken aback, and the storm rushed over from the office immediately. And Zhao Rixin also walked out with the support of Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao. When everyone saw that Zhao Rixin was no problem, they were all very surprised, especially the old military doctor who looked at Zhou Hao's eyes with a twinkling splendor. Seeing the eyes of those doctors, Zhou Hao secretly rejoiced, but fortunately, let these people out just now, otherwise they would definitely not let them go. As for Dong Qishan and Lei Lushan, they were greatly relieved after seeing Zhao Rixin. Standing member Zhao, are you okay? Dong Yi had already visited with the secretary and guard. I saw that Dong Yi was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His appearance was very similar to Dong Qishan, but he was much calmer and more calm than Dong Qishan. He said to Zhao Rixin, I blame this unconvinced brat for making you look like this. Zhao Rixin waved his hand. It's not a matter of goodness. The doctors have already checked. The medicine he gave me is not poisonous. It seems to be my own problem. Smelly boy, I just came to apologize to Standing Committee Zhao. Although Dong Yi was greatly relieved after listening to Zhao Rixin's words, he turned around and snorted to Dong Qishan. Dong Qishan quickly stepped forward and bowed his head to admit Zhao Rixin. Uncle, Qishan is reckless. I'm sorry. Oh, the fault is not with you. You don't need to blame yourself. Zhao Rixin laughed. This was also Dong Yi who came to apologize to Zhao Rixin personally. The purpose was to make Zhao Rixin forgive Dong Qishan. If he changed ordinary people, he would have been taken back for strict interrogation by the Ministry of National Security. After Dong Yi and Dong Qishan left, the old military doctor eagerly checked Zhao Rixin, but after finding that his body had been detoxified, he asked Zhou Hao in amazement, Little brother, what method did you use to detoxify Standing Committee Zhao? What is the poison in Standing Committee Zhao? Actually I don't know what kind of poison is in Uncle Zhao. Zhou Hao scratched his head. As for how to cure Uncle Zhao, please forgive me for the command of the teacher, and I can't tell everyone. He also asked just now. After Zhao Rixin, let him not tell others about detoxifying him with blood. I don't know who the little brother inherited, the old military doctor asked again. Zhou Hao replied, My master is called Dr. Gong's son. Is it him? The old military doctor raised his eyebrows. Old sir, do you know my master? Zhou Hao never thought that the old military doctor and Dr. Gong's son were old acquaintances. I only heard the old military doctor sigh slightly. I had a relationship. In the early years, I practiced medicine in Hebei. It seems to be 5 or more years when an epidemic broke out in a remote village. I talked to the doctors from the local health bureau. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find a cure. I only knew that it was a virus similar to the plague. In the end, it was a wild man who just passed by. Let us pick a few unknown mountain herbs and boil it. It really hurt the villagers. The disease was cured. And that wild man was Dr. Gong's son, and I only met him that time, and never saw him again. The voice of the old military doctor was very sighing. Then Dr. Gongsuan's medical skills are really superb. At that time, I told him that if he was willing to enter the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he would definitely be reused by the state. He said that instead of sitting in a laboratory every day, research, it's better to travel to China and help people in need. I still admire this spirit. He smiled and looked at Zhou Hao. I didn't expect you to be his apprentice, little brother. No wonder you are so skilled in medicine. Zhao Rixin also sighed. I can't think of such a strange person, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see it. It's a shame. Dong's house in the capital city. Dong Yi is reprimanding Dong Qishan. What the are you doing? Do you know who Lao Zhao is? That is the Politburo Standing Committee. There are only 9 in the country. You know that he is a real member of the country. Moreover, he is not only it's just as simple as a member of the Standing Committee. As the veteran of the military, many generals in China now worked under him, and they all regard him as a teacher. If he wants to have shortcomings, the military personnel will treat our family as soon as possible. Surround yourself, then I won't be able to keep you. Standing in front of Dong Qishan lowered his head and mumbled, "It's none of my business. Haven't those doctors checked it out? The medicine we gave him is not poisonous. It's his own reason. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise you think I can bring you back?" Dong Yi said angrily, and then looked at the person behind Dong Qishan. "And you, Shirhu, you are so good that you pretend to be a traveler." I saw that the man named Shirhu was a layman in Zhao's house before, but the white beard on his face disappeared, revealing a face similar to an ordinary old man. At this time, he lowered his head and silently accepted Dong Yi's anger, not daring to refute. "Oh, don't scold him anymore. Isn't it proof that it doesn't matter to him? He is also kind. What do you mean by scolding him like that?" A woman in her 40s next to Dong Yi complained. Dong Yi glared at her. "It's you who is a beloved mother who has spoiled him since he was a child, so that he can still do nothing to this day." This woman is Dong Yi's wife Oplin. After hearing her husband's words, she immediately retorted, "Who said that we have done nothing for good? Don't the companies under his hands make billions every year? This is also called nothing. That is for the sake of others looking at our family. If he is a child of an ordinary family, do you think he can make money? I don't think he can even maintain a small business." Dong Yi hummed, and then pointed again. "Dong Qishan, Lao Zhao's matter should have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel as lousy." After that, he stood up and walked upstairs. Oplin glared at Dong Yi's back, then turned to smile at Dong Qishan. "Jishan, you leave him alone. You are always stubborn. You are tired today. Go back and rest. I will take you to see Lao Mo's family tomorrow. The girl is beautiful and works on CCTV. She is very good, but Lao Mo's official is a bit low and doesn't match our family. But you should also go and see. Multiple choices are not a bad thing, right?" "I know, Mom. Let's talk about it tomorrow," Dong Qishan said discouragedly. After that, Dong Qishan did not stay at home, but went out with Shirhu and went to his villa on Qishan. After arriving, Dong Qishan said to Shirlong, who was staying here, "Where is Mrs. Tokugawa?" Seeing Dong Qishan's aggressive appearance, Shirlong immediately said, "Yes, Mrs. Tokugawa is still on the 2nd floor." When Dong Qishan heard the words, he looked upstairs in a hurry, and Shirlong also whispered to Shirhu, "Junior brother, what happened? Didn't you go with the young master to detoxify Zhao Rixin? Why did you come back so soon?" This Shirhu is a brother. Shirhu said with a solemn face. Things failed. Zhao Rixin almost died. Shirlong was also shocked when he heard this, and wanted to ask Xiang, but seeing that Dong Qishan had already walked to Mrs. Tokugawa's room, the two of them followed closely. This time, Dong Qishan still didn't knock on the door, so he opened the door and broke in. Mrs. Tokugawa was also in the room, but she didn't take a shower as she did last time. Instead, she was wearing a light gray kimono, kneeling on the soft cushion, making tea intently. Although she is doing something quiet and elegant like making tea and wearing dense kimono, her every move can always give people a charming and taste, even more than a hot girl wearing only underwear. It's exciting. And Mr. Jingong, who was also sitting behind Mrs. Tokugawa at this time, was closing his eyes and rested. When Dong Qishan broke in, he opened his eyes and stared at Dong Qishan closely. Mrs. Tokugawa did not stop her hand movements, and at the same time raised her head slightly to look at Dong Qishan. "Dong Gongzi, it seems that you Chinese really don't know what politeness is. I hope you don't have a third time. You still have the mood to make tea here." Dong Qishan pointed to Mrs. Tokugawa and shouted, "The antidote you gave me not only didn't solve the poison on Zhao Rixin's body, it almost poisoned him to death. You explain to me what is going on." "What?" Mrs. Tokugawa's beautiful face showed a look of surprise. "It is absolutely impossible. What happened on Earth? Tell me in detail." Seeing Mrs. Tokugawa didn't seem to be cheating, Dong Qishan couldn't express his anger, so he told Mrs. Tokugawa in detail about the Zhao family. "I saw Mrs. Tokugawa's eyebrows frowning lightly, and then said, "What I give you is definitely the antidote to Sakura pouch fragrance. You are my partner, and I will not lie to you." "Then why didn't it work, but almost poisoned Zhao Rixin to death?" Dong Qishan asked. "As for why this is the case, I think it is likely that Zhou Hao moved his hands and feet," Mrs. Tokugawa said. "Didn't he ever stop when you were about to take medicine for Zhao Rixin? I must be him when you didn't notice. Even if he moved his hands and feet, it was the poison he poisoned Zhao Rixin. To prevent you from curing Zhao Rixin's disease, you said that Zhao Rixin was cured by Zhou Hao. This can also be explained. Since it was his own poison, of course only he can solve it, which is why he let you all leave." After hearing Mrs. Tokugawa's words, Dong Qishan recalled the situation at that time and immediately gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard." Shirhu also said to Dong Qishan at this time, "Master, it is very possible that our medicine has already solved the poison on Zhao Rixin's body, but Zhou Hao secretly poisoned Zhao Rixin and let him send the poison. It's like we poisoned Zhao Rixin." Dong Qishan clenched his fists tightly, and even the blue veins were exposed on his forehead. "This guy, I can't spare him. Dong Gongzi, don't be impulsive. Even if you tell Zhao Rixin that Zhou Hao's poison is poisoned, he won't believe you. On the contrary, you seem to be stingy and take the opportunity to frame Zhou Hao. You Chinese don't often say that a gentleman takes revenge for 10 years. Isn't it too late? Please bear with me. This time he broke our plan, and I will definitely help you deal with him." Dong Qishan nodded slightly to Mrs. Tokugawa. "Madam, I'm sorry. I was so reckless just now. I blamed you by mistake. I'm sorry." "Don't mind. Since we are in the same boat, I won't blame you." Mrs. Tokugawa smiled tolerantly. "I only hate Zhou Hao's bastard. Zhao Rixin will definitely not let Yu Qin be with me this time, and I can't say good things to your group." Dong Qishan said bitterly. Mrs. Tokugawa smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Fortunately, Zhao Rixin doesn't know that this matter is related to you. We still have a chance." Dong Qishan nodded. "Then I won't disturb Mrs. Tokugawa. I will visit you again tomorrow." "Okay." Dong Gongzi walked slowly. After Dong Qishan and Shilong Shirhu left, Mr. Jingu frowned and said to Mrs. Tokugawa, "Madam, listening to what Dong Qishan said just now, it seems that Zhao Rixin is not dead." The smile on Mrs. Tokugawa's face has also disappeared. "Impossible. The poison of Sakura Pakura is clearly insoluble." She frowned and said to herself, "That Zhou Hao used it. What is the method to undo the poison on Zhao Rixin's body? Green bamboo snake mouth, wasp tail needle, neither is poisonous. The most poisonous woman's heart. I finally understand this sentence." A young male voice suddenly sounded in the room. The expressions of Mrs. Tokugawa and Mr. Jingu changed. Mr. Jingu immediately jumped up to protect Mrs. Tokugawa and pulled out the knife from his waist to guard and shouted, "Who is it?" "I saw a slender figure walking out of the dark corner over there. It was Zhou Hao." It turned out that he had been lurking in the Dong's house for a long time, and he followed all the way since Dong Qishan and Shilong left the Dong's house. Moreover, none of the three masters, Mr. Jingong and Shilong Shihu in this room, could find Zhou Hao hiding here. This made Mr. Jingong shudder. With Zhou Hao's skill, even if he had a knife in his hand, he was not sure that he could deal with Zhou Hao. I guessed right. Uncle Zhao was already poisoned. Zhou Hao stared at Mrs. Tokugawa coldly, and now he only felt that under her beautiful appearance, what was wrapped in it was terrifying. The snake-hearted. "It turned out to be a good thing you did." Compared with Mr. Jingu's nervousness, Mrs. Tokugawa at the back seemed very calm, and she was not afraid to meet Zhou Hao's gaze. Then Zhou Hao said, "I couldn't find toxins in Uncle Zhao's body before, and the medicine Dong Qishan gave to Uncle Zhao was also non-toxic. I have never thought about this. Now I finally know." Mrs. Tokugawa even looked at Zhou Hao with a smile. "I would like to hear the details, and let me see, have you really guessed the truth?" Seeing Mrs. Tokugawa's charming smiling face, even though Zhou Hao had completely changed his attitude towards this woman, he couldn't help but move in his heart. He quickly settled his mind and said, "You must have moved your hands and feet on Uncle Zhao earlier. It should be half a month ago that you poisoned Uncle Zhao, but that poison will not immediately kill Uncle Zhao, but it slowly eroded his body, causing his various organs to weaken rapidly, and people in their 60s became 80 or 90 years old. And the medicine Dong Qishan and the others gave to Uncle Zhao is not poisonous, so the guards and doctors can't detect the problem. Zhou Hao said, but there must be something in the Bai Cao pill that can induce Uncle Zhao. The strange poison in the body caused its poison to explode, causing Uncle Zhao's poisonous gas to attack his heart to death. He stared at Mrs. Tokugawa. As for Dong Qishan, I think he is just in your hand, and you don't even know it has been used. The unknown poison you gave to Uncle Zhao before. Let Uncle Zhao, it looks like an ordinary old man, is old and weak, so that the hospital can't find the problem. But Dong Qishan took the opportunity to find someone to pretend to be a hidden Qi Huang Sheng hand, and used the antidote you gave to remove the poison from Uncle Zhao's body. I thought it was the doctor Dong Qishan got to heal him. In this way, out of gratitude, Uncle Zhao would appreciate Dong Qishan even more, and my sister would also slightly change Dong Qishan because of this favor. Speaking of which, Zhou Hao sneered. However, Dong Qishan himself didn't know that what you gave him was not an antidote at all, but a drug inducement to induce Uncle Zhao to poison him. The dignified Politburo Standing Committee was poisoned to death by the son of another Politburo member. The Zhao family's political camp will never let Dong Qishan go, and the Dong family's camp will not sit still for Dong Qishan. The two camps are fighting each other, and we China, if you don't want to be in chaos, you can take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and profit from it. Seeing Mrs. Tokugawa's beautiful face, Zhou Hao was afraid for a while, if not for his presence disrupted them. Then China's political situation will really be disturbed by this femme fatale. Mrs. Tokugawa's poisonous scheme is enough to harm the country and the people. Moreover, it was only the first time that she heard from Dong Qishan's previous affairs in Zhao's family. She immediately made up a dripping lie, pushed everything on Zhou Hao, and made Dong Qishan's hatred be transferred to Zhou Hao. This planning committee is really terrifying. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Mrs. Tokugawa patted the palm of her hand gently and praised again and again. Awesome, amazing. I didn't expect you to guess my overall plan from a little clue. She laughed. What you just said is correct. Zhao Rixin was indeed slapped by us. We know he likes orchids, so Dong Qishan sent him a pot of precious orchids specially. But he didn't know. We added that pot of orchids. Sakura Pooch fragrant. If you smell that flower scent at close range for a long time, you will naturally be poisoned. After a pause, she explained, Sakura Poxiang is a strange poison handed down in ancient Japan. It is not easy to make. It is colorless and tasteless, and it will not kill people immediately, so the poisoned person will not kill it immediately. The moment you die, you won't find it. After being hit by Yingpa Kuxiang, your body will immediately weaken, all organs will gradually weaken, and your immunity will decline sharply. However, you have to wait for the real. It will take at least the first half of the year for the poison to develop. If a special drug is taken, it will immediately induce the toxin of cherry poison, causing the poisoned person to die on the spot. She frowned and watched. Xiang Zhou Hao said, It's just that there is no cure for Yingpa Kuxiang. I really want to know how you saved Zhao Rixin. Zhou Hao snorted. The poison is incurable in Japan, and it doesn't mean that no one in China can cure it. In fact, he himself was a little fortunate, if it hadn't been for his blood modified by ambergris to detoxify. Zhao Rixin is hardly spared. Moreover, even if this woman manipulates everything behind the scenes, no one will find her at all. If Zhao Rixin was really poisoned to death, then everyone would think that it was Dong Qishan's hand. Even if Dong Qishan finally guessed that it was this woman, no one would believe it. Moreover, he had to deal with the Zhao family's revenge at that time. So how could he be distracted to find her afterwards? Now, although the woman's plan has been destroyed, she changed hands to let Dong Qishan transfer all the grudges to Zhou Hao, and she shirked completely. Therefore, if the plan succeeds, Dong Qishan will become her scapegoat, and if the plan fails, Zhou Hao will become her scapegoat. Although this woman is not good at martial arts, her city and scheming are too terrifying. Mrs. Tokugawa looked at Zhou Hao with a smile on her face. Are you thinking about handing us over to the Chinese government? Ha ha ha. It's useless. There is no evidence pointing to us at all. And if you want to do this in order to save Dong Qishan, the Dong family will try their best to stop you. And even if all these factors are removed, I still have the identity of the executive director of Mitsui Bank. If your Chinese government wants to deal with me, I am afraid that it will be very involved and even affect the relationship between Japan and Japan. The smile on her face grew stronger and stronger. Aren't you Chinese always say something that puts the big picture important? Then you can see if your government will easily move me. Hearing the name Mitsui Bank, Zhou Hao's heart suddenly jumped. Because Mitsui is not an ordinary surname in Japan, but a representative of absolute power. The Mitsui Consortium is the largest chaebol in Japan. Its business scope includes domestic trade, import and export trade, an entrepot trade of steel, textiles, machinery, chemicals, energy, electronics and information, grain, oil and food, non-ferrous metals, light industrial building materials, etc. From eggs to artificial satellites, they are all within their business scope. There is a well-known saying in South Korea that Koreans cannot live without Samsung in their lives because they are always surrounded by Samsung products in their lives and work. This sentence can stand for Samsung, the status in Korea. And if Mitsui is applied to this sentence, it will not only cover South Korea, but many countries around the world. Because many companies under the Mitsui Consortium were originally Fortune 500 companies surpassing Samsung. Among them are global industry leaders such as Toyota, Sony, and Toshiba. The consortium's investment and equity participation in affiliated companies extend to GM, Siemens, Ericsson, and other top global camps. If Mitsui wants to compete for the top 500 rankings, simply incorporate the financial statements of companies affiliated to the consortium into Mitsui, and you can easily sit on the top position in the world. Around the world, companies that Mitsui invests and shares in are almost everywhere, but the name of Mitsui is basically not seen in Mitsui's affiliated companies. Mitsui is like a submarine. It is lurking by your side, but you can't feel it. Among them, Mitsui Bank, Mitsui Movable and Mitsui Fudosan are the three pillar companies of the Mitsui Consortium. For a country like Japan whose politics is controlled by consortia, you can offend Japanese politicians. But if you violate the interests of those consortia, you have to face the whole of Japan. Therefore, as Mrs. Tokugawa said, from the overall picture, the Chinese government will not move her easily. However, seeing the smug smile on Mrs. Tokugawa's face, Zhou Hao was very angry. Suddenly, he sneered. Mrs. Tokugawa smiled and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Just listen to Zhou Hao said. Our government will really focus on the overall situation, but I will not. No one knows that I am here. So if I kill you, it will never some people know that the Mitsui Consortium has no way to settle accounts. Mr. Jingu's face changed drastically, and he coldly shouted, "If you want to hurt my wife, unless you step on my body." Is this the so-called Bushido spirit? Zhou Hao sneered and mocked. He didn't see any movement of his feet, but he flew towards Mr. Jingu. Mr. Jingu was embarrassed, holding a knife in both hands, and suddenly stepping forward with his left foot. The silver-shining Japanese sword swung a sharp light toward Zhou Hao. Mr. Jingu is one of Japan's three great masters. His skill is unfathomable. Before meeting him, Zhou Hao had never seen such a strong person. Even Dr. Gongsun, he was afraid that he would be inferior. But now that Mr. Jingu has a knife in his hand, his power is even stronger. The biting blade light moved towards Zhou Hao. Although the blade light was invisible, there was a deep crack on the floor extending in the direction of Zhou Hao, which was obviously dragged out by the blade light. If Zhou Hao had the confidence to deal with Mr. Jingong's full blow, he would not be injured. But since being instructed by Shan Bo in the Yunlu Palace of Hengshan Mountain, Zhou Hao has gained a new understanding of his own power. In fact, although Mr. Jingu's sword is strong and powerful, his sword intent is not deep enough compared to Shan Bo. I saw Zhou Hao feeling the sword light that was constantly approaching him, just like feeling those bamboos on Mount Hung. Afterwards, Zhou Hao swung his right hand out of the way and flicked a blade of light diagonally upward from below. The sword light issued by Zhou Hao was not as mighty as Mr. Jingong, and even silent, like a breeze without a trace. However, when the two sword beams were held together, Mr. Jingong's sword beam was immediately broken up by Zhou Hao and disappeared invisibly in the air. How? How could it break my royal wind knife with bare hands? Mr. Jingong looked at Zhou Hao incredulously. Zhou Hao didn't give him a chance at all, so he rushed over immediately. Mr. Jingong immediately waved the long knife in his hand, and for a while, saw the shadow of the sword all over the sky, sweeping towards Zhou Hao like a big net. Zhou Hao is not afraid. Even though Mr. Jingong's swing speed can be compared with bullets, it still has no effect under Zhou Hao's superhuman vision. Zhou Hao can even see where he will be hit next. In a blink of an eye, Mr. Jingong had already used 1,000 moves, but Zhou Hao was still intact, making Mr. Jingong more and more frightened. Since practicing martial arts, he has never encountered an opponent like Zhou Hao that made him feel scared from the bottom of his heart. Last time he lost in Zhou Hao's hands, he also thought that what he was best at and proud of was the sword technique. If he had a knife in his hand, he might not lose to Zhou Hao. But now, he has no mercy at all, and the long knife in his hand has also been used to the extreme, and even the surrounding air has been split. However, Zhou Hao always avoided his own blade calmly. Even before that blade went down, Zhou Hao had already dodged in advance, letting his sword fly away. Mrs. Tokugawa over there watched Zhou Hao easily avoiding all of Mr. Jingu's ultimate moves, and she was also very surprised. Although she also has martial arts, she is far from being a master like Mr. Jingong, let alone Zhou Hao. At this time, taking advantage of Zhou Hao's fierce fight with Mr. Jingu, Mrs. Tokugawa pulled out 3 silver needles from the belt of the kimono. I saw her beautiful eyes of Danfeng that could seduce the soul, but now she shot a vicious look. With a sudden wave of her wrist, the 3 silver needles turned into a ray of silver light, silently shooting towards Zhou Hao's chest. However, Zhou Hao sneered, raised his hand while avoiding the shadow of Mr. Jingong's heavy swords, and caught all the 3 silver needles with his 2 fingers. Moreover, his other hand swiped slightly into the air and instantly swung a blade of light. Mr. Jingu knew that he would suffer as soon as he saw Zhou Hao's left hand stroked in the air. Zhou Hao's sword beams could even be dispelled by his own imperial blade. Mrs. Tokugawa only knew how to duke and stand it. I saw that the shadows of the heavy swords that had originally enveloped Zhou Hao immediately disappeared, and Mr. Jingong's sword quickly blocked Zhou Hao's left hand. With a soft ding, Mr. Jingong blocked the sword light from Zhou Hao, but his long sword made of stainless steel broke in half. In order to stop Zhou Hao's sword light, Mr. Jingong's move was too violent. Now that the long knife broke, he had no time to turn around, exposing his middle door in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and his right palm pushed toward Mr. Jingong like a mountain and slammed fiercely on his left shoulder. The cracking sound of bones that made the soles of the feet chilling came immediately, but he saw that Mr. Jingong was holding back the piercing pain, raising his left hand and grabbing Zhou Hao's hand that was still pressing on his shoulder, while his right hand gripped that one tightly. The remaining half of the knife was stabbed at Zhou Hao's heart with all his strength. It turned out that Mr. Jingong had designed it when he made a move to block Zhou Hao's sword light. He deliberately exposed the flaw to attract Zhou Hao, and then gave Zhou Hao a fatal blow. Mr. Jingu's full blow was so powerful that even the air was pierced by the broken blade in his hand. It is difficult for anyone else to avoid Mr. Jingu's blow, and even if he survives the catastrophe, he will inevitably be seriously injured. But Mr. Jingong was facing Zhou Hao at this time, and Zhou Hao stretched out his left fist and swung it up from below, hitting the fast-moving blade of Mr. Jingong heavily. Zhou Hao's punch was even more powerful than Mr. Jingong, and immediately smashed the remaining half of the blade. Moreover, after smashing the blade, Zhou Hao's left hand immediately pierced Mr. Jingong's armpit like a poisonous snake, smashing his joints. In this way, Mr. Jingu couldn't move both arms. Zhou Hao also lifted his left foot and suddenly kicked him on his lower abdomen, kicking him out of the ground more than 10 meters away. Mr. Jingu fell to the ground fiercely, and he vomited a big mouthful of blood on the spot. He wanted to get up, but he felt that his bones were broken and he couldn't get up. Moreover, he also felt that at least 3 of his meridians had been interrupted by Zhou Hao's foot. After dealing with Mr. Jingong, Zhou Hao slowly turned his head to look at Mrs. Tokugawa, who was still there, and said with a sneer, "Why don't you run away?" "Because I know I can't escape at all." Mrs. Tokugawa met Zhou Hao's gaze without any fear. "Just now you seem to be held by Mr. Jingu. But in fact, You can get rid of him at any time. Me, so I have no chance to escape at all. Zhou Hao squinted at her and said sincerely, "You are the smartest woman I have ever seen." Indeed, although Mrs. Tokugawa's heart is as poisonous as a snake, especially when it comes to the use of conspiracy and poison, Zhou Hao don't admit it. Mrs. Tokugawa is the smartest woman he has ever seen. Should I be honored by your compliment? Mrs. Tokugawa laughed mockingly. However, Zhou Hao suddenly appeared in front of Mrs. Tokugawa. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he pinched her neck and forced her to the wall. Zhou Hao said, "It's just that your intelligence makes me feel terrible. If you stay in the world, it will be endless trouble for me or my country." Mrs. Tokugawa's neck was so long and smooth that even Zhou Hao couldn't bear to use her strength. And even though Mrs. Tokugawa was choked by Zhou Hao, life and death were hanging by a thread, but there was still no fear on her face. Instead, she was filled with a shallow smile. Her eyes looked at Zhou Hao like silk. "Then you just start. I have nothing to say." You, looking at Mrs. Tokugawa's beautiful face, those eyes that resembled two big deep pools, that straight Xiong nose, and the delicate red lips like cherry blossoms made Zhou Hao almost let go of her. But he immediately recovered, his hands tightened slightly, and coldly shouted to her, "Do you really think I dare not kill you? Then you can do it. What a macho like a mother-in-law." Mrs. Tokugawa replied without showing weakness. Mr. Jingong over there was kicking his legs, moving to this side as hard and slow as a snake, and still faintly shouted, Let me go, madam. Zhou Hao, just treat me if you have the kind. Start to bully a weak woman. What a hero are you? Are you Chinese only bullying the weak?" Mr. Jingu's loyalty and tenacity made Zhou Hao feel a little admired, but the two are different from the enemy and me, so Zhou Hao did not show mercy. He kicked the small wooden tea table that Mrs. Tokugawa had just used to make tea and hit it hard. On the head of Mr. Jingu, he fainted on the spot. His gaze returned to Madame Tokugawa. Zhou Hao slightly raised her hand, and she was lifted up by Zhou Hao. The suffocation made her face slightly flushed, but she never asked Zhou Hao for mercy. Even her eyes were full of stubbornness, staring at Zhou Hao without showing any weakness, as if urging him to do it quickly. Zhou Hao stared at Zhou Hao deeply and wanted to use his strength to twist her neck several times, which was as easy as breaking a match for him. However, Zhou Hao couldn't do anything when he touched Mrs. Tokugawa's stubborn look in his eyes and her deceptive face like a witch. After hesitating again, Zhou Hao took a few deep breaths and stared at Mrs. Tokugawa. "I will spare your life this time, but you have to leave Beijing and leave China immediately. If you let me see you again, you will be out of luck." He shook his hand and released Mrs. Tokugawa, letting her fall to the ground against the wall. Zhou Hao glanced at her again, warned her again with his eyes, and then pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window of the room and jumped up on the balcony, disappearing into the deep night like a night owl. The bright moonlight came in from the outside, and the night wind blew in through the open window, causing the curtains to flutter up like a princess in a costume dancing in the wind. Mrs. Tokugawa leaned against the wall, stroking her neck and coughing a few times. On the snow-white slender neck, there were still some purple fingerprints of Zhou Hao. Her eyes were also mixed with humiliation and anger, and there was even such a smile. After a long time, she stood up slowly, walked leisurely to Mr. Jingu, who had fainted on the ground, took a vase and poured the water inside on Mr. Jingu's face. Under the irritation of the cold water, Mr. Jingu slowly woke up and saw Mrs. Tokugawa next to him. He was pleasantly surprised. "Husband, madam, are you all right? Where's Zhou Hao?" Mrs. Tokugawa shook her head slowly. "I'm fine. Zhou Hao is gone. How about you? How are you?" Hearing Mrs. Tokugawa caring about herself, Mr. Jingu was very moved and said quickly, I'm fine, just a little internal injury, and I will recover soon." Mrs. Tokugawa nodded, and then said calmly, "Let's go back to Japan tomorrow." Why? Now it seems that since Zhou Hao already knows our plan, Zhao Rixin will probably know it too. It is very difficult for Dong Qishan to get close to him, and even though the Chinese government can't do anything to us, we stay here. It's useless. It's better to go back earlier and plan your next plan. "Madam, I'm sorry. All the subordinates are incompetent, but Zhou Hao can't be helped." Mr. Jingong blamed himself. Zhou Hao's strength is far beyond what you and I expected. Unsurprisingly, this person will definitely become our confidant in the future. She turned to look at the open French window over there, which was the direction Zhou Hao left. Just listen to her muttering to herself. Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao. As for Zhou Hao, after leaving Dong Qishan's villa, he ran all the way down the mountain. The night breeze kept whizzing past his ears, but Mrs. Tokugawa's thrilling beauty and unpredictable eyes were always lingering in his mind, and he kept cursing in his mouth. Who is really a witch? Lifting his right palm and looking at it, he shook his head and said, "Oh, my heart is too soft after all." When Zhou Hao returned to Zhao's house, Yan Xinlin had already returned. In the hospital, hearing that her husband had been poisoned made Yan Xinlin anxious, and when she hurried back home, Zhao Rixin was no longer a problem, which made her very relieved. After Zhao Rixin and Zhao Yuqin saw Zhou Hao come back, they didn't ask how Zhou Hao's investigation was. The first sentence asked Zhou Hao if he was in danger. Zhou Hao was very moved. I followed Dong Qishan to his villa on Xishan and met 2 Japanese. Zhou Hao told Zhao Rixin and Zhao Yuqin about the villa. They figured out that Uncle Zhao, you like orchids. That's why Dong Qishan did what he liked and poisoned the orchid. This is why Uncle Zhao, your health has deteriorated recently. Zhao Rixin also patted his head. Yes, that kid Dong Qishan gave me a pot of orchids. Soon after, my body deteriorated. This bastard, I didn't expect that he would dare to poison me. And that pot of Dong Qishan sent me. Naturally, the precious orchid was dealt with immediately by the guards. But Zhou Hao smiled. In fact, Dong Qishan is not deliberately poisoning you. Uncle Zhao, he originally wanted to please you by curing your body, but he didn't know that he was being used by others. Even so, he has a bad mind. Zhao Rixin patted the arm of the chair fiercely. After knowing what happened, Zhao Rixin completely changed Dong Qishan. Zhao Yuqin beside him also snorted. I said that this guy is not a good person. Dad, you still let me interact with him. You see, now, I almost led the wolf into the room. This time I rely on Xiao Hao, otherwise I will really be deceived by Dong Qishan's stinky boy. Zhao Rixin said angrily. I have been on the battlefield for so many years, but I was almost killed by a Japanese woman in the end. He looked at Zhou Hao. However, the Japanese woman is right. There is no basis for it. We really can't take her off, especially if she is the executive director of Mitsui Banking Corporation. If she really wants to touch her, the Japanese will definitely don't do it. Zhao Yuqin said unconvincedly. Did you let her go like this? Zhao Rixin touched her head. There is no alternative. The main theme of our country is peaceful development. Minimize friction with other countries. Especially, we have more and more economic exchanges with Japan. If you start your hands, the implications are very wide. At this point, he frowned. Some time ago, I made comments to the Standing Committee about Japanese-funded enterprises in several southern provinces, especially those in the chemical and paper industries. Yes, the local pollution is very serious, so strict rectification is required. The Standing Committee also accepted my opinion. Many Japanese companies have been expelled from the Chinese market because of this. It seems that many of those companies should be Mitsui Consortium. As Zhao Rixin's parents died in the War of Resistance against Japan, although it is now a peaceful age, he still has a subjective rejection of Japan, and he did not agree that the government would treat Japanese companies too much. Earlier, he received the following report saying that a group of Japanese companies had extremely serious environmental pollution, and he immediately reported to the Standing Committee. As one of the Standing Committee members, Zhao Rixin's influence is naturally huge, and the content of the report is also true. Therefore, the central government immediately took measures. Those Japanese companies were either rectified or expelled from the domestic market. Among them, individual Japanese companies were discovered. Collecting strategic resources strictly controlled by China under the banner of investment and building factories will naturally end in a very bad way. So Zhou Hao thought to himself that Zhao Rixin might have become a thorn in the eye of the Mitsui Consortium behind Mrs. Tokugawa because of this. He asked Zhao Rixin, Uncle Zhao, what do you want to do with Dong Qishan? The energy of the Dong family is not small. If we really fight, even if we win, we are afraid of our vitality. It will also cause political instability in our country. This is not just the way of those Japanese. Zhao Rixin snorted. However, Although I don't know what to do with them, I will hum. The Dong family originally wanted to get closer to the Zhao family through marriage, but after this incident, Zhao Rixi naturally would not let Dong Qishan be with his daughter anymore, and the partnership between the two was broken. And Dong Qishan also completely lost the opportunity to associate with Zhao Yuqin. However, Zhou Hao relaxed a little after hearing what Zhao Rixin said. He was worried that Zhao Rixin would be really upset and look for the bad luck of the Zhao family. If the two fight against each other, it would be a major earthquake in domestic politics. By the way, Uncle Zhao, do you know the origin of that Mrs. Tokugawa? The Tokugawa family can control the Mitsui Bank, the most important of the Mitsui Consortium. Do they have a high status in the Mitsui Consortium? Zhou Hao asked again. Zhao Rixin nodded. As far as I know, the current Mitsui Consortium is mainly controlled by two big families. One is the original Mitsui family, which controls Mitsui and Company, and the other is the Tokugawa family that controls Mitsui Bank and the other Mitsui. The real estate company is jointly controlled by the two. After the end of World War II, the Mitsui Consortium was in trouble for a while due to the suppression of the United States. At the time, Mitsui family. Patriarch Yutaro Mitsui invited Naomasa Tokugawa to help him get the Mitsui Consortium out of the predicament. Naomasa Tokugawa really helped the Mitsui Consortium get out of its predicament and regain its glory, but he also usurped nearly half of the Mitsui Consortium's property and robbed half of the Mitsui family's possessions. He frowned and said, Ms. Tokugawa, her husband should be from the Tokugawa family. If she can serve as the executive director of Mitsui Bank, her husband is either Tokugawa Naomasa or Tokugawa Naomasa's son. Zhou Hao nodded and said, Uncle Zhao, although you will not pursue the Dong family, and the government cannot move Mrs. Tokugawa, but if we do nothing, it will make the Japanese think we are afraid. They. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Rixin said with great interest, Oh? So, Xiao Hao, do you have any good ideas? It's very simple. As long as the threshold for some Japanese companies to enter the Chinese market is slightly raised, it will be enough for them to have a headache. Zhao Rixin was taken aback for a while, and immediately gave Zhou Hao a thumbs up. Okay. Oh, it's really rare. Xiao Hao, although you are young, you are brave and courageous. If you were born a few decades earlier, you would definitely be able to help us. The country makes a great contribution. He smiled to Yan Xinlin. Speaking of which, Xiao Hao really has a good relationship with our family. First, he saved our girl twice, and now he saved my old man's life and destroyed the Japanese. By the way, the prescription of the black jade ointment in your given state has also made a great contribution to the country. The old scholars of the Chinese Academy of Sciences have also said that the achievements of this black jade ointment are better than that of Yunnan in the past. Baiyao is still big. It is a treasure that benefits the country and the people. Also, didn't Yongquan also said before, Xiao Hao gave him 2 prescriptions, which have a great effect on the military. Yan Xinlin also smiled. Yes, he told me that time. Zhao Rixin looked at Zhou Hao with a smile, and his appreciation was overwhelming. He told me that Xiao Hao is a little fox, and he just demanded more than 200 million from their military area. But he also said that after expert research, the medicine Xiao Hao gave him is very effective, and it's worth the money in comparison. But Zhao Yuqin smiled at Zhao Rixin and Yan Xinlin. Dad and Mom, since you like Xiao Hao so much, you can just consider him a godson. Zhou Hao was taken aback when he heard the words, but Zhao Rixin and Yan Xinlin looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with joy. Then Zhao Rixin laughed at himself. Oh, I'm afraid Xiao Hao dislikes us for being old. After all, we are enough to be his grandparents. Hearing this, Zhou Hao didn't know how to speak and quickly said, I'm afraid of Uncle Zhao, and you dislike me. Just kidding, not to mention that Zhao Rixin is Zhao Yuqin's father. Just because of his identity, he is a political bureau. The standing committee said that he would accept his son, but who would refuse? Zhao Yuqin on the side yelled at Zhou Hao at the right time. Are you still called Uncle Zhao? Zhou Hao would be overwhelmed immediately, got up and walked to the Zhao Rixin couple and knelt down, shouting happily, Godfather, Mother. Zhao Yuqin poured 2 cups of tea very quickly and asked Zhou Haojing to give Zhao Rixin and Yan Xinlin. Zhao Rixin and his wife drank Zhou Haojing's tea very happily. They only heard Yin Xinlin smile and said, "When will you let Xiao Hao your mother come over? We will all meet." Then, Zhao Rixin laughed and told the guards and Su Ma in the house that he had accepted a godson, and then made a sincere call to Zhao Dingzhou, telling him that he would have another godson in the future. Zhao Dingzhou was naturally also very happy. He didn't treat Zhou Hao as an outsider. Now that Zhao Rixin accepts Zhou Hao as his godson, he will truly become the Zhao family. Now that Zhou Hao became Zhao Rixin's godson, he naturally stayed at Zhao's house for the night that night. There are many rooms in Zhao's house anyway. At this time, Zhou Hao was in his room with Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin smiled at Zhou Hao and said, "Now I really become your sister." After closing the door, Zhou Hao hugged Zhao Yuqin's plump and mature body. The two kissed fiercely for a long time before Zhou Hao smiled at Zhao Yuqin, whose cheeks were red, and said, "But this way, we are not messing up. Huh? If my sister and brother fall in love, will they be immersed in a pig cage in the future?" "All nonsense, we are kissing each other." Zhao Yuqin leaned forward, and the two rubbed their noses together a few times. Just listen to Zhao Yuqin saying to Zhou Hao, "By the way, why didn't you kill that Japanese woman? Isn't it because you are reluctant to start when you think that the parents are pretty?" Zhao Yuqin was clever in mind, and immediately took out Zhou Hao's bottom line. Zhou Hao naturally couldn't admit it, otherwise he would have to face Zhao Yuqin's grand punishment attendant. Just listen to him. "No, I was afraid that if the Japanese woman died in our country, the Japanese would make trouble for us." But when Zhao Yuqin hummed, "What are you afraid of? People are dead. What can they do with us?" In fact, she also knew that if Mrs. Tokugawa was really killed by Zhou Hao, it would have an impact on the relationship between China and Japan. Adverse effects. But for the Mrs. Tokugawa she hadn't met, Zhao Yuqin always had an inexplicable hostility in her heart. After spending a while with Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin left. This is the Zhao family. The two are now sisters and brothers. Of course, they can't mess around. Zhou Hao feels that he has become Zhao Rixin's godson. He has already taken a big step forward with Zhao Yuqin. The so-called haste is not enough. If Zhao Rixin and Yin Xinlin find out what happened between the two, they don't know what will happen. Minor. The next day, Zhao Yuqin took Zhou Hao around most of the sites of the capital, letting Zhou Hao enjoy the tour. When the two were visiting the Great Wall, Zhou Hao received a call from Huang Shifu. On the phone, Huang Shifu invited Zhou Hao to dinner. Zhou Hao thought to himself that Huang Shifu must have a purpose in inviting himself to dinner, but he also wanted to see what Huang Shifu wanted to do, so he agreed. Zhao Yuqin, who was in Zhou Hao's arms, heard that he was going to socialize, and said with a slight irritation, "Who is such a big face that makes you go to dinner with him without me?" The two of them finally got to be alone. Zhao Yuqin must be unhappy now that Huang Shifu's chance of being destroyed was destroyed. Zhou Hao straightened out the wuxi at her temple. "I met him at Dong Qishan's reception earlier, the boss of the Huangshi group. He also gave me a house as a meeting ceremony. I haven't seen it yet." Zhao Yuqin has also heard of Huangshi Group, a real estate company that is on the rise. And since Zhou Hao had already agreed, he naturally couldn't go back, so Zhao Yuqin said, "You can go, but you have to take me with you. I never thought about leaving my sister and you alone." Zhou Hao smiled. "It's pretty much the same." Zhao Yuqin smiled and pinched Zhou Hao's nose. However, Zhou Hao did not go to the five-star hotel where Huang Shifu had booked a room, but instead arranged Huang Shifu to Dong Lishan. Dong Lishan is regarded as a real-time-honored brand in Beijing. Zhou Hao knew in his previous life that Dong Lishan was famous for mutton cooking at home and abroad, but he had never had the opportunity to try it, so he wanted to take advantage of it today. As a time-honored brand at home and abroad, Dong Lishan is naturally overcrowded. Fortunately, Zhao Yuqin knows Ding Yugui, the contemporary heir of Dong Lishan. Originally, Ding Yugui wanted to give Zhao Yuqin and the others the best suite, but Zhou Hao thought that washing lamb was of course the most atmospheric in the lively hall. Huang Shifu arrived very quickly. Over the years, he has been in and out of star-rated hotels, and it has been a long time since he has been to a relatively civilian place like Dong Lishan. And now he is actively trying to win over Zhou Hao. And since Zhou Hao decides to come here, he will do whatever he wants. What surprised him was that Zhao Yuqin also came. Huang Shifu originally wanted to win over the Zhao family, through Zhou Hao's relationship. Now that Zhao Yuqin himself is here, his chances are even greater. He laughed and walked to Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Brother Zhou and Miss Zhao are so close. We are together everywhere. Zhao Yuqin glanced at Huang Shifu lightly and said half seriously and half jokingly, President Huang, don't talk nonsense. My dad accepted Xiao Hao as a godson yesterday. Xiao Hao and I are sisters and brothers. At this stage, Xia don't want Zhao Rixin to know his true relationship with Zhou Hao. Huang Shifu was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to become Zhao Rixin's godson, and he really did the right thing to draw him in. He immediately smiled at Zhou Hao with a fist and said, Congratulations, Brother Zhou, I really envy others. What he said was from his heart. Huang Shifu was indeed very envious of Zhou Hao being the godson of Zhao Rixin. I just heard Zhou Hao say, Why is President Huang so happy to invite me out for dinner today? Didn't you mean that your group has a lot of affairs, and you are often so busy with President Huang that you are in trouble? Huang Shifu chuckled and said, You can't just focus on work every day. I'm just taking a break from busy. At this time, the waiter had already prepared the utensils for them. Although they could not eat immediately, Zhou Hao had already smelled the tempting mutton fragrance in the pot, and the surrounding was so lively, which really made people appetite. The only thing that made Zhou Hao unhappy was that he had to socialize with Huang Shifu, the enemy's father. Zhou Hao also asked people to bring a few bottles of beer and poured a glass for Zhao Yuqin and Huang Shifu. Zhou Hao took a sip and asked Huang Shifu, The pieces of land that President Huang has won in the capital should be developed. It's not so fast yet. Huang Shifu smiled and said, Our group is still busy with the real estate market in Shanghai. As for the land in the capital, I intend to use it as the group's reserve until we have sufficient funds. Some further development. Zhou Hao laughed secretly. Fortunately, there is no policy of development within a time limit. Otherwise, Huang Shifu's land would not be so easy to take. Moreover, Zhou Hao, who worked in the Huangshi Group in the previous life, knows that most of the funds of the Huangshi Group come from loans from major banks. The usual shortage of funds refers to the bank's refusal to lend to the group. The reason why Huang Shifu has not developed these plots of land is that on the one hand, the bank has not given them a loan. On the other hand, it may also be that Huang Shifu is thinking about living in strange goods and intends that the housing market will be heated up after a year or two. These few pieces of land in hand allowed the Huangshi Group to fight a beautiful business war. By the way, Mr. Huang, the house you promised me before, I don't have time to see it yet. Zhou Hao said casually. Huang Shifu was taken aback when he heard the words. The reason why he gave Zhou Hao the house was to win over the Zhao family. Even if Zhou Hao didn't fully understand his intentions, he should know nothing more. But now he has spoken it out in front of Zhao Yuqin. With Zhao Yuqin's cleverness, he will naturally guess the hidden secrets. After all, he was a leader in the business world, and he knew Zhou Hao's intentions after a little thought. Zhou Hao was telling himself how close he was with the Zhao family, and he didn't even have to taboo about these things. At this time, Zhao Yuqin also smiled at Huang Shifu. Haha. Yes, I haven't thanked Mr. Huang for his love to Xiao Hao. I would like to thank you for Xiao Hao. Hearing what Zhao Yuqin said, Huang Shifu was really happy. He was most afraid that Zhao Yuqin would blame himself for giving Zhou Hao a house. But now Zhao Yuqin obviously accepted it tactfully, making Huang Shifu feel that he had taken another step closer to the Zhao family. So he smiled excitedly. If the two of you are free, we can go and have a look now. Or let me know what Brother Zhou likes and decorate the house. Don't worry about it for a while. Zhou Hao smiled. This lamb is fine, Mr. Huang. Try it too. After that, he was very considerate and put a piece of lamb into Zhao Yuqin's bowl next to him. Well, everyone pick up chopsticks. Everyone picks chopsticks. Huang Shifu nodded and smiled. In a happy mood, this already delicious lamb made Huang Shifu eat more cheerfully. While tasting the delicious mutton Dong Lai Shan, Zhou Hao saw a figure when he looked up. Seeing this figure, Zhou Hao stopped his whole body, only feeling that his heart was throbbing vigorously and his blood was rushing like a wave. I saw that it was a young man of 25 and 16 years old, slender and handsome, wearing a decent beige suit. The whole person suddenly looked like a well-educated boy from a rich family, and he didn't have the arrogance of ordinary rich boys. but he appeared very cautious and cautious. The young man looked at the door for a while, then fixed his gaze on Zhou Hao's side. He declined the waiter who walked up to him and walked straight here. Seeing the young man approaching, Zhou Hao kept his eyes fixed and shouted repeatedly in his heart, "Finally, we are going to meet. We are finally going to meet." This young man is Huang Wank. Even though he was much younger than he was in his previous life, Zhou Hao would definitely recognize him even if he turned to dust. So as soon as he walked into Dong Laishan, Zhou Hao recognized him at a glance. Ever since I met Huang Shifu in Dong Qishan's villa, Zhou Hao knew that he and Huang Wank would meet sooner or later, and even if they didn't have the fate, Zhou Hao would go to him. Zhou Hao once thought about what it would be like to meet Huang Wank in this life. Will he immediately pounce on him as soon as he sees him, smash his Tianling guy, and kill him in the palm of his hand? "Zhou Hao, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Yuqin, who was beside him, noticed Zhou Hao's abnormality and asked with concern. Zhou Hao suddenly recovered, and Huang Wank had already come to their table. He nodded slightly to Huang Shifu, who was sitting there, and said respectfully, "Father." Huang Shifu smiled and introduced to Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. "Brother Zhou and Ms. Zhao, let me introduce to you. This is my son Huang Wank, who came back from studying in the United States 2 years ago and is now helping me take care of it. Things in the company." Zhao Yuqin gently nodded and smiled at Huang Wank, but the attention was still on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao stood up from the chair and stretched out his right hand to Huang Wank, with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, this is Zhou Hao. When we meet for the first time, please advise. After you go to hell, don't forget that Huang Wank killed you." The words Huang Wank said when he stabbed the sharp knife into Zhou Hao's heart. Even if Zhou Hao was reincarnated, he still remembered Zhou Hao's grim smile. Looking at Huang Wank, who is still young, Zhou Hao really wanted to thank God in his heart. As for Huang Wank himself, he was slightly stunned, feeling a little flattered at Zhou Hao's kind behavior. Because Huang Shifu told him about Zhou Hao earlier and emphasized the close relationship between Zhou Hao and the Zhao family. Huang Wank knew very well that his father had always wanted to get closer to the Zhao family, so he could imagine how important Zhou Hao was as a bridge to the Zhao family. Before meeting Zhou Hao, Huang Wank still wanted Zhou Hao to have the Zhao family as his backer, and he was so young, he should be somewhat arrogant. "What? Brother Huang wouldn't want to make me a friend." Zhou Hao smiled deliberately when he saw Huang Wank standing there in a daze. Huang Shifu, who was sitting there, was also secretly anxious, fearing that Huang Wank would make Zhou Hao angry, so he secretly pulled down the corner of his clothes. Huang Wank came back to his senses at this time, and quickly stretched out his hands to hold Zhou Hao, and smiled endlessly. "How come? I am a little flattered. Mr. Zhou is willing to make friends with me. I really can't ask for it." Looking at Huang Wank's respectful smile and his enthusiasm, and thinking of his arrogant appearance in his previous life, Zhou Hao sneered. After sitting down, Huang Shifu said to his son, "It is an honor for you to make friends with you, Brother Zhou. Don't you know that Brother Zhou is now the godson of Standing Committee Zhao?" Huang Wank was shocked when he heard this. His eyes looked at Zhou Hao with envy and jealousy, as well as a hint of disdain. "I envy Zhou Hao for relying on the big tree Zhao Rixin. It can be said that in the future it will have a bright future. As for the disdain, it is precisely because Zhou Hao has Zhao Rixin as the backing." Huang Wank believes that Zhou Hao only got Zhao Rixin's joy because of the luck of SHD. If this reason is excluded, Zhou Hao is just a mediocre person who has nothing to do with himself. On the contrary, it was Zhao Yuqin who was sitting next to Zhou Hao. Huang Wank's beautiful face and figure made Huang Wank's eyes shine brightly. The little stars that he had raised were nothing like Zhao Yuqin. He had heard of Zhao Yuqin's beauty long before he came to the capital, but now he saw that her real person was far better than he thought. A beautiful woman like Zhao Yuqin, who is not only talented and beautiful, but also terrifying family background, is a man's dream. Although Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin on the opposite side looked extremely talented and beautiful, Huang Wank thought that they were siblings, so he preconceived that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were just ordinary siblings. Huang Wank knows that Dong Qishan like Zhao Yuqin is something that everyone in the capital circle knows, but it is also well known that Zhao Yuqin has not caught a cold. Thinking of this, and seeing Zhao Yuqin's extremely charming face, Huang Wank couldn't help thinking, if I can win the princess's heart, then we Huangshe group still need to look at Dong Qishan's face in the future. However, before he had a chance to put this idea into action, Zhao Yuqin, who was on the opposite side, noticed his unscrupulous gaze and frowned slightly. Although Huang Wank is still young, he is already very sophisticated in observing appearance. As soon as he saw Zhao Yuqin frown, he immediately laughed and said, "I'm sorry, because I saw Miss Zhao for the first time, so I have no immunity to Miss Zhao's charm. I will punish myself for a cup." The glass of beer drank in one go. If Huang Wank shrank and looked away, he would appear sneaky and annoying, but he praised Zhao Yuqin without a trace and saved himself from embarrassment, making people less angry. Zhou Hao had been paying attention to Huang Wank's every move. Just now, seeing him looking at Zhao Yuqin intently, he couldn't help but remember that he had taken Zheng Ying in his previous life. But even so, he had to feel that Huang Wank was turning around. Pretty. He raised his glass to Huang Wank and smiled and said, "Brother Huang is so talented and young and rich. I think there are many girls who like it. Mr. Zhou really knows how to make jokes." Huang Wank said with a smile, "Men should put career first, and I have no plans to talk about feelings." Regarding Huang Wank's words, Zhou Hao just smiled non-committal. "I don't think your Huangshe group's future development will be limited to Shanghai. Brother Huang, your stage is still very big." Mr. Zhou passed the award. Huang Wank smiled. "However, I also think that our domestic real estate market has great development potential. Although the housing market is rising very slowly now, this year is even a bit declining. But according to my guess, there is no 10 in 2010, the domestic real estate market will definitely skyrocket, and it will be one of the most profitable industries in the future." His smile is very confident, and he talks endlessly about his views on domestic real estate and future development trends. I have to say that Huang Wank's view on domestic real estate is very correct and predictable. Zhou Hao knew that the Huangshe Group in the previous life was able to develop into a leading real estate company in China, although it was due to the half-life of the founder of Wangshifu, but it was also inseparable from Huang Wank's talent. Even Zhao Yuqin, a businesswoman, also admires Huang Wank's insights. As for Huang Shifu, he saw the smile on his face at this time, and his eyes were full of pride for Huang Wank. After drinking and eating, the group of people left Dong Laishan. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin planned to take a walk. Naturally, Huang Shifu and his son didn't dare to bother and left. Not far away, Huang Wank turned around and looked at the backs of Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao gradually moving away. Huang Shifu knows his son very well, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Vank, I think you seem to be moved by the Zhao daughter. But you have to know that Dong Qishan has spent so much time and so much thought. It can't be done, let alone, I don't think that Zhao's daughter and Zhou Hao are like ordinary sisters and brothers." However, Huang Wank looked at his father with a smile. "Father, are you so unsure of me? That Dong Qishan, except for a good background, can compare with me. As for Zhou Hao, he just left. SHD luck has only been drawn to Zhao's family." There was an excitement in his eyes. "As long as I get Zhao Yuqin, then we won't have to look at that Dong's wink in the future." After listening to Huang Wank's words, Huang Shifu was also silent, apparently moved by Huang Wank's proposal. He just listened to him with a ha-ha smile and said, "Yes, when did our old Huang family lose face? Then Dong Qishan and Zhou Hao's yellow-haired boy. How can they compare with my son? Ah." Besides, Zhao Yuqin took Zhou Hao's arm and said, "Xiao Hao, I really don't see that Huang Shifu's son is also very different. According to him, the domestic real estate market is very valuable for development. If it wasn't for their group's relationship with Dong Qishan, I would also like to cooperate with them. All right, anyway, Huang Shifu is now worrying about how to win your Zhao family. As long as you wave the olive branch, they will definitely throw Dong Qishan away and hug you." Zhou Hao smiled. Zhao Yuqin beat him for a while and said, "Jing nonsense. It's so awkward to say something like throwing in your arms and giving you a hug." She stared at the smile on Zhou Hao's face and suddenly said, "Xiao Hao, don't you like that Huang Wank very much?" Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhao Yuqin in confusion. "Why? Didn't you see that we were talking very much just now?" But I saw Zhao Yuqin shook his head slightly. "You can't lie to me. Although you did talk to Huang Wank very much, and even wanted to make him deliberately. But I always feel that the look in his eyes is very wrong. On the surface, it is very enthusiastic, but it seems that there is always a kind of hate that can't go away. But it's not right. She turned her head and said to herself, "You only met today for the first time. Why would you hate him?" Zhou Hao was secretly surprised, and at the same time he felt a kind of happiness, because if he hadn't understood himself deeply, Zhao Yuqin would not have noticed his true attitude towards Huang Wank. But he will not tell her about the past life. This is a secret that only he knows, and he will keep this secret forever. "Sister, if I were to deal with Huang Wank, or even their entire Huang family, would you support me?" Zhou Hao said suddenly. "Of course." Zhao Yuqin smiled and pinched his nose. "My sister has always been on your side. No matter what you want to do, my sister will always support you," she said. "It's actually easy to deal with them. Those who engage in real estate often use the bank's money to give away the white wolf. As long as I explain to the bank that gave them the loan, order them to repay the loan within a specified time, and cut off their funds, they will not have the ability to resist. It's easy for them." People might think that Zhao Yuqin is too embarrassed to hear this, because now the Huangshe Group has assets of more than 10 billion yuan. How can it be dealt with, as she said? However, Zhou Hao knew that Zhao Yuqin did not exaggerate at all. Since ancient times, the poor have not struggled with the rich, and the rich have not struggled with officials. Although the Huangshe Group has a big business, with the energy of the Zhao family, it really doesn't take much effort to deal with them. However, Zhou Hao didn't want to bring down the Huang family so easily. His purpose was to lift the Huang family as high as possible, and then drag them down with one hand and step on them violently. He wanted Huang Wank from the peak of the wind and rain. Falling straight and far-reaching, there was nothing in an instant. So he smiled at Zhao Yuqin. "Sister, don't deal with them first. You can help them if necessary." Zhao Yuqin looked at Zhou Hao in confusion. "Didn't you say you want to deal with them?" "Yeah." The smile on Zhou Hao's face increased. "But haven't you just eaten Dong Lai Shun lamb? Sheep. Of course you have to fatten up before killing." Jingyu County is located in the southeast of Jilin Province, at the western foot of Changbai Mountain and the upper reaches of Songhua River. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The natural resources are very rich. Its forest coverage rate reaches more than 80%, and its natural form is very well preserved. Jingyu County was formerly known as Mengjiang County, to commemorate the heroic martyrdom of General Yang Jingyu, Commander-in-Chief of the Northeast Anti-Japanese Allied Forces. It was renamed Jingyu County and belongs to Baishan City. One of the important projects of Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Company is the development of mineral water. The most famous mineral water resource in China is Jingyu County, which will be called Mineral Water City in the future. In Zhou Hao's previous life, the mineral water resources of Jingyu County were truly developed after 1998. Famous mineral water brand companies including Nongfu Spring and Waha have all entered Jingyu County. Before Zhou Hao's rebirth, there were 47 proven high-quality mineral waters in Jingyu County, with daily water inflows of more than 150,000 tons. Today, the real development value of Jingyu County is still unknown, and Zhou Hao is about to take advantage of his own advantages, try to include the mineral water resources of Jingyu County in his hands, and reserve sufficient mineral water resources for his Tianhe Beverage Company. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin came to Jilin Province by train. As the temperature here is still relatively low, even the air is cold. However, the environment here is much fresher than in Beijing, which makes Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin feel relaxed and happy. It cannot be said that the natural environment of Jingyu County is very good. Although it has not yet been developed, the beautiful scenery here is no worse than other places in China. This time I came to Jingyu County with Zhou Hao, but Zhao Yuqin did not bring a guard. Because Zhou Hao is by her side, she is absolutely safe. If even Zhou Hao can't guarantee her safety, even the presence of a guard will not help. On the other hand, although the main purpose of coming to Jingyu County this time is to purchase the right to develop its mineral water resources, Zhao Yuqin also regarded this trip as a trip to the mountains and water with Zhou Hao. How could it be disturbed by others? It was also the reason why she chose trains instead of planes, so that she could spend more time with Zhou Hao. On the train, the two close friends made the rest of the passengers think they were newly married couples. which made Zhao Yuqin even more sweet. However, their sweet journey to Jingyu County has come to an end. In order to obtain the development rights of Jingyu County more easily, Zhao Yuqin notified the mayor of Baishan City before coming here. Before that, Wanchuan, the mayor of Baishan City, had always believed that Jingyu County was a remote village. Apart from Yang Jingyu's reputation, Jingyu County was a small village hidden in the mountains. And when he received someone who wanted to invest in Jingyu County, he still thought that it would be better to put the investment in the city and use it in more potential projects than to throw the money in that small village. But when he knew that Zhao Yuqin was coming, he hurried over from Baishan City in person. He knew the weight of the Zhao family, so he decided in his heart how to meet Zhao Yuqin's requirements, not to mention that they want to invest in Jingyu County. Even if they throw money in the Yalu River, Wanchuan will applaud. Joining him to greet Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao were Zhang Guiqing, the magistrate of Jingyu County, and local officials, large and small. The two Zhou Hao who arrived in Jingyu County by car were shocked when they saw the greeter team headed by Wanchuan. The officials even raised banners with the red background and yellow letters on it that read, "Welcome to Mr. Zhou Hao. Come to Jingyu County to invest with Ms. Zhao Yuqin. Sister, your name is really loud. I think we can take the entire Jingyu County down." Zhou Hao smiled at Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin said in a funny and angry way, "Really? Who do these people think of us?" As soon as they saw them, Wanchuan and Zhang Guiqing greeted them with smiles and enthusiastically shook Zhou Hao's hand. "Welcome, welcome. It is our honor for both of you to come to Jingyu County to invest and promote our economic development here." After his rebirth, Zhou Hao had already had a lot of contact with these government officials, and now he was more than proficient in dealing with Wanchuan and others. As for Zhao Yuqin on the side, she seldom spoke and completely gave the initiative to Zhou Hao. Wanchuan, who made Hua's mind to please her, was depressed, and many good words that had been prepared for a long time were of no use. Then, Zhang Guiqing took Zhou Hao and the two to visit Jingyu County. As in the memory of previous lives, apart from the large-scale production base that has not yet appeared, the green mountains and green waters in Jingyu County are so beautiful. However, Jingyu County has abundant reserves of natural mineral water, stable flow, and relatively concentrated distribution of mineral springs, which provides convenient conditions for large-scale development. In Zhou Hao's eyes, the clear waves and clear waters that looked around were piles of money. Zhao Yuqin said in Zhou Hao's ear, "Xiao Hao, after the survey and estimation by the people we sent earlier, there are more than 40 mineral springs that can be developed in Jingyu County. If you want to buy all their development rights, you should it costs about 400 million yuan. If I come forward to discuss with Wanchuan, the price should be lower by 30 to 40%. Sister, we will give out 500 million. Zhou Hao said. However, my request is that all the mineral spring development rights in Jingyu County belong to us, and the period is 50 years. 500 million, isn't it a bit too high? Zhao Yuqin was already saving Zhou Hao money. Zhou Hao shook his head. No, it's not expensive at all, sister. I believe that in a few years, the money we invested here will be back 10 times 100 times, compared to 500 million is not expensive at all. And we will also build a production base here to develop Jingyu County into a veritable mineral water city. Now that Zhou Hao said so, Zhao Yuqin also nodded and told Wanchuan and Zhang Guiqing of Zhou Hao's opinions. Wanchuan and Zhang Guiqing were stunned when they heard that they would invest 500 million yuan in Jingyu County and build a production base here. Originally, Wanchuan thought that Zhou Hao and the others were only investing in tourism resources in Jingyu County. 10 to 20 million would be more than enough to make the finances of Jingyu County and Baishan City easier. But now, one vote is 500 million, and Wanchuan is already thinking in his heart that with this political achievement, he might leave Baishan City in the next term and go to the province to get a job. But Wanchuan said hesitantly to Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, 50 years, isn't it a bit too long? Then Zhou Hao smiled and said to Wanchuan, Mayor, I can give you a promise. We are building a production base here and can hire local people here. I believe we can provide you with more than 10,000 positions. Moreover, from now on, Jingyu County and even your Baishan City can develop rapidly. Mayor, I even wonder if 50 years are too short. Hearing that Zhou Hao could provide them with more than 10,000 jobs, Owanshuan's eyes were bright. Because many state-owned enterprises are now laid off due to poor management, the number of unemployed groups in Baishan City is increasing, which has become a very headache for the municipal government. After weighing it repeatedly, Owanshuan gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I promise you all. But, Mr. Zhou, can you guarantee that your funds will be in place as soon as possible? This is naturally no problem. Zhou Hao laughed, and then shook hands with Owanshuan and Zhang Guiqing happily. Turning around and looking at the blue waves and green water, Zhou Hao was very excited. The notion of water as wealth exists widely among the people, and Zhou Hao is now turning this concept into reality. The water in Jingyu County is real wealth. Zhao Yuqin said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao, money matters are not a problem. I have already negotiated with the bank, and they have also agreed to provide us with this loan. In fact, Zhou Hao originally wanted to cash out the money in the international futures market, but Zhao Yuqin said that the money could not be moved. You know, Zhou Hao's money in the Hong Kong stock market and the international futures market grows every day, just like a snowball constantly rolling. If the money is cashed out, its growth rate will be greatly affected, which means that Zhou Hao's loss will be great. Instead of doing this, it is better to borrow from the bank. Compared with those that doubled in the futures market, the bank's interest of 10 to 20% is obviously more cost-effective. Thank you, sister, Zhou Hao said gratefully. He knew that the reason why the bank was willing to lend him a loan was all for Zhao Yuqin's sake. However, Zhou Hao will repay these loans at normal interest rates in the future, unlike other government business collusion that turns the loans into bad debts and causes the country to suffer losses. In this way, Zhou Hao would not leave the Zhao family in dust. After discussing the relevant investment rules, Owanshuan invited Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin to rest in a hotel in Baishan City, but Zhou Hao declined. Compared with those hotels, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin liked the natural scenery of Jingyu County more, so they planned to stay here. As the magistrate of Jingyu County, Zhang Guiqing naturally arranged for them very thoughtfully. He guessed that the two might have been tired of the luxurious life, so he ingeniously let them live in a fruit farmer's family in Jingyu County, which really satisfied Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, who were tired of the bustle of the city. The family members of this fruit farmer are very many. There are a full 20 or 30 people, and they all become a small clan, and the family gets along very well, which is lively and warm. They thought Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were a couple, and enthusiastically cleaned up a spacious room for them. This fruit farmer has a full family name and mainly grows apples. The mountain people are inherently simple, plus Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were brought by Zhang Guiqing himself, so they were naturally very enthusiastic towards Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. It was getting dark here very quickly, and Jingyu County had already been shrouded in deep twilight just after 5 o'clock. And in this farmhouse, there was also a smoky smoke and wisps of firewood and rice scented in the air. The host family is a middle-aged couple in their 50s. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin called them Uncle Quan and Aunt Quan. At dinner, more than 20 people in the whole uncle's family gathered together, and the atmosphere was very lively and warm. The food here is naturally not as exquisite as in the hotel, but it is better than the natural taste. Many of them are local products made by the whole uncle themselves, like cured duck ham. The taste is very fragrant. They also specially beat some hare and pheasant. This kind of game made Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin both enjoy themselves. Uncle Quan's 2-year-old grandson likes Zhao Yuqin very much and sits in her arms when eating. Zhao Yuqin also likes children very much, so he picked up the bowls and chopsticks to feed the little boy. Her gentle appearance was full of motherhood. Girl, how long have you been married? Aunt Quan, who was sitting next to Zhao Yuqin, asked her with a smile. Zhao Yuqin laughed and said, Auntie Quan, you have misunderstood. We are not married yet. Zhou Hao winked a wink when she spoke. Aunt Quan knew that she had misunderstood. She also smiled and said, Oh, I think you two are so married, and thought you and Zhou Xiaoga are already married. Look, old man, what a good couple, it's a golden boy. Jade girl. The uncle's daughter-in-law said, Oh, that's bad. We have only cleaned up one room. If you are not married, it seems that you will have to clean up another room later. But Zhao Yuqin said with a reddish cheek, Sister-in-law, no need. One room will be fine. No need to trouble you. Hee hee. So you and Zhou Xiaoga are already married, Aunt Quan said with a smile. People here are married if we sleep in one room. We just need to invite relatives and friends to have a meal sometime. Zhao Yuqin's face became even more red when she heard Aunt Quan's words and saw other people's eyes full of smiles and blessings. At this time, the little boy who was in Zhao Yuqin's arms put his head on her chest and said coquettishly, "No, sister is going to sleep with me tonight." At this time of childish remarks, one person immediately burst into laughter. And Zhou Hao watched this little guy keep rubbing against Zhao Yuqin's plump and attractive breasts, and he leaned over and whispered viciously, "Little devil, there is my sight. You go away." When Zhao Yuqin heard this, he hit Zhou Hao, blushing, and said, "What are you talking about? Don't teach the kids badly." The little guy also extended his little finger to Zhou Hao. "He is a big bad wolf. My sister ignores him, and my sister sleeps with me and ignores him." Zhao Yuqin held his small face and smiled. "Okay, whoever sister will be with you tonight. Is it okay to ignore this big bad wolf?" In the evening, the little guy really pestered Zhao Yuqin and refused to let go, but the whole family regarded Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin as sweet little couples and let a child get in the way. So this little guy in the end, he was forcibly carried away by his mother. Most of the people in the northern rural areas slept on the Kong. There were also rooms arranged by Uncle Quan for the two of Zhou Hao, and it was already warmed up, sitting on it warmly. Zhou Hao grew up in the south and only saw this northern bed in some TV dramas or northern sketches. Although Zhao Yuqin was also from the north, when she was born, Zhao Rixin's position was no longer low, and there was no Kong in the modern house, so Zhao Yuqin had never slept. They both felt very fresh when sitting on the warm Kong, while Zhou Hao hugged Zhao Yuqin, rubbing his face on her plump and attractive breasts, and still smiled in his mouth. "It's a good place. I've been occupied by that little kid for so long just now." There was no one else in the room, so Zhao Yuqin didn't stop Zhou Hao, but said funny, "Strictly speaking, aren't you a kid too?" Sister, are you talking about it? Where am I still like a kid?" Zhou Hao smiled and deliberately pressed his lower body to Zhao Yuqin's plump thigh and pressed it hard to make Zhao Yuqin feel the hardness there. Zhao Yuqin's face was drunk and flushed, and she pinched Zhou Hao's nose and smiled. "Yes, you are not a kid. You are a kid. I'm the little boy who specializes in sexing you." Zhou Hao raised his head and kissed Zhao Yuqin. After a long time, the two people separated. Zhao Yuqin hugged Zhou Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, you should go to Hong Kong in a few days." Since he decided to stay in the country and help Zhou Hao run the Tianhe Beverage Company, Zhao Yuqin could not go to Hong Kong in a short time. "Accompany him." "Well, it's almost time," Zhou Hao said. George Soros's predators began to deploy in Southeast Asia as early as the beginning of the year. Now the financial market in Southeast Asia is already undercurrents. It won't take long. First, the tide will happen. I think Hong Kong will sit down and make the water more muddy in order to profit from it. Zhao Yuqin nodded. "I have changed Galaxy Securities to an investment company and moved it to Hong Kong to make it easier for you in the financial market." She slightly raised her head to look at Zhou Hao. "Also, I have already changed Galaxy Investment. It's under your name." "Sister, you." Zhou Hao was surprised. He knew that Galaxy Securities not only has a commercial value of hundreds of millions, but most importantly, Galaxy Securities represents a very broad network of people because many high-ranking officials and nobles give money to Zhao Yuqin's Galaxy Securities as stock investment, which is an intangible resource whose value is difficult to estimate. But now, Zhao Yuqin gave the entire Galaxy Securities to Zhou Hao. "Sister, Galaxy Securities is your hard work. How can I?" Before Zhou Hao finished speaking, Zhao Yuqin stretched out his jade finger to his lips to stop his words. Just listen to her with a warm smile. "Do we still need to care about these? Mine is yours. There is no need to distinguish each other. Of course, yours is mine. You are so kind to Xiao Hao, sister." Zhou Hao kissed Zhao Yuqin on the forehead. I heard Zhao Yuqin say, "By the way, if you want to build a production base here in Jingyu County, we have to buy a few more sets of production equipment from Germany." She groaned. "Our people have already surveyed. Now, most of the mineral water in Jingyu County has reached the standard for direct drinking, so the processing procedure is very simple and can even be eliminated. But what kind of drinking water do we want to produce? At this stage, there are 3 types. One is 15-liter bottled water, the other is 2-liter large bottle, and the last is 550 milliliters small bottle. Zhou Hao explained in detail. He even took a piece of white paper and drew a sketch of several popular packaging in previous life. Zhao Yuqin frowned and said, "Xiao Hao, are those consumers really willing to spend money to buy this water?" She had done a detailed market report earlier and knew that Nongfu Spring is very popular in Shanghai now. However, the standard of living in Shanghai is much higher than that in other places, and the mineral water produced by Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Company is for the national market. So Zhao Yuqin is very worried. "Sister, you will know soon. Many cities in China are about to catch up with Shanghai or even surpass her. Many people have conservative expectations of the domestic development speed and underestimate the development potential of the drinking water market. And we must seize this opportunity to seize the market as much as possible," Zhou Hao said confidently. "As for how to make them willing to spend money on our water, we need to work hard," he said to Zhao Yuqin. "The first to accept new products are often young people, and we need to target this consumer group in the first stage. What young people are most concerned about is nothing more than trend and freshness. Moreover, Hong Kong now we are about to return, and many Hong Kong artists want to take advantage of the current domestic market to gain a foothold. We can take advantage of this and hire some artists who are popular with young people to promote us. Let's just ask the 4 kings of Hong Kong to come here. Don't be afraid to spend money. As long as you open the market, the advertising fee in this area will come back soon. Also, we can also provide products to domestic athletes free of charge. The best thing is to make our mineral water the only designated water for those large-scale sports games. However, it depends on your sister to communicate more with the government," Zhou Hao said. "Through these large-scale sports meets, we will be able to beat the brand and allow our market to break through to other consumer groups." After speaking, Zhou Hao found that Zhao Yuqin was looking at herself deeply. Her eyes were very obsessed. "Sister, what's wrong? I found any problem that doesn't seem to be a problem in your hands anymore," Zhao Yuqin said emotionally. "Xiao Hao, you are awesome." Then he hooked Zhou Hao's neck and offered his own fragrant kiss. And Zhou Hao naturally enjoyed it very much. His hands were constantly attacking Zhao Yuqin's mature body. Although the two were already very affectionate, because Zhou Hao had previously made a promise that he would not possess Zhao Yuqin's body until he had enough strength, the two did not break through that last journey, and in the end they just hugged each other. Together, they just fell asleep peacefully on the Kong. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin stayed here in Jingyu County for a week and formally signed a contract with the Baishan city government. Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Company obtained the 50-year development right in Jingyu County, and the 500 million yuan of funds was immediately transferred to the Baishan city government account, and part of it was allocated to the Jingyu County government. And Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin also took a good tour of Jingyu County, and they had a pleasant holiday. After returning to Beijing, Zhou Hao visited Zhao Rixin and Yin Xinlin again, and then boarded the plane to Guangzhou. Zhao Yuqin stayed in Beijing to help Zhou Hao prepare for the production base of Tianhe in Jingyu County. Zhou Hao did not tell Yin Tong that they had come back to Xiangqing on their own, so as not to bother them to come and pick up the plane. Like last time, he first returned to Guanhu Villa. However, as soon as Zhou Hao arrived at the gate downstairs, he was stopped by the security guard there. "Sir, who are you looking for?" The security guard, who seemed less than 20 years old, looked suspiciously at Zhou Hao. "Who are you looking for?" "I live here." Zhou Hao laughed aloud. "Live here?" The guard's eyes became more vigilant. "Why have I never seen you?" Zhou Hao shrugged. "You should be a newcomer." This security guard must have been newly hired by the property company. Plus, he has not been in Xiangqing during this time, so it is not surprising that he does not know himself. Fortunately, at this time, the manager of the property company rushed over. "Xiaojiang, what are you doing? This is Mr. Zhou, the owner of our place." After saying that, he apologized to Zhou Hao and smiled. "Mr. Zhou, I'm very sorry. Xiaojiang is new here, so he doesn't recognize you." Mr. Zhou just came back from the field, right?" "Yes." Zhou Hao smiled. The security guard named Xiaojiang knew that he had misunderstood Zhou Hao, so he quickly apologized to Zhou Hao. And Zhou Hao didn't mean to blame him, so he chatted with the manager and went up. Because it is more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yin Tong and Yin Qing have not yet returned, and Zhou Hao is the only one in the house. After taking a hot bath comfortably, Zhou Hao wanted to go to his room for a little sleep. But when he passed through the corridor, Zhou Hao saw that the door of Yin Qing's room hadn't closed, so he walked in a ghostly manner. After all, the girl's room is different from the boys'. As soon as he walked in, Zhou Hao smelled the faint scent in the air, exactly the same as Yin Qing's body. Smelling this delicate fragrance, Yin Qing's pure and beautiful look appeared in Zhou Hao's mind involuntarily. Anyway, my cousin hasn't come back yet, so I'll just sleep here, Zhou Hao thought to himself, lying on Yin Qing's bed, turning his body comfortably, and even sniffed while holding Yin Qing's quilt. Damn, how can I make myself look like those fetish perverts? Zhou Hao scolded himself in his heart. But at this moment, Zhou Hao's hand reached under the pillow and touched something. Out of curiosity, Zhou Hao took it out and was stunned, because this thing was the same knot that Zhou Hao had previously given to Yin Qingqing, but he didn't expect Yin Qingqing to hide it under the pillow. Involuntarily, Zhou Hao took out the other concentric knot that Yin gently woven for himself. Pressing the two concentric knots on his heart, Zhou Hao only felt warm in his heart. Lying on the bed like this, Yin Qing first appeared in his mind, and then Zhao Yuqin, Li Ruolin, Wang Shijuan, Situ Jianying, Yang Jiaobao, and even Gao Jingyi fell asleep vaguely. When I woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Zhou Hao put the concentric knot back under the pillow and packed the mattress again before leaving Yin Qingqing's room. Coming to the underground garage of Guanhu Villa, Zhou Hao saw his Audi quietly parked there, and another Toyota commercial car should be driven out by Yin Tong or Lu Shiping up. Driving this Audi, Zhou Hao left Guanhu Villa. He went around in Xiangqing, and now there are as many romantic house, cake shops as Mrs. Zhou's restaurants, distributed in front of the middle schools and universities in Xiangqing. The business of Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic house is very good. There are long queues in front of the shop. Some schools with a large number of students have even opened the shop of Mrs. S restaurant for 2 weeks. These students. Zhou Hao is also very happy that the family's business is booming. I heard Yin Tong said before that Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic mansion have officially merged into Tongwang Food Company, Limited. As Zhou Hao wanted to build a commercial building here in Xiangqing in the future, as the headquarters of all of its companies, he also reserved a place for Tongwang. Therefore, Tongwang now only temporarily arranges its company address in a newly constructed commercial building near Yuning Middle School. Yin Tong, Lu Shiping, and Yin Qing and the others should be in Tongwang now. In order not to disturb their work, Zhou Hao did not find them, but came to Yuning Middle School to see Li Ruolin. Because today is the weekend and the school does not have classes, Li Ruolin usually stays in the dormitory to prepare for next week's courses. When he arrived at the door of Li Ruolin's dormitory, Zhou Hao knocked on the door. However, it was not Li Ruolin who opened the door, but Su Lin, who Zhou Hao met when he attended the wedding banquet of Li Ruolin's classmate in Yangzhou. I saw that Su Lin was wearing a professional suit, a snow-white shirt, and a pure black jacket, and a pair of light-woven black trousers. She looked like a strong woman and looked very capable. Perhaps it was at Li Ruolin's house. Su Lin untied the first 2 buttons of the shirt, revealing the snow-white skin, the delicate and slender collarbone, and the faintly seductive cleavage below. When he saw Zhou Hao standing at the door, Su Lin was also very surprised. Zhou Hao. It's me. Zhou Hao smiled slightly, stretched his neck, and looked inside. Is Sister Lan inside? A dean of academic affairs asked her to go to the teaching building to get some materials, so she just walked away. Oh, come in. Su Lin quickly let the door open and let Zhou Hao in. Zhou Hao was very familiar with Li Ruolin's residence, and he sat on the sofa in the hall casually as soon as he came in. And Su Lin helped Zhou Hao to pour a cup of hot water, and said with a smile, "If Lan is not here, I will serve you on her behalf." But as soon as the words were spoken, her face immediately became hot, because the ambiguity of this sentence was too obvious. When Su Lin put hot water on the coffee table in front of Zhou Hao, the spring light on her chest was even more exposed to Zhou Hao's eyes because of her bending. Zhou Hao looked down a little diagonally, and he could clearly see Su Lin's plump and the white, wrapped in lace. Su Lin also suddenly realized that the spring was coming out, and quickly stood up and covered his chest with his hands. His face was like rouge, and he quickly buttoned the shirt buttons. Zhou Hao turned his head aside and did not look at Su Lin, lest the two of them be embarrassed. After a while, Zhou Hao asked Su Lin, "Aren't you in Yangzhou? Why are you here? Did you make a special trip to visit Sister Lan?" Su Lin's face was still red, and she said shyly, "Our company has moved here, so I'm following along. Today is the holiday, so I will come over to see Ruolin." She glanced at Zhou Hao. "What about you? Didn't Ruolin say you went to Beijing?" "I just came back," Zhou Hao said. At this point, both of them were silent, because there was no topic. Thinking of the awkward scene just now, the atmosphere between the two became even more stagnant, which made people very uncomfortable. "By the way, you sprained your foot before. Is it all right now?" Zhou Hao suddenly found a topic. "Yeah." Su Lin nodded lightly. "I have to thank you for helping me last time." Recalling that Zhou Hao took himself out of the women's bathroom and then took him home, Su Lin's face, it's even hotter. Zhou Hao said again, "What does your company do?" "Import and export trade, because most of the company's customers are in the south, and here is offshore, so we moved here." Su Lin said, "It is usually very busy. Even on weekends, it is difficult to rest. Today is considered a rare, that's why I have time to come and find Ruolin." In normal times, whether in the company or in the social circle, Su Lin is very comfortable and has very good communication skills. But now when she is next to Zhou Hao, she always feels that she can't let go, as if she is afraid that her bad side will be exposed in front of Zhou Hao. It's really unbelievable. Su Lin secretly blamed himself like this, but still clutching the pants on his legs with both hands, too nervous to let go. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Ruolin came back. "Xiao Hao, you're back." Seeing Zhou Hao in the room, Li Ruolin exclaimed in surprise and joy, and the joy was beyond words. She took a few steps forward, seemingly wanting to walk and hug Zhou Hao. But suddenly remembering that Su Lin was here, she stopped the castration and asked reservedly, "Why don't you tell me in advance, that I'll pick you up?" Seeing Li Ruolin back, Su Lin stood up and said, "There are still some things in the company that I need to deal with, so I won't bother you too." The couple was reunited after a long absence, so she naturally didn't want to be this light bulb. "So fast. It's not long since you came here," Li Ruolin said. In fact, she also had some contradictions in her heart. On the one hand, she wanted to relive Yuan Meng with Zhou Hao, and on the other hand, she was reluctant to bear Su Lin. "I won't hinder you couple anymore." Su Lin smiled and said. After all, he left Li Ruolin's dormitory, but couldn't help but feel an unspeakable grief in his heart. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were naturally obsessed with each other. Li Ruolin knew that Zhou Hao was going to Hong Kong. Zhou Hao had asked her to go with her before, but Li Ruolin couldn't let her go to work, so she refused. Knowing that after a few days he would not be able to see this little man again, Li Ruolin couldn't help but feel a little bitter towards him. However, Zhou Hao promised to meet Li Chufan and his wife with her tomorrow, which made Li Ruolin very happy. It is now May, and most of the factory buildings in Huayu Village have been completed. According to the plan, technical personnel such as Li Chufan and Song Buqian, who is still in Yangzhou, will officially start working after the plant and production equipment are prepared in the second half of the year. However, Li Chufan is a person who can't rest, so after he has informed Zhou Hao, he often goes to Huayu Village to advise on the construction of plant equipment and to see what fruits can be processed into drinks in Huayu Village. After going back and forth, Li Chufan and Yin Mudong, Yin Munin, and others are also familiar. At this time, the Yin Mudong and Yin Munin brothers had already encouraged the villagers of Huayu Village to contract mountain fruit trees in accordance with Zhou Hao's instructions. Most of the villagers had signed contracts with the Tianhe Beverage Company to ensure the sales of their fruit trees. After observing and trying, Li Chufan believes that the pomegranate from Huayu Village is suitable for processing into pomegranate juice. Especially when he saw the mountain springs in Huayu Village bought by Zhou Hao, he was full of praise. He also said that even without any processing, there is a big market for directly bottling and selling these spring waters. Another thing is that Xiao Jiming called Zhou Hao, saying that he had left Hunan and went to Yunnan and was about to enter Zishuangbana. He had already found the few medicinal materials that Zhou Hao was looking for distributed in Hunan, so now he went to Zishuangbana to find other medicinal materials. Zhou Hao is very at ease with Xiao Jiming. In addition to his outstanding medical skills, Xiao Jiming is also very capable of doing things. It was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening after leaving Li Ruolin, and only then did Zhou Hao call Yin Tong and said that he had returned to Xiangqing. Yin Tong naturally blamed Zhou Hao for a while. You boy is also true, and I don't even make a call in advance when I come back. I just saw the Audi in the garage disappeared and thought it was a thief. After returning to Guanhu Villa, Yin Tong felt cold and warm after seeing Zhou Hao. Although he was nagging, Zhou Hao felt very warm. Yin Qing was also very happy to see Zhou Hao, but she was just there quietly, lingering on Zhou Hao with a gentle look. Not seen for half a month, Zhou Hao felt that Yin Qing had matured a lot. It seemed that her temperament was almost the same as that of a professional woman in her 20s. What remained unchanged was her gentleness and kindness that still made Zhou Hao very warm. When Zhou Hao said that Zhao Rixin had accepted him as a godson, Yin Tong was very pleasantly surprised. Although their family is now rich, they are still civilians, and they are too far apart from a country like Zhao Rixin. And Yin Tong is naturally not the kind of vain person, but Zhao Yuqin often helps her. She also has a very good impression of Zhao Yuqin, so she also has a kind of love house and woo kind of kindness to Zhao Rixin, who has not met in person. Yin Qing was also very happy for Zhou Hao after he heard it, thinking that Zhou Hao was really good, and even the leaders of the country would accept him as a godson. As for Wang Shijuan, because it is getting closer and closer to the senior high school entrance examination, he went back to his room to review after having dinner just now, and didn't know Zhou Hao was back. For this senior high school entrance examination, Zhou Hao is already unsure of those exam questions. After all, people and things around him have changed too much because of him, and I don't know if those middle school exam questions are still bought from Zhou Hao before. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying's set of review materials are out. However, due to the improvement of living conditions and continuous motivation, Wang Shijuan's grades are much better than Zhou Hao's previous life. Even without Zhou Hao's cheating help, he can still pass the exam on his own strength. Yuning Middle School. As for Situ Jianying, Yuning Middle School was afraid that she had already prepared a degree for her at this time, so the high school entrance examination became indifferent to her. In order not to hinder Wang Shijuan's study, Zhou Hao didn't go to find her immediately, but went out after chatting with Yin Tong and Yin Qing. He invited Lu Shichao out. Because Zhou Hao will leave Xiangqing and go to Hong Kong again in a few days, he wants to take advantage of his free time to find Lu Shichao, who is his best friend in the past and this life, to gather together. Zhou Hao drove directly to Lu Shichao to pick him upstairs. Seeing Lu Shichao panting downstairs in the car, Zhou Hao deliberately blew his horn twice. Lu Shichao walked over with his already formed stomach, looked at Zhou Hao's Audi, and said with emotion, "I heard that you can drive before, but now it seems that you are already a veteran." After that, he got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. "It won't prevent you from doing your homework." Zhou Hao smiled and said to Lu Shichao. After all, it was a graduating class. For Lu Shichao and the others, the pressure of homework was quite large. Then Lu Shichao laughed and said, "Who are we with whom? Between you and homework, of course I choose you. At most, I will copy a copy from Luo Hui tomorrow, no big deal." Although Luo Hui and Lu Shichao often quarrel with each other, she always lends her homework to Lu Shichao for emergency when she encounters Lu Shichao unable to finish the homework, and sometimes even helps him make an extra copy. So in Zhou Hao's previous life, Lu Shichao married Luo Hui after graduating from university and said that when she met Luo Hui in middle school, her life was destined to be destroyed. This pair of Huanqi friends had already secretly used the song as early as the junior high school age. Zhou Hao jokingly said, "How about I call your Luo Hui out?" Lu Shichao hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't let her come out too. Who will copy my homework tomorrow? Besides, Luo Hui might not agree to you." At this point, Lu Shichao glared at Zhou Hao very resentfully. "It's all you. Luo Hui hates me now. What's the matter? I have not been in Xiangqing for this period of time, nor have I provoked her to provoke her. You have offended her yourself. Don't pour on me." Zhou Hao said wrongly. "Cut, you dare to say it." Lu Shichao said angrily. "To be honest, Luo Hui and I can see that Gao Jingyi likes you, but you didn't realize it at all." He shook his fist at Zhou Hao. "You know I don't know. Not only our own school, but also the second middle school and the normal school. There are people pursuing Gao Jingyi, but she dismisses those people and is only interesting to you. Fortunately, those people don't know Gao Jingyi's sweetheart. It's you. Otherwise, you will be blocked when you go to school every day. When talking about Gao Jingyi, Zhou Hao really has a headache. Let's say let go, but regardless of his past and present, Zhou Hao has a very good impression of this beautiful and arrogant girl, especially during the Qiuning Mountain accident. Worried, showing an extraordinary friendship, so Zhou Hao would never let go. But at this time, Zhou Hao couldn't respond to Gao Jingyi, especially now that the critical time for the high school entrance examination is approaching. Do you know that the reason why Gao Jingyi stayed in Xiangqing and didn't go abroad for the time being is because of you? Lu Shichao hated Zhou Hao very much. Zhou Hao looked at the brightly lit road ahead, his eyes blurred. I know too. You know? Then what did you mean? Lu Shichao said. Do you already have a girlfriend? Isn't that the senior sister last time? He said he came to Zhou Hao in the uniform of Yuning Middle School last time. Situ Jianying. This. Zhou Hao didn't know how to explain. Situ Jianying was indeed his girlfriend, but she was not the only woman next to her. Even Li Ruolin, whom Lu Shichao and the others saw every day, had become their pillow. Someone on the side. I can't tell Lu Shichao for now. Just listen to Zhou Hao's words. In fact, I am not indifferent to Gao Jingyi, but you also know that I don't want to affect her now that the entrance examination is approaching. Lu Shichao can still accept Zhou Hao's explanation. That's right. If you really fall in love early, I'm afraid Mayor Gao will be the first person to come to the door. This is a bit dangerous. At this time, he looked at the skilled Zhou Hao, who drove the car, sighed slightly. Zhou Hao, now I feel that you are getting farther and farther away from us. Look at the things you have done recently. What middle school students can do. Sometimes I think you are better than Mayor Gao. Indeed, after the rebirth, everything Zhou Hao has done has achieved great success, and these have completely exceeded the abilities of ordinary middle school students. Moreover, Zhou Hao is now busy catching more and bigger money. Campus is no longer his main life, and it is even a waste of time. For Zhou Hao, going to school now is more like another vacation for him to avoid busyness. Despite this, Zhou Hao's feelings for Lu Shichao remained unchanged. In his previous life, Lu Shichao was Zhou Hao's only friend who attended Yin Tong's funeral. Lu Shichao also helped Zhou Hao a lot when handling Yin Tong's afterlife. Now Zhou Hao has huge strength, but he will not support Lu Shichao too much for the time being, so as not to make him dependent on himself, which is not good for Lu Shichao's growth. Of course, after Lu Shichao matures, no matter what his ideals are, Zhou Hao will try his best to help him. Looking at the retreating street lamp outside the window, Zhou Hao said to Lu Shichao, even if things change again, our brotherhood will never change. Carrying Lu Shichao, Zhou Hao came to the city of dynamic entertainment, the most concentrated entertainment place for young people in Xiangqing. Although Zhou Hao didn't spend much time in Xiangqing during this time, and seldom patronized Dynamic City, the manager and the gangsters here recognized him and welcomed him with a smile as soon as he came. However, Lu Shichao came to this place for the first time. He was shocked when he saw hundreds of young people who were constantly twisting their bodies and dancing wildly in the hall where the laser was shaking and feasting. Should those people take ecstasy? The boss here is pretty authentic. Those who don't sell these things won't let them touch them. Zhou Hao smiled. The manager led the two to a luxurious box large enough to accommodate 30 people. Mr. Zhou, drinks and snacks will be brought to you soon. Do you need girls to accompany you? We have a new batch of princesses here. Zhou Hao looked at Lu Shichao, and Lu Shichao practiced and shook his head and waved his hands. No need. No need. After the manager left, Lu Shichao asked Zhou Hao nervously. What's the matter with the princesses, he said. Is it the lady? Zhou Hao, you don't like this stuff. Zhou Hao smiled. Princess is not the case. Just help you order some songs and pour wine. If you want special service, you can also let them arrange it, but I haven't tried it. If you want to try it, it's okay. After that, he hit Lu Shichao in the chest. Don't worry, I won't tell Luo Hui. Damn, I am a clean and self-conscious young man in the new era. How can I be poisoned by you? Lu Shichao was very righteous. Although Lu Shichao loves to play, he has never been to this kind of entertainment venue. In fact, this complex site is not suitable for middle school students. The songs here are fairly new, and Lu Shichao, who sang with Wheat for the first time, is very fresh and excited. But then again, Zhou Hao thinks Lu Shichao's singing is still okay, and it sounds a bit like Lu Huan's charm. But Lu Shichao's voice tends to be low, not suitable for soaring high pitches. I will go to Hong Kong in a few days. What kind of souvenir do you want? I will bring it to you when I come back. Zhou Hao said. Lu Shichao turned his head for a while and said, Walkman, I heard that the quality in Hong Kong is better. At this time, the waiter brought in all the drinks and snacks. Zhou Hao did not advocate Lu Shichao's drinking, so he only ordered a bottle of beer and let Lu Shichao taste it. But there was another person who came in behind the waiter, who was Wen Xiangdong's son, Wen Xiaoqiang. Zhou Hao, it's been a long time since I saw you. Where the have you been? It will be a month or two after you leave. When Xiaoqiang came in and punched Zhou Hao in the chest. Go to Beijing, Zhou Hao said with a smile. In fact, after a period of contact, Zhou Hao felt that Wen Xiaoqiang was not only a little overbearing and arrogant, but also a good person, and his relationship with Zhou Hao could be regarded as a kind of alcoholic friend. As for the previous festival of the two, it has long since disappeared under Wen Xiangdong's deliberate reconciliation. But Lu Shichao was very surprised after seeing Wen Xiaoqiang. Wen Xiaoqiang, why are you here? Zhou Hao smiled and said, his father drove this place. Of course he is here. You, when did you become so good? Lu Shichao looked at Zhou Hao and Wen Xiaoqiang in confusion. Wen Xiaoqiang knew that his image in Lu Shichao's mind was still inseparable from the evil and the young gangsters, so he took the initiative to shook hands with Lu Shichao. Zhou Hao's friend will also be my friend in the future. Lu Shichao hesitated, but with Zhou Hao's encouragement, he agreed to Wen Xiaoqiang. In fact, Wen Xiaoqiang has already restrained a lot in school because he feels that bullying students in school is not very promising. After meeting Zhou Hao, coupled with Wen Xiangdong's deliberate teaching, his thoughts are matured a lot. It seems you are going to be promoted 3 years ago. Are you planning to take the university entrance exam? Zhou Hao asked Wen Xiaoqiang. But when I saw Wen Xiaoqiang said, I feel depressed when I mention this. I wanted to find a university to buy in, but my dad actually helped me sign up for the army. Now the army has approved it, and I will go to Guangzhou after graduation. Bian's troops are serving. Speaking of it, this is inseparable from General Zhao's help. Since Wen Xiangdong had worked hard to rescue Zhao Yuqin, Zhao Dingzhou was also very helpful to him. Zhou Hao and Lu Shichao were very surprised when they heard that Wen Xiaoqiang was going to join the army. Zhou Hao laughed. Unexpectedly, you young master of the gang is going to join the army, but this is also very good. You can't learn it in the army. Those who have little stuff, especially, can improve their skills. It will be more convenient for you to pick up your father's team in the future. He thought this must be Wen Xiangdong's deliberate arrangement and wanted Wen Xiaoqiang to train in the army. The idea is good, but I am used to the feasting and feasting. How can I stand it when I get to the army, especially if there are no women in the army? This can be fatal. Wen Xiaoqiang said bitterly. Although he is only 18 years old this year, due to his living environment and identity issues, how many opportunities he has to contact various women, and his experience in this area is much richer than Zhou Hao. I saw Wen Xiaoqiang touching his Chunhanen hair, especially my hair. I will cut it off when I get to the army. It's really sad. Wen Xiaoqiang's words made Zhou Hao and Lu Shichao amused, thinking that this guy is quite beautiful. Just at this time, when the waiter pushed the door in, Zhou Hao happened to see 2 people arguing in the corridor outside the door. Zhou Hao didn't care at all, but he suddenly saw that one of them was Su Lin, who had left Li Rulan before, and the other was a bald man with a big belly. I met a friend. Go out and have a look. Zhou Hao said to Lu Shichao and Wen Xiaoqiang, and got up and walked out of the box. Su Lin and the bald man were standing in front of the door of another box opposite, and the bald man was holding Su Lin's arm tightly. Just listen to Su Lin angrily said, Boss, you asked me to accompany you to entertain the guests. I came, but you actually want me to spend the night with the director? Boss, what I did for you is the sales manager, not the lady. Please forgive me for not being with me. But I heard the bald man say, Alin, that Director Chang is very important to our company. As long as he is happy, our company's approval will be down immediately. I promise you, as long as you match Director Chang. In the evening, this month I will give you a bonus of 20,000 yuan and promote you to become the Deputy General Manager. Is that good? This is not a question of money. Su Lin said flatly. This is a matter of principle. I won't agree to it. The bald man straightened up his face immediately. Believe it or not, I immediately fired you and let you be taken away. If you dismiss, you can fire it. Even if you don't tell me, I won't do it. Su Lin said angrily. Oh, don't do it if you want to. The bald man sneered. No one has ever dared to get rid of my Bao Qingyan. You're so impatient, don't you believe me? You can't go back to Yangzhou. I would like to see who has such a big tone. A cold voice came from the side. Su Lin followed the sound, and there was a surprise on his face, because this person was Zhou Hao. While Bao Qingyan turned his head to look at Zhou Hao's side, Su Lin took the opportunity to shake off him and walk to Zhou Hao's side. Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled at her and nodded, while Bao Qingyan looked at Zhou Hao badly. Who the are you? Seeing Su Lin's reaction, she obviously knew the young man in front of her. Seeing Su Lin rushing to Zhou Hao without hesitation, Bao Qingyan felt annoyed. I am a sales manager for you, but you are an lady. Zhou Hao stared at Bao Qingyan and sneered. Your boss is too arrogant. Who are you? If you want a hero to save the United States, you should weigh yourself first. Bao Qingyan looked back at Zhou Hao without showing any weakness. Boy, you don't care about meddling like this. Yo, I would like to see, in my place, I can't manage any nostalgia. I saw when Xiaoqiang walking over slowly and digging out his ears with his little finger. Appearance. At this time, the door of the box behind Bao Qingyan opened, and a man in a suit and leather shoes walked out and said to Bao Qingyan, President Bao, the Standing Bureau will let Miss Su go in to accompany him. He said that he likes Su very much. Mississippi. Suddenly seeing Zhou Hao and several people next to him, he asked in confusion, What's the matter? It seems that this man should be Secretary Chang's secretary, and Su Lin became even more annoyed when he heard what he said. Patient? You let Bao Qingyan accompany him. I won't do it. The man sank his face immediately and said to Su Lin, Miss Su, you better be more acquainted. You know, we are fancying you but your blessings. How many women outside want to climb into our regular games are still worth it? Can't get it. His gaze swept over Zhou Hao. Who are you? Forget it. I don't care who you are. This woman is what we are looking for. You better know good or bad. Don't give us nosy. Zhou Hao turned his head and looked at Su Lin. Seeing that her face was still flushed with shame and anger, he suddenly stretched out her right leg and kicked the man in the suit on the belly. He immediately kicked him out, and directly the door of the back bread compartment was knocked open. There are still a few people in the box. Sitting in the center is a well-dressed, middle-aged man. There is a woman who accompanies the drink on either side. It should be Director Chang. The door of the box was knocked open by the man with a bang. The people inside were shocked. Director Chang, who was sitting in the center, was already a little drunk, but seeing that it was his secretary who fell on the ground, he was drunk. The smoke disappeared immediately, and the whole person was awake. With the support of the two escorts, he got up from the sofa a little shakily. Zhou Hao stepped in at this time, and several men in the box immediately got up and shouted, Who? They were all subordinates of Director Chang, and one of them also went to help the secretary up. Fortunately, Zhou Hao didn't show any real anger just now. Otherwise, the secretary would be killed on the spot. FCK your mother. Is Wen Xiangdong his mother doing business like this? Call Wen Xiangdong out to see me. The director roared with flushed face. He knew the details of Dynamic City very well, so he thought Wen Xiangdong is making trouble for himself. What a great official authority. Zhou Hao sneered. A director of the Finance Bureau, even if he lingers on entertainment venues, he still wants to force him to be a prostitution. You probably won't spend your own money here. He has just learned that this Director Chang is the director of the Xiangqing City Finance Bureau, who often speaks. Your kid is so arrogant. Let your boss come out to see me. He often said that Zhou Hao was Wen Xiangdong's subordinate, but when he looked closely, he said to himself, Wait, your boy is a bit familiar. Where have I seen it? He rubbed his eyes and looked towards Zhou Hao. When he saw Zhou Hao's face clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically, and he exhaled in surprise. Zhou Hao. In today's Xiangqing government, no one with high positions does not know Zhou Hao. Even the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Xiao Yu and the mayor Gao Holu were regarded as the guests. The following officials will naturally pay more attention. Moreover, the previous tragedy at the gate of Yuning Middle School was not widely known because the news was blocked, but people in the government knew it well. The provincial government now plans to reward Zhou Hao for his bravery. Chang Ziyan has been rolling in officialdom for many years, and he naturally knows who can't offend him. So he immediately eased his face and smiled at Zhou Hao. Zhou, Mr. Zhou, did my subordinates offend you with the eyelessness? Yes, I will take them to apologize to you. Bao Qingyan, who was outside, had been stunned since Zhou Hao kicked the secretary in. He still had the mentality of watching a good show in his heart, and see how Chang Ziyan would deal with Zhou Hao. But now, even Chang Ziyan is very jealous of Zhou Hao. Bao Qingyan had to think, is this guy not easy? And Zhou Hao saw that Chang Ziyan had put down his posture, and it was not easy to tear his face. So he took Su Lin's hand and said to Chang Ziyan, "This is my friend. Her boss just forced her to come in with you." She agreed, and her boss threatened to fire her. Zhou Hao didn't say that Chang Ziyan fell in love with Su Lin, but turned the focus to Bao Qingyan's forcing Su Lin, which can be regarded as leaving a way for Chang Ziyan. Chang Ziyan couldn't see Zhou Hao's intentions, so he immediately shouted deliberately, "That Bao Qingyan is so bold. He has even done things that force Liang to be a prostitute. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, we will protect this. Miss Su, I won't let Bao Qingyan come here." At the same time he said this, Chang Ziyan secretly sighed that he was unlucky. It is rare for such a beautiful woman to be Zhou Hao's friend. This is destined to be seen. Can't touch it. There is no need to bother Director Chang. My friend has already quit his job, Zhou Hao said. As for Bao Qingyan outside, he didn't even dare to speak up. He knew that he had obviously become a scapegoat. Now he only hopes that Zhou Hao will not pursue him. Otherwise, his first small company in Xiangqing will have to lose. Lost people, Zhou Hao said again. By the way, I was too reckless just now. I am very sorry for hurting Director Chang and your secretary. The secretary hurriedly smiled. It's okay, and I blame my words just now. It's really okay, Mr. Zhou, don't take it to heart. He also knew that this dumb man was at a loss. As for that Bao Qingyan, even his subordinates have to persecute, and his character is really not very good. Only Zhou Hao said, since his character is not good, then his integrity should also be problematic. If we do business in Xiangqing, we are afraid that it will pollute our good economic environment in Xiangqing. Chang Ziyan quickly said, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I will not let those treacherous merchants defile our Xiangqing. After leaving the box, Zhou Hao glanced at Bao Qingyan, who was standing at the door with a frustrated face, and said coldly, Now I am only driving you out of Xiangqing. You should be thankful. I hope you won't make any mistakes. Otherwise I will let you stay in Xiangqing forever. Bao Qingyan didn't dare to talk back. Even Zhou Hao was so jealous of Chang Ziyan that he could not compete with others. Taking Su Lin back to his box, Lu Shichao said to Zhou Hao, that's amazing. Haha, even the directors are so afraid of you. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Strictly speaking, he is not afraid of me, but the people behind me. When Xiaoqiang over there also said, It seems that the bald guy wants to start a company here in Xiangqing, Zhou Hao. Or I asked my brothers to come and give him congratulations. Forget it. I'm afraid he can't stay in Xiangqing anymore. It's meaningless to kill him. Zhou Hao said. And Su Lin heartfeltly said, to Zhou Hao, thank you very much this time. She already felt Zhou Hao's strength when she was in Yangzhou, and the director Chang that Bao Qingyan was pleased with just now did not dare to offend Zhou Hao, so that Su Lin is even more curious about him. And seeing when Xiaoqiang's appearance is obviously a gangster, Zhou Hao can be said to be black and white. It's okay. Even if you meet someone you don't know, you should help. Besides, you are still my friend. Zhou Hao smiled. Su Lin said, Anyway, I always have to thank you. When Zhou Hao was confronted with Chang Ziyan and others just now, she calmly talked and laughed, but didn't dare to offend. Her heart was moved. Li Rulin also envied the abnormality. Then Zhou Hao said, You work in that bald company? Su Lin nodded. Well, Bao Qingyan was not a good person before, and he often used to deal with female colleagues in the company. If I didn't take precautions tightly, I was afraid that I would have to follow him. It's just that unexpectedly, he was so excessive this time and asked me to spend the night with the director. Indeed, Su Lin is so beautiful, and Bao Qingyan is also very coveted by her, but I'm glad that Su Lin is very alert and has never let him succeed. Then you quit your job now. What are your plans in the future? Zhou Hao asked. I saw Su Lin smiled and said, Anyway, I haven't taken a vacation since I graduated, so I think it's a break this time. By the way, I heard Sister Lon say that you graduated from Renmin University in business. So are you familiar with financial business? Su Lin nodded. When I was in college, I felt that this knowledge was very important, so I applied for securities as an elective course. At that time, I also took a securities qualification certificate. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "That's it. I have a Canadian investment company under my hand. Securities is the main business. If you are interested, just come and help me. Don't worry, I won't let you go like that bald head. Do things outside the scope of work." Okay. Su Lin was a little surprised, and then jokingly said, "But before that, let's talk about the salary first. Let's say it first. If the salary is low, I won't agree. That's fine. What's your salary in bald? I'll add 50% to you." Zhou Hao smiled. In this way, Zhou Hao snatched Su Lin into his company. He could see that Su Lin is the kind of professional woman who is very persistent and motivated. Such a woman may not be a competent wife for her husband, but it is definitely a good value for money for the boss. Employee. Su Lin came to Xiangqing with the company this time and lived in the dormitory arranged by the company for the employees, so he still needs to go back and pack his luggage. Zhou Hao sent Lu Shichao home first, and then drove Su Lin to their company's dormitory. The dormitory is a few apartments that Bao Qingyan rented, and Su Lin also lived with her 3 female colleagues. Su Lin, didn't you go to see the guests with your boss? Why did you come back so early? A female colleague asked suspiciously when she saw Su Lin. She was surprised when she saw Zhou Hao behind Su Lin, and she hurriedly took care of her. "Here," greeted Zhou Hao, "hello you." Then he leaned in Su Lin's ear and whispered, "Okay, Su Lin, I brought the men back, and he looks so handsome. But don't worry. Everyone, sister, we will provide you with convenience." "What are you talking about?" Su Lin's face flushed. "This is my friend and my new boss." "New boss?" The other 2 female colleagues also exclaimed. Su Lin nodded. "Yes, I have resigned from the position of the company sales manager, and now I am back to pack my luggage." Her 3 female colleagues were very surprised when they heard it. One of them said, "Sister Su, you are finally out of the sea of misery. We have to face the old pervert, the boss." Su Lin originally wanted to let all 3 of his colleagues work in Zhou Hao's company, but since Zhou Hao was the owner, it was not convenient for him to open this. Moreover, these 3 female colleagues may not give up their current jobs. After all, although Bao Qingyan is not a good person, his salary is still very high. Su Lin didn't have much luggage, only a few sets of clothes and some daily necessities, and 1 suitcase was packed. Coming out of the dormitory and returning to Zhou Hao's Audi car, Su Lin couldn't help feeling nervous. Except for Li Ruolin, Su Lin has no other friends in Xiangqing, but Li Ruolin lives in the faculty dormitory of Yuning Middle School. It's okay to stay there for a day or 2, but Yuning Middle School has regulations that only for school teachers and teachers. His immediate family lived, so Su Lin could not live there for a long time. Obviously Zhou Hao knew about this issue, so Su Lin guessed that Zhou Hao would not place himself with Li Ruolin. But this is worth considering. If you don't go to Li Ruolin, Su Lin has no other place to stay. Then where will Zhou Hao let her go? Thinking of this question, Su Lin's heart jumped. But Zhou Hao said, "The Galaxy Investment Company under me also has an employee dormitory in Xiangqing. There are vacant rooms there. If you don't mind, you can settle down there first." Okay. Su Lin nodded, but was inevitably disappointed in his heart. Zhao Yuqin had previously converted Galaxy Securities into Galaxy Investment and moved it to Hong Kong. So Xiangqing, Galaxy Securities, became a branch of Galaxy Investment. When Galaxy Securities first opened, Zhao Yuqin rented a few of them to live in as staff dormitories. Zhao Yuqin's secretary Jin Xiaoqiong had previously lived there. Now Zhao Yuqin runs Zhou Hao's Tianhe Beverage Company in Beijing, and Jin Xiaoqiong also went there to help, so her house became vacant. Zhou Hao took Su Lin to the residence above Galaxy Securities. These units were all 3-bedroom and 1-living units, and other employees happened to fill up the remaining units. But Jin Xiaoqiong came out alone, so she lived in this unit alone before. Now that Su Lin is here, she will have exclusive use of this unit. Home appliances and furniture are all available here. You can move in directly. What? It's okay here? Zhou Hao asked Su Lin. Su Lin nodded repeatedly. It's bigger than our previous dormitory, and it's in the city center, so it's much more convenient. Tomorrow I will introduce you to other employees. Zhou Hao smiled. It's late. You rest earlier, and I have to go back. It is not good for lone men and women to stay in a house, so Zhou Hao wanted to leave. You go slowly. Also, thank you very much for today. Su Lin said sincerely. Zhou Hao smiled. If you really want to thank me, work hard and prove to me that my choice is right. Su Lin nodded heavily. I will definitely. After that, Zhou Hao returned to Guanhu Villa. Although it was past 11 o'clock in the evening, Yintong hadn't slept yet and waited for him to come back. As soon as Zhou Hao came in, Yintong frowned and said, Where did I go? I was full of alcohol. Zhou Hao sniffed his body. He didn't drink much wine tonight. This body of alcohol was passively inspired by the city's lingering environment. He smiled and came to Yintong's back, stretched out his hand on her shoulder and massaged her. Mom, it's so late. You should go back to sleep. You have to work tomorrow. Yintong smiled and scolded. Don't want to change the subject? You are so young. I don't want you to become an alcoholic in the future. I know, Mom. Zhou Hao replied respectfully. I've left some soup for you. I'll heat it up for you. Drink it before going to bed. With that said, Yintong got up and went to the kitchen to heat up the soup for Zhou Hao. Yintong boiled turtle black bean soup, which was full of flavor, which made Zhou Hao drink it with relish. While tasting the hot soup that contained family passion, Zhou Hao asked Yintong, Mom, I will be in Hong Kong in a few days. I heard that the jewelry in Hong Kong is very good. I will give you, and Aunt Lu bring some back. What are you doing when you buy those useless things you can't eat or drink, and you have to be careful of thieves if you keep them at home? Yintong scolded with a smile. Just buy me some activating oil or something so that I'll bring it to your grandma. Compared with those flashy jewelry, Yintong thinks these medical supplies and medicinal materials are more practical. After drinking the soup, Zhou Hao took another hot bath and returned to his room. There was nothing else to do anyway, and he didn't bother to turn on the light, so he fell on the bed and wanted to sleep. But as soon as he got into the quilt, a gentle and fragrant body leaned over and stuck it directly in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao was shocked, and after a closer sniff, he recognized that it was Wang Shijuan's fragrance. So he put his arm around her and joked, Little ghost spirit, touched someone else's bed in the middle of the night and became a hooligan. This is indeed Wang Shijuan. After knowing that Zhou Hao had returned from Lu Shiping, she went to Zhou Hao's room to wait for him. Just listen to her coquettishly. I'm a hooligan. What can you do with me? At this time, Wang Shijuan didn't have any strands on his body in harmony. Don't come to see me when you come back. Don't you know that I miss you so much? Wang Shijuan said with a vague voice, even faintly crying. Zhou Hao hurriedly caressed the pink back of the person in his arms and said softly and comfortingly, Baby, am I afraid that it will disturb your study? As soon as I hear you come back, how can people really want to learn? Wang Shijuan beat Zhou Hao lightly, but was confused by his baby and raised his head involuntarily. His lips touched Zhou Hao's mouth, and then he just stayed there to linger. In harmony. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in Zhou Hao's mind, but it was Mrs. Tokugawa wearing a kimono and her hair in a bun. I thought of Mrs. Tokugawa's fascinating eyes, of her gorgeous lips, and the seductive charm of her. Zhou Hao imagined himself violently pulling away Mrs. Tokugawa in harmony. Panting slightly, Zhou Hao said to himself, The temptress. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan hugged and slept naked all night. Because Wang Shijuan was going to school, her habitual biological clock made her get up very early. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning came in through the window, Wang Shijuan woke up from Zhou Hao's arms. Seeing Zhou Hao's handsome face that was so charming in the morning light, Wang Shijuan couldn't help but kiss the corner of his mouth. Then, Wang Shijuan crawled out of Zhou Hao's arms and put on his clothes. Zhou Hao woke up when she kissed herself lightly just now, and at this moment, she was holding her head and staring at the little beauty in front of the bed. What are you looking at, fool? Wang Shijuan said shyly. I'm going to go, or it would be bad for Aunt Yin to see it. Although the two families eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner together, if Yintong, and when Lu Shiping saw her coming out of Zhou Hao's room in the morning, she couldn't argue. That's why Wang Shijuan got up early, walked through the sky garden, and returned to his room. After lying on the bed for a while, Zhou Hao also got up to freshen up. When I went down to the hall, I smelled an appetizing aroma from the kitchen, but it was Zhou Hao's favorite breakfast: preserved egg and lean meat porridge and fried noodles. Zhou Hao thought it was Yin Tong cooking breakfast, so he followed the smell and went to the kitchen. "Mom, making breakfast." But when he said that, it was not Yin Tong in the kitchen, but a young and slim back. Yin Qingyan impressively. I saw Yin gently tied his apron, holding a spatula in his hand, skillfully frying the fragrant noodles in the pan, occasionally turning the pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge on the stove next to him, stirring a few times with a spoon to make the porridge softer. At this time, Yin Qing was like a virtuous and beautiful wife. Hearing Zhou Hao shout, Yin Qing turned around and smiled at him. "Xiao Hao, have you gotten up? Auntie is in the toilet." This smile was like the morning light outside, making Zhou Hao's heart warm. He walked over, sniffed the breakfast in the pot, and exclaimed, "It's so delicious. My aunt said that you like to eat preserved egg and lean meat porridge and 3-wire fried noodles, so I made these specially for you." Yin Qingqing smiled like a flower. "You try this preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and do you want to add salt?" After that, she used a spoon to spoon some steaming porridge, first brought it to her mouth and blew it, and then delivered it to Zhou Hao's mouth. Zhou Hao took a sip, feeling that the warm fragrance not only permeated his mouth, but also directly into his heart. "How about it?" "Well, it's delicious." Zhou Hao smiled. "You like it?" As long as Zhou Hao likes it, Yin Qing feels very happy. "Cousin Yui, you are so kind to me." Seeing Yin Qingqing as gentle and considerate as his wife, and remembering that she put the concentric knot she sent under the pillow, Zhou Hao felt warm. I just listened to Yin Qingqing nodding on Zhou Hao's nose. "Fool, who is the cousin who is wrong to you?" Soon, breakfast was ready, and Wang Shijuan's family also came. The two families got together to share this warm breakfast. Wang Zhongsai also likes to eat fried noodles. While eating, he praised Yin Qingtian. "Sister Qing's craftsmanship is so good that she can catch up with Aunt Yin and my mother." Lu Shiping smiled and said, "When I was as old as gentlemen, my craftsmanship was not as good as her. If anyone can marry gentlemen in the future, it will be a blessing for 3 lifetimes. By the way, where is Jiming? Is he still in Hunan?" When Yin Qingqing was mentioned, Yin Tong thought of Xiao Jiming. "He is already in Yunnan now." Zhou Hao's voice was a little dull, but he knew what his mother was making. She always encouraged Xiao Jiming and Yin to pair up gently. Although Zhou Hao was extremely opposed to it in his heart, he did not dare to say it, because the last time Li Ruolin had caused Yin Tong to teach him severely, it was because Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin had a practical relationship that made Yin Tong uncomfortable. Do not accept the facts. If Yin Tong knew that he also had ambitions for Yin Qingqing, I was afraid it would not be so easy to spare him. At this time, Yin Tong blamed. "You too. Leave Jiming alone there, and don't let him come back." Zhou Hao said in his heart. "I deliberately prevented him from approaching his cousin. By the way, cousin Gently, I asked you to go to the hospital for an examination last time. Did you go?" Zhou Hao quickly changed the subject. "Hospital?" Yin Tong and Lu Shiping asked at the same time. Lu Shiping asked Yin with concern, "Gently, are you uncomfortable?" What Zhou Hao said was about the last time Yin Qingming had menstrual cramps. Cousin Qingqing had a habit of menstrual cramps before, so I asked her to go to the hospital for a check. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, both Yin Tong and Lu Shiping were very nervous, and Yin Qing, because they were all over here and knew that this matter had a great impact on the girls. However, Yin Qingming saw Zhou Hao telling this matter very shameless. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here, and Wang Shijuan and her are the same age, and they understand this issue very well. Although Wang Shijuan doesn't have this problem herself, some of her classmates also have this problem, so she also knows how much pain this problem brings to girls. Yin Tong slightly blamed Yin Qingming. "You are also gentle. Why don't you tell Auntie?" "Aunt, it's okay." Yin Qing said, blushing slightly, "Not to mention that I drank Xiao Hao's medicine last time. It's much better. This problem can be big or small, so go to the hospital to check the insurance." Lu Shiping said. Yin Qing said, "But I have to go to the company to help you keep accounts later. The body is important." Yin Tong patted Yin Qing's hand. Zhou Hao suggested, "Mom, you and Aunt Lu have things to do, so let me go to the hospital with my cousin." "Are you not going to school?" Yin Tong asked. Zhou Hao shook his head. "Anyway, the results of the last exam have already come out. I have passed all my subjects and my degree has been confirmed. As a result, everyone's opinions reached a consensus, and Zhou Hao accompanied Yin Gentle to the hospital for an examination. Soon, Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan, Wang Zhongxai, and others went to work and went to school. Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing were left in the room. Zhou Hao helped Yin gently clean up the dishes, and the two of them washed the dishes together in the kitchen. Xiao Hao, I don't like Big Brother Xiao, Yin Qing said suddenly. Huh? Zhou Hao couldn't react for a while. He made you angry? Yin Qing's drooping head gently shook. No. I mean, I like to be friends with Big Brother Xiao, but I won't marry him. I will tell my aunt later. Let Auntie not work hard for me. Zhou Hao understood at this time. Yin Qing was showing herself that she would not like Xiao Jiming. Looking at Yin Qing's cute appearance like a mimosa, Zhou Hao couldn't help asking. Then Qing, do you have a sweetheart? Yin Qingjing glanced at Zhou Hao quietly, and then said quietly, I said last time, I am not innocent. I can't marry someone else. The subtext is that, except for Zhou Hao, who ruined her innocence, Yin Qing could not marry anyone. An impulse surged in Zhou Hao's heart, and he couldn't help but approached Yin Qing's side and breathed softly in her ear, cousin gently. At the same time, he quietly put his hand on her slender waist. Pong. But seeing Yin lightly shook his whole body, a porcelain plate in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Zhou Hao couldn't bear to frighten Yin Gung into this, so he let go. Yin Qing also squatted down to clean up the fragments of the porcelain plate. Zhou Hao was afraid that she would cut her own hand. As soon as he wanted to bend over to help her, he heard her whisper, and the index finger of his right hand was really caught by the porcelain plate. The fragments were cut. Let me see. Zhou Hao grabbed her hand and saw a drop of bright red blood on the tip of her index finger, so he opened his mouth and held her index finger. Ah! Yin shivered slightly again, instinctively trying to withdraw his hand, but Zhou Hao held it tightly and couldn't draw it out, so he turned his head and didn't dare to look at Zhou Hao, with red clouds floating on his cheeks. Seeing her like this, Zhou Hao was born with a flirtatious heart and deliberately licked her index finger with the tip of his tongue. Yin Qing lightly shuddered again and glanced at Zhou Hao shyly again, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. After a while, Zhou Hao finally let go of Yin Qing's finger. The wound on it had stopped the bleeding, and the scar had disappeared. Zhou Hao's blood can detoxify severe poisons, and even his saliva has a very powerful hemostatic function. At this time, the atmosphere between the two became ambiguous, and Yin Qingqing felt the lingering numbness in her fingers, even spreading to her heart. Cousin gently, where is the concentric knot I gave you last time? Zhou Hao suddenly asked. Yin was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a guilty conscience, I put it in the drawer. That's it. Zhou Hao took out a concentric knot from his arms. Cousin gently, you gave me this, but I have always kept it in my heart. Seeing Zhou Hao put the treasure he gave him in his arms, Yin Qing was surprised and happy, and his heart was instantly filled with happiness. And she was afraid that Zhou Hao would really be angry, so she hurriedly said, The one you gave me, Xiao Hao, I'll put it under the pillow. That's it. I thought, Cousin Qing, you didn't like the concentric knot I gave you. Zhou Hao asked knowingly. I won't, I like it very much. Yin Qing said busy. The two of them were silent. There was a very strange atmosphere of ambiguity between each other, but no one pierced the paper. And Zhou Hao also liked this feeling very much. It was pure and made people feel sour and sweet. After tidying up the kitchen, Zhou Hao accompanied Yin Qing to the hospital for an examination. Xiangqing People's Hospital is nearby, and it is very convenient to drive there. It's just that Yin Qing was the first time to do such a check, so she was a little shy and nervous, and didn't say anything along the way. When Zhou Hao saw her like this, he smiled and said, Don't worry. Please take care of my cousin. It's just a checkup. It will be soon. Seeing Zhou Hao in the driver's seat next to him, Yin nodded slightly. Having Zhou Hao by her side also gave her a strong sense of security and was less afraid. Soon, the two arrived at the People's Hospital. Zhou Hao took Yin Qingqing's hand and walked into the lobby on the first floor. He knew that Yin Qingqing should go to the gynecological examination, so he went to register first. The gynecology department is on the third floor of the hospital. When they came upstairs, they saw two women sitting in front of the gynecologist's room. They were obviously waiting for their turn. So Zhou Hao and Yin Qingming were also in the corridor first. Sit down in a row of chairs and waited. The few people waiting there were all married women over 30 years old, and they all came alone, which made Zhou Hao and Yin Qing seem very abrupt. The women looked at them curiously. Zhou Hao was nothing, but Yin Qing's face was flushed, and she was uncomfortable. Seeing Yin Qing's nervousness, Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and held her jade hand, and gave her a gentle smile. Yin Qingjing saw Zhou Hao's gentle smile, and the tension and anxiety in his heart were instantly swept away, and he felt warmth from Zhou Hao's broad and thick palms directly into his heart. Look at that young man. Isn't he the one who brought that young girl into traffic? Zhou Hao heard a woman over there whisper to another person next to her. Young people nowadays are impulsive and don't know how to cherish life. After all, they are their own children, so why are they so cruel? Another woman said, Yes, I heard my sister say that there was a girl over there who was only 15 or 6 years old, and she gave birth to a child. The children nowadays are not reassuring. I am teaching my daughter every day to prevent her from interacting with boys. If I accidentally let me become a grandmother, that would be difficult. Hearing the whispers of the two women, Zhou Hao had a chill in his heart, but he didn't expect to be misunderstood that he had brought Yin Qing to become a trafficker. However, even though he heard the conversation between the two of them, he couldn't explain it. Such things tended to become more confusing the more explained, and it would also tarnish Yin Qing's reputation. Fortunately, Yin Qing couldn't hear the conversation between the two, otherwise he would be sad. At this time, a woman sitting in Zhou Hao's row of chairs smiled gently at Yin. Girl, this is your husband. It's so sweet. Nowadays, no man is willing to accompany his wife to the gynecology department. Girl, you are so lucky. When Yin heard it gently, his face immediately flushed, and he glanced at Zhou Hao secretly and wanted to explain to the woman, No. But because her voice was too soft, the woman didn't hear her, and the other woman also agreed. Yes. I asked the man from my family to accompany me to see the gynecology department. He always said that the big man comes. What kind of system is the gynecology department here, He complained about me if he didn't have a baby, and now he is not willing to let him accompany me to the doctor. The lady over there said, It's our woman's responsibility to fail to give birth. Maybe it's his own problem. You should send him to the urology department. So these housewives began to talk vigorously. Since they were all married, they spoke very openly, which made Yin blush lightly and bowed her head deeply, not daring to speak. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, 3 women can be compared to 100 ducks. This is true. In less than a while, it was Yin Qing's turn to go in. Zhou Hao originally wanted to accompany her in, but because Yin Qing couldn't put her face down and wouldn't let him in, Zhou Hao waited here. Zhou Hao was tall and handsome. As soon as Yin left gently, the housewives immediately surrounded Zhou Hao and asked questions. Many of the questions were very straightforward. They had the intention of molesting Zhou Hao, which made Zhou Hao a man with no experience. Can't help but blush. Suddenly, Zhou Hao thought of a question. Is the doctor who examined Yin Qingqing a man or a woman? Although the doctor's parental heart, there is no need to be too strict about whether or not men and women are given or received. But Zhou Hao had almost regarded Yin Qing as his own forbidding. And how could he let other men see Yin Qing's body, even a doctor? Xiao Hao. At this moment, Yin Qing's voice came from the doctor's room, his voice full of fear and panic. Damn, something really happened. Zhou Hao screamed. In his previous life, he had seen a lot of news, saying that some animal doctors sexually harassed and even assaulted female patients under the guise of examining and treating female patients. Thinking that Yin Qing might have encountered something like this inside, Zhou Hao felt anxious. He rushed to the door immediately, but found that the door was locked from the inside. So he shouted, Open the door. Open the door for me. Someone is outside. I'm checking on the patient. Don't bother me. But it is a strong boy. Xiao Hao, help me. Yin Qing's voice came again, and there was already a cry. Damn it. Zhou Hao forcefully twisted the lock of the door and kicked the door open. The situation in the consulting room made Zhou Hao angrily. Yin Qing was sitting on the bed used for examination. The clothes on his upper body had been taken off. Only a white bra was left, exposing a large area of whiteness. Skin. The male. Doctor in a white robe still wanted to remove Yanqing's bra, but because Yanqing used his hands tightly to protect his chest, he didn't succeed. Yanqing never thought that he would encounter such a thing, but his face was already full of tears and panic. When the male doctor heard the movement at the door, he turned his head to look and saw Zhou Hao standing there with a face of anger. He subconsciously withdrew his hand, but the wicked first complained and pointed at Zhou Hao and cursed. "Where are you from? Didn't you hear me saying that the patient is being examined? Get out of me. I will check your mother." Zhou Hao yelled violently and rushed to this side in a blink of an eye. He slapped the male doctor with his hand and slapped him to the ground. "Xiao Hao." Yanqing also cried out of the bed and plunged into Zhou Hao's arms, her weak shoulders shrugging. Zhou Hao quickly took off his jacket and put it on Yanqing and asked softly, "Cousin Qing, are you okay?" Seeing Yanqing only had his upper body taken off and the pants underneath were still intact, Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Yin gently shook his head. As soon as she came in, the male doctor put her on the hospital bed. Originally saw that the doctor was a male, Yanqing wanted to leave and change to a female doctor. But what the male doctor said was the heart of the doctor's parents, and there were piles of principles, which made the soft-eared face lightly confused and went to the hospital bed. But the male doctor took off Yanqing's upper body as soon as he came over and asked Yanqing to take off the bra. Although Yanqing was still young, after 2 months of experience, his thinking has matured a lot. "I thought I was going to check the gynecology department. Why should I take off my upper body clothes?" So immediately, I became vigilant, refused to take off my bra, and wanted to put on my clothes. But the male doctor stopped her and even pulled off her bra forcibly. That's why Yanqing Ming called Zhou Hao in a panic and let him come in to save himself. Seeing Yanqing crying sadly in his arms, Zhou Hao felt pity and anger in his heart. The male doctor who was slapped to the ground by Zhou Hao's face was already swollen high, and he pointed at Zhou Hao on the ground. "You, do you dare to hit someone? If you beat you, you have to choose a date. Go to your healer's parental heart. I think you are the healer's animal heart." Zhou Hao scolded, then kicked him again and again, causing him to scream again and again. It's also because Zhou Hao didn't use Zhenli, otherwise this ordinary person would not be able to stand it. The housewives outside were already surrounded by the door at this time. They also guessed what the male doctor had done. They accused the male doctor of beastly behavior and applauded Zhou Hao. Related personnel from the hospital rushed over quickly, and one after another came to pull Zhou Hao away. Although the male doctor hadn't really succeeded in assaulting Yanqing, Zhou Hao had already murdered him. So Zhou Hao pretended to be pulled away by the people in the hospital, but secretly took a little bit of space and hit the male doctor's dead spot with his true energy. The male doctor would only feel a little numbness, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito, and would not be suspicious. But he didn't know that Zhou Hao's point of death would cause his whole body to flow backwards and die suddenly within half a month, and no one could find out the cause, and no one would suspect Zhou Hao. However, the director who pulled Zhou Hao away did not ask why. He directly scolded Zhou Hao. "Do you dare to beat our medical staff? Give me the police and arrest this guy." Zhou Hao guessed at a glance that they wanted to take care of the shortcomings. After all, if the male doctor admitted that the male doctor sexually harassed the female patient, the reputation of the hospital would be greatly affected. But Zhou Hao is definitely not a bully. He sneered while holding Yin gently in his arms. "Okay, call the police and let the police come and see how the doctors in your hospital treat patients." At this moment, a doctor next to the director leaned into his ear and whispered, "Director, this seems to be Zhou Hao." "Zhou Hao? Who is Zhou Hao?" The director didn't even think of who Zhou Hao was. The doctor said, "It's the hero of the incident at Yuning Middle School last time. I saw him that time. He came to the hospital with Mayor Gao to see the injured." "What? Mayor Gao?" The director was shocked, and then he remembered who Zhou Hao was. At this time, the dean of the People's Hospital also rushed over in person. He also recognized Zhou Hao immediately, because after the incident at Yuning Middle School, he also chatted with Gao Holu about Zhou Hao. Gao Holu praised Zhou Hao and left a deep impression on him. At the moment, the dean apologized to Zhou Hao. "Comrade Zhou Hao, I'm really sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of the hospital. I'm really sorry." When other people saw that the dean had put down his posture in this way, they were even more afraid to speak out. And the male doctor was also shocked, thinking that he was afraid that his position would be lost this time, and he might even go to jail. He looked at the dean asking for help. Dean, shut up to me. Some patients said that you used your hands when treating them. Now if you dare to do such a thing, our hospital will dismiss you, the dean shouted angrily. Then he turned to Zhou Hao. Comrade Zhou Hao, we have already dealt with this doctor. Do you think this way of dealing with it is okay? Should we give you some compensation? Zhou Hao waved his hand. The compensation is no longer necessary. You can just change me to a female doctor. No problem, no problem. The dean answered hurriedly. After that, the hospital dispersed the crowd, and the housewives were also assigned to another female doctor. The dean also specially arranged for Yin Qingqing, a female doctor in her 40s, to perform a detailed examination. Of course, Yin Qingqing's expenses in the hospital today were waived. However, Yin Qing didn't let Zhou Hao stay outside anymore, but let him accompany him all the way. Of course, Zhou Hao did not take the opportunity to peek at Yin Qingqing. There was a curtain between them. Yin Qingqing and the female doctor were checking on here, while Zhou Hao was on the other side. But Yin Qingming stretched out his hand on the curtain to let Zhou Hao held it to let her know that Zhou Hao was by her side. During the inspection, neither of them said a word, and there was only the ding of the metal instruments in the entire room. After that, the female doctor used various electronic instruments to gently check Yin. After a long time, the female doctor completed the examination and gently said to Yin, who had packed up her clothes, "It's okay. There are no signs of disease in your uterus, ovaries, and vagina. The cause of dysmenorrhea may be blood gas. If you are unreasonable or work under pressure, I suggest you go to see a Chinese medicine doctor and take more rest. It should be no problem," Yin Qing said with a flushed face. "Thank you, doctor." Coming out of the hospital along the way, Zhou Hao held Yin Qingqing's hand, and Yin Qingqing obediently followed Zhou Hao with his head down like a young wife. "Cousin Qing, now you can rest assured, your body is very healthy." After returning to the car, Zhou Hao smiled gently at Yin. "Yeah." Yin lightly nodded, remembering that Zhou Hao would always rush to protect himself when he was in danger just now. Yin Qing's heart was soft, and Zhou Hao was relieved when he saw that Yin Qing's mood had calmed down and was no longer unhappy about the incident. As for the male doctor who was removed from his job, Zhou Hao's point of death will definitely die suddenly within half a month. Zhou Hao sent Yin back home gently and gave her a medicine for blood circulation and nourishing qi according to the last prescription. After Yin took the medicine and took a rest, he returned to Galaxy Securities because he said yesterday that he would introduce Su Lin to other employees. But when he came to the business hall of Galaxy Securities, Zhou Hao saw that Su Lin had already known all the employees. Since Zhou Hao had not arranged a position for her yet, she took advantage of her free time to organize the company's files and information. It seems that your employee is really worth the money." Zhou Hao smiled at Su Lin. "Boss, where did you get Sister Su from here?" A female employee asked Zhou Hao. "Sister Su knows the securities industry better than our old employees. We all wonder if the boss you come from. The big securities firm dug Sister Su over." When Zhou Hao saw that Su Lin had only met these employees on the first day, he had already received their praise, and he couldn't help but sigh for Su Lin's excellent communication skills. He smiled at the female employee and said, "Yes, I dug Su Lin, or is it to take your place?" "Hate, boss, you will scare others." The female employee naturally knew Zhou Hao was joking. Zhou Hao touched his chin and said to Su Lin, "Let me see what position is arranged for you." There are people in other positions. If you arrange it casually, I am afraid it will waste resources." Just now the female employee said, "Boss, we are just about to tell you. Ajay said he can't go to Hong Kong with you. His wife is sick. Ajay will stay here in Xiangqing to take care of her." "Oh, this way, then Ajay and his wife are all right?" Zhou Hao asked. Ajay is a salesperson who was originally scheduled to go to Hong Kong with Zhou Hao. He is responsible for conveying Zhou Hao's instructions to the operators below and at the same time serving as Zhou Hao's secretary. "It's nothing, it's just a normal gallstone. Just remove it with an operation." The female employee said, "Boss, since Ajay can't go to Hong Kong with you, then it's up to Sister Su. We talked about it just now." Sister Su had been to Hong Kong before. Zhou Hao looked back at Su Lin. "Su Lin, would you like to go to Hong Kong with me?" Of course, the board and lodging are all provided by the company, and I can also give you some subsidies for shopping in Hong Kong. Su Lin nodded and smiled. You are the boss. I will naturally go wherever you point. Well, let's decide like this. Zhou Hao said to the female employee. Then you can quickly find someone to help her with all the visa issues. After turning around at Galaxy Securities, it was almost noon, and Zhou Hao approached Li Ruolin for dinner. Seeing Su Lin still sorting out the information over there, Zhou Hao said to her, Su Lin, I'm going to find Sister Lan for dinner, so let's go with you. Oh, good. So Zhou Hao went to Yuning Middle School with Su Lin. It was 3 minutes before school was over, so Zhou Hao and Su Lin went to Li Ruolin's dormitory before the students came out. Since Li Ruolin had no class in the last period, she had already returned early. Seeing Zhou Hao and Su Lin coming together, she asked in confusion, Huh? Why are you here together? Hee. Ruolin, I am now a member of your Zhou Hao. Su Lin smiled. Li Ruolin was taken aback, thinking that Su Lin was bullied by Zhou Hao, and because of Zhou Hao's affection, she knew something about it. And Zhou Hao knew Li Ruolin very well. As soon as he saw her, he knew she had misunderstood. He quickly said, Sister Lan, don't get me wrong, I just hired her to our company just now. Su Lin realized that he had made the joke too far, and immediately clarified, Ruolin, I was joking just now. I mean I became an employee of Zhou Hao, so don't get me wrong. Li Ruolin just smiled and punched Su Lin. You stinky girl, there is no joke, but it scared me to death. After a pause, she asked again, By the way, why did you suddenly arrive? Zhou Hao is in that company. What happened? It's annoying to talk about it. So, Su Lin told Li Ruolin one by one what happened last night. After hearing that Bao Qingnian actually wanted Su Lin to accompany the director to work for the company, Li Ruolin was also filled with indignation and supported Su Lin's resignation. You are doing the right thing. Don't do that kind of work. If you go to Zhou Hao's company to do it, you feel more at ease. At this moment, Li Ruolin looked up at Zhou Hao. Su Lin is my good sister. Don't owe her a salary, otherwise I won't let you go. Sister Lan, don't worry, I never squeeze company employees. Zhou Hao smiled and said, By the way, Su Lin is now replacing another employee of my company, and will go to Hong Kong with me in some time. Well, that's fine too, Li Ruolin said. After that, a few people left the staff dormitory and went to a restaurant near Yuning Middle School for lunch. After ordering a few dishes, Li Ruolin sighed. Actually, I want to go to Hong Kong too. Didn't I let you go with me before? You can't let go of work, Zhou Hao said. Or you can ask for a long vacation from school and go to Hong Kong with me. There is a world-famous shopping mall. The center. All women have a soft spot for shopping. Even Li Ruolin, who is gentle and watery, is no exception. But despite the heartbeat, she still said, No, I can't leave them behind. Especially now that the entrance examination is getting closer and closer. How can I walk away at this time? I have to be responsible to my students. Like her, how can a teacher with a strong sense of responsibility give up work for his own selfish desires, especially now when it is important to students? Zhou Hao smiled bitterly at Su Lin. Look at her. For the sake of her students, she doesn't even want her own man. Li Ruolin just wanted to say, Aren't you also my student? But thought that Su Lin didn't know another relationship between Zhou Hao and himself, so she swallowed it back. I'll go to the toilet first, Zhou Hao said, and got up and went to the toilet. And here, Li Ruolin also whispered to Su Lin, Su Lin, after you go to Hong Kong, you will show me that guy. Don't those female stars in Hong Kong like to hook up with the rich? Zhou Hao is so young. Don't you give him a chance to do wrong things. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.